Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the City Commission regular meeting for August 3rd. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Bishop Christopher Stokes from New Beginnings Worship Center to do the invocation.
Welcome, Bishop Stokes.
Our gracious Father, we gather this morning once again to say thank you. Thank you for all that you have done for us. Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your wisdom. And now as we come together this morning, we ask that you would allow your presence to manifest in this room. We thank you for our city leaders. We thank you for all those that will come to the mic, and we pray that civility will reign. We also thank that and ask that you would bless this upcoming event this weekend, this gun summit, as we come together to understand the cause. But most of all, like the word said, come let us reason together. And we ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Bishop Stokes, thank you, and thank you for always reminding us to reason together. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
Yes, the next item on the agenda is adoption of the agenda.
I move adoption of the agenda.
Second.
As updated?
As amended.
Updated with
Okay.
the items.
Very good, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda, the consent and regular agenda. Do we have anyone to speak to the consent agenda?
I do not have any cards at this time.
All right, all in favor of adopting both these agendas, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
That was an adoption vote, correct, Commissioner Sacco?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, that is unanimous.
All right, we're moving on to early public comment on agenda items. Currently, we do not have anyone signed up for this item.
Okay. As a reminder to anyone listening at home, the early comment period is for you to comment on items that are on the agenda that you are not able to stay for. If you engage in early public comment, then you're not able to speak to that item later in the day. We don't have anyone here. If you're watching at home and you wonder what that is, that's what it is. Madam Clerk.
All right, we're moving on to our first business discussion item for the morning. It is acceptance of FAA Airport Improvement Program grant for the Gainesville Regional Airport with the recommendation the City Commission accept the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Administration grant award of over $6 million for the Gainesville-Alachua County Regional Airport Authority, adopt the resolution, and authorize the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify said grant agreement.
So as a reminder, the city of Gainesville owns the land under the airport. And so as a result of that, we have to approve grants that the airport processes. Because we have an amazing airport that is doing really great stuff, I like to invite the director of the airport, Alan Penska, to come give us a little update when we have those items once or twice a year. So, Mr. Penska, if you want to come on up and just tell us what great things are going on at the airport.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Mayor, thank you, and commissioners, appreciate the opportunity. Life's good at the airport right now. We're doing well. We're busy with several new construction projects. If you go out there, you'll see we have a lot of things torn up, mostly on the airfield side. And we currently have about 450 workers. Recent FDOT, study put our economic impact at about $556 million. So employment has been stable, but there are still some issues in terms of finding, key employees and keeping them happy. The airport itself, we're doing fine. Our employment is stable, but the airline industry, you may have read recently, is still having some issues. So I'll go into some of those a little bit, but right now our parking lot has been extremely full. This is usually our slow time of year. Things will slow down a little bit now this week, as parents get ready for school, sending their kids to school, and they're traveling less, and folks are getting settled in at the university. So, but we do have new parking coming. I'll talk about that just a little bit to update you on that one. So we continue to work through full recovery from COVID-19. You may remember back in 2020, our business went almost to zero, 5% of our normal revenues and traffic load. It's been a slow climb. However, once the vaccines came out and people were comfortable with traveling and got used to living with this disease, demand shot up. Unfortunately, during that period of time, we had a pilot shortage, which is still ongoing and affected regional aircraft and regional airports more so than nationally. Right now, we're doing better than the national average. We're about at our 2019 pre-COVID levels. Some months we've exceeded that, others we've dipped below it. But on a basis compared with the nation, Gainesville is doing better than the national average. So in general, maybe 4 points or 4% below pre-COVID-19 levels. And then again, some months actually quite better. Florida as a whole has done well, mostly in those resort locations and vacation locations. Obviously, because some locations that tourists typically go to were not available during the pandemic. So what does that mean for us with the pilot shortage? Somewhat thinner schedules, more competition for aircraft, and that seems to be changing now. We'll get some aircraft back in the schedule in the fall. Some larger airplanes that American was flying will start coming back. It may be late 2024, 2025 before some of these issues really get completely resolved, barring any other unforeseen calamities. But the industry as a whole is still struggling to make money, and the airline industry, in general, most airlines have not really returned to profitability. I think American just reported their first quarterly profit since all this began. Some of the issues that face in the future, not to get too in the weeds here, but again, is parts availability, aircraft deliveries, supply chain issues, and some of those labor shortages. Qualified mechanics, qualified air traffic controllers is a problem right now, and even ground handlers, keeping them, finding them has been somewhat difficult. But the industry is a survivor, and they continue to work forward. Luckily, we've been insulated from much of that. So. The great news is we got a new airline starting up in August. We invite you to come out August 21st when we'll have Silver Airways, and they're revisiting us. They'll be back under new ownership and some new airplanes. They'll be providing pretty much daily service to Fort Lauderdale at some very low fares. $49 one-way fares are being advertised. They're taking reservations now. So we're busy right now preparing rental space for them and IT capability for their ticket counter locations. This service should be very popular with students and their families, as Broward County is, I think, the largest contributor to the U.S. student population. So new routes from them are already being talked about. So, we're looking at perhaps national service down the road. They've mentioned that one, and there might be some other cities that are possible for new service. And they have some good code sharing and partnerships in Fort Lauderdale, JetBlue and United that may help us out. So we invite you to come out to that inaugural flight. It's in the evening, unfortunately, on the 21st. We also want to invite you to come to a groundbreaking that we're hoping to have soon. We're right now in the design permit phase of a new parking garage. Matter of fact, we have about $100 million in construction that's ongoing or planned over the next 5 years. And you've been very helpful in getting us to coordinate some of these grants that we've been able to capitalize, both entitlement funds and discretionary dollars through the FAA and the FDOT. You don't have to co-sign the FDOT grants, but the FAA grants you do. So the new 4-story parking garage, we're hoping to get that finished up and through permitting and start construction in the fall. And it's going to have a nice covered walkway, a new bus parking area, new facilities for those waiting for bus transportation, bathroom facilities, very nicely lit and architecturally lit building with covered walkway to the terminal and better access by Uber and our TNCs and taxis. We've got phase 1 of a new bag handling system and airline ticket office expansion that his finished design was bid. We'll be tentatively awarding that this month. We've submitted the final grant application to the FAA. So that project is about an $11 million project. It will help us to have more baggage handling capacity and more offices available for additional airlines as things go back to normal. Phase 2 of that project is yet unfunded, but we're working diligently to try and put together a package. But Phase 1 gets us a lot of capability that we don't have today and will help. Unfortunately, during that transition, we lose some office space, actually all of it. And it'll be a difficult project to do with temporary offices set up for our airlines. We just finished an LED lighting changeover of our GA apron and our rental car lots, so we're pretty much completely on LEDs now, which is going to help us a lot in terms of energy efficiency. Our general aviation apron is something we'll be looking at. That's the last sort of vestige of older technology lighting. Part of this new airline ticket office expansion and baggage system, we also put in a new chiller plant, about $2.7 million, so that'll be a much more efficient unit, so really help with keeping things, cooler and give us some expansion capability and certainly more efficiency. We've got right now undergoing Phase 1 of our GA apron rehabilitation project, so if you went over there to where the University Air Center is on our GA side, those pavements were in need of rehab. We're strengthening them. We're changing geometry to allow larger sports charters to use that area on a more frequent basis. Part of the expansion over there, which when you put it all together is about $22 million, we are resurfacing, changing the geometry to meet new FAA standards of our main general aviation taxiway, strengthening that in areas, increasing the turning radiuses. That all helps to facilitate larger aircraft on that side and also build new hangars for larger aircraft. University Air Center, one of our partners there, leaseholder, they just finished the new 12,000 square foot hangar and office complex, so they're expanding. And we are partnering with another 2 local companies, and we'll be in permitting soon on that one for another 12,000 square foot hangar and office building for corporate jets, and we have some interest from one other company that we expect to move forward fairly soon on another such building. We just finished a partnership, well, we're not finished, but we're engaged in a partnership and done some improvements for a company called Beta Technologies. Beta is building a series of electric aircraft charging stations around the East Coast. There's a handful of them in Florida. We've been meeting with them since during COVID and GRU, and we're hopeful that can come to fruition soon. So what Beta wants to do is provide, they have their very unique electric VTOL aircraft, and they want to provide air freight services throughout Florida and the eastern seaboard, and we would be one of a handful of charging stations for that. So, in terms of what's on the drawing board, we just did a grant with the FDOT for increased fuel storage at the airport. So, when fuel comes in, it has to settle safely over a period of time, and so capacity becomes an issue as you're turning over tanks. You want to get a new load, you have to let it settle before you can use it. So we've had record numbers of jet fuel that we've been pumping, and so that's expected to continue. And as we look into our new master plan, which I'll talk about in a second, we'll be looking at how we anticipate alternative fuels in the future, electric charging, hydrogen, and the other things that may come into the marketplace, in the next several years. So we did tentatively award a new master plan and stormwater master plan for the airport. That grant really would not come until next year, but we have some advanced tasks that we want to get started on with that project. When we do the master plan, there'll be a lot of synergy with the city and the county planning staff and stakeholders. So there'll be public meetings, and there'll be a technical advisory committee made up of professional planners, as well as our consultant, airport staff, and other stakeholders. So that really is going to be the roadmap. We've really sort of outproduced our existing master plan. The last full master plan was done in around 2007, finished. We've done some updates of our airport layout plan. But part of this is to join the master plan with a stormwater master plan so that we can better get a handle on what do we do with stormwater, how to treat it, where to treat it in the future, make sure that we maximize the available land at the airport, minimize wildlife hazards that are created with standing water, and meet all of our treatment goals and the goals of the city and the water management district. So having those two plans coming together at the same time, we think is really important, and we'll be starting on that. Some of the advanced plans, tasks that we'll be doing, one is a new general aviation terminal. The terminal that we have was built in the 1950s. It actually ran airline service out of there up until around 1978. And, what we want to do is create a more functional, it's very small, and a better front door for the business and investor community that comes into Gainesville. So part of that will be a look at we have an existing fixed space operator lease that's coming due, and so we'll be doing an RFP for that contract, and those two will need to be in synergy somewhat. So whether we completely build the project on our own and lease it out, or we have private capital partners on that, we're still looking at that, but we're really planning on trying to fund that thing completely in-house, and that'll be an advanced planning task on the master plan. Another advanced planning task is to look at our main runway. Our main runway is going to need rehabilitation in about within the next 5 years. So what we want to do is look how can we increase the usability of that pavement? Can we thicken the pavement section for what we call Design Group 4 airplanes, which is should we get an air freight operator or have need for aircraft with a larger geometry that would come in on a more regular basis. Never would it be on a really frequent basis, but certainly we see those airplanes now, sports charters primarily. There's certainly an opportunity, as Gainesville grows and the community grows, to see how best to accommodate those airplanes. They can come in here fine, but when you reach a certain level of frequency, there are things that you need to add, like paved shoulders to the runway, and then you want to make sure that that pavement section is thick enough to handle the pounding that comes with increased frequencies. So our challenge, and what we'll look at the master plan, is how to do that without affecting current operations in a meaningful way. That's going to be very difficult. Even just a repaving is going to be extremely difficult for essentially a one-runway airport as far as airliners are concerned. We are definitely not the busiest one-runway airport in the country by any means, so it's a challenge for everyone, but something we want to look at far in advance to make sure we can do it and keep operations, going smoothly. So another project that will be on the design board soon also will be expansion of our commercial apron. When we do get these large charters, commercial apron space can be at a premium. Sometimes between flights it's empty, and then when we have flights and overnights, it's extremely crowded. Throw in a flight that's canceled or one that diverts from somewhere else, and we have issues. And so they're manageable, but as we get bigger or grow more, we'll need additional space. The other thing, too, is our concrete aprons were built in 1978. And they're going to need rehabilitation themselves at some point, so we need some excess capacity to make sure that we can continue airline flights as we need to and still rebuild existing apron. So, all in all, we're extremely busy. We appreciate, I really have to apologize. I know we have new members on the commission. Normally, I would have invited you up for a tour. The last few months really have been a whirlwind for us. We're trying to take advantage of all the resources out there for projects that we know we're going to need to do, and that's meant a lot of bidding and rebidding and grant applications and conversations and visits with the FAA and FDOT, and it's kind of been a whirlwind. Unfortunately, the bidding climate has been very difficult. I don't know if you realize that, but we're having trouble getting contractors. They're extremely busy. Prices are high. We've done 4 bids this year where we had sole bidders, and that's unheard of. So that just causes us to rebid and put in all that effort again, and then get through the approval process for having a sole bid when there is no other option. So But I would like to invite all of you up, for a tour, or if you would like, when we're doing our groundbreaking for the parking garage, we thought that might be a great idea, a great time to get you all up and maybe have a little van or bus to take you around so you can see what's going on. So
Very good.
I could talk all morning, but I'm sure you have other business. But if you have any questions, I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pinska. We have a question from Commissioner Sacco, and anyone else, feel free to hit the lights. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pinska. I always love hearing about the Gainesville Airport. It's one of my favorite places in town. Shortest TSA line in the country.
Thank you for that.
We should really market on that.
Yeah.
As far as you mentioned you and GRU and a company with electric planes were in at least conversation about potentially coming to Gainesville. Either you or the general manager of GRU, do you have at this point a ballpark projection of what that looks like as far as revenue for the airport or GRU, what that looks like, benefits for the city?
Sure, yeah, it's very far along. It's not, we've already made agreements. They are funding the improvements. I don't know, they hired a couple of consulting firms. One of them is one that we do business with on design. So I don't know where we are in the GRU process. I know I had Rachel Meek and some staff at GRU have been involved in the early discussions, and I'm sure are working with they had Black & Veatch was their consulting engineer, so I know they met with GRU. So I expect that to happen very soon, to be completed within the next few months. One thing that we are finding, and right now as part of our parking garage, we're putting in level 1 chargers. And so we're trying to assess that GRU capacity and make sure that we get the transformer ordered early because there's a long lead time on those. And large distribution panels, a very long lead time on those. So with Beta, I'm not sure where they are with that. I can certainly get back to the commission, but it was their goal to get that thing finished this year. So, and I, unless there's a holdup in materials, I assume that they're going to be able to do that. One thing we are having a problem with, and I didn't mention this project, but we hired a consultant to do preliminary design on some electric vehicle charging stations for our rental car operators. So we have, maybe a dozen, 10 to 12 stations that we're going to be putting in using existing transformer capacity. The problem is that some of our rental cars are wanting much more, and we are having a meeting with them this month, but we don't know whether right now we're in any position to provide that additional electric capacity and what the lead time is going to be for those transformers. So when we put in the transformers that we have, it's obviously it's for the amount of business and foreseeable growth, but with the explosion in EVs, that's a whole new problem that's going to have to be confronted. So we expect that, we'll be sitting down. Hertz has hired a consultant that is asking, and they've been tasked to put in these charging stations, and they're looking for far more than, we have been planning. We're a pay-as-you-go enterprise, so we're in good financial health, but, it's difficult. We need these car companies to invest some of their own funds to get beyond what we're able to provide in the short term. So more info on that to come here fairly shortly. But yeah, Beta, if you look them up online, Beta Technologies, they have an aircraft. They're in the certification process. They don't plan on flying people. That's quite a ways away for these new technology aircraft, but they are looking for, they are planning to fly freight, specialized freight. So, and they are one of myriad companies that are involved in this, but they seem further along than most. And
Very good.
They've already built some of these, so this is not, pie in the sky. This one they've already committed to. They've funded some of the improvements already. We've made an agreement to fund, things that we're providing, and the charging piece of it has yet to be completed. So.
Excellent. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Cunningham, did you
I
have,
can't see.
Commissioner Sacco, I think Mr. Cunningham has something to add.
There we go. Thank you.
tremendous job summarizing it. I don't have at my fingertips what that additional sort of revenue and everything would be, but that's something we can pull together and bring back. In terms of the charging stations, when we've talked about this a couple of times, when the charging gets to a point where we need to upgrade the system, that could be borne by a user, or it depends on other things happening in the area. So it's kind of on a site-by-site basis. But as Mr. Penska said, we're engaged in that process with them and working alongside them.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you both. I think to just reiterate Mr. Penska's point that our airport has really grown beyond its current capacity, and we are seeing that. So I'm excited. So long as you can promise me the TSA line will never get longer than the 2 minutes it takes, I will support all of these projects. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And that's our big selling point, fly easy. So we don't want to see that happen for any reason.
All right.
Thanks.
I don't see any other lights. Do we have any comments from the public?
We do. We
Okay.
have Jennings.
Mr. Jennings, come on up.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commission. Did not know this subject was going to be up here, but as a frequent user of the airport, Mr. Penska was COO and seen him grow in stature and opportunity. I share Commissioner Sacco's enjoyment of being able to leave my house. The doors at Delta close 10 minutes before the flight leaves, and I can leave my house in 20 minutes and be on the plane. It's a special place. Flew in this morning here timely. Everything went smoothly. And want to hopefully that you continue to do that. Remember that entering the planes from the rear, the old Delta planes, has come so far from then to now. I think it's a jewel of the East Side that we don't always tout. It's why you would want to live on the East Side, because you can be there, like I said, and I can be from Duval Heights in 5 minutes. It's a wonderful thing. Hopefully you all will decide to fly out even more yourselves and take advantage of that opportunity on a regular basis. I would say as well, not only is it an extraordinary economic engine, there has been a significant conversation that I was involved in at the building of Lewis Place some 20 plus years ago. There's some tension between development on the east side and the role of the airport. And we don't always do that well, and I hope that you all will engage as a commission in making sure opportunities around Hatchet Creek that was discussed before, it's not a matter of if or not, it's a matter of how. So there are opportunities to invest in the community with the airport as a partner, doing a word that I didn't know the name of or didn't know the meaning of until I started developing, called sound attenuation, making sure you build the right way. Doesn't mean not build at all. So I hope that also that Zariah can work with Mr. Penska in talking about, you hear the 3-digit millions being talked about. It's a great opportunity for small businesses, medium-sized business, and large business to take advantage of those multi-million-dollar contracts as GCs or general contractors in that, or as subs. So I hope that they are as robust as you all have been in the past of trying to diversify how their money is being used, particularly for local businesses, and obviously partnering with GRU is always a wonderful opportunity. But more all in all, I just want to give them an attaboy, attagirl today, and how great it is. I'm there almost every week or every other week, and the staff, the place looks great. I've got some friends that I grew up with from middle school and high school that have worked there on retirement. I hate to say that I'm as old as our first flight at 9 years old was in 1978. And I remember those times of Eastern Airlines. We've come a mighty, mighty long way, Mr. Mayor. So just glad to have this and just happy to say great things about what they're doing. And as an extraordinary partner, just want to say that for the record. Thank
Very
you.
good, thank you. Anyone else from the public?
That is our last speaker.
Great. All right, so we do need a motion. Commissioner Eastman.
I move that the City Commission accept the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Aviation Grant Award of $6,354,437. Adopt the resolution and authorize the mayor and city attorney to execute and the city clerk to certify said grant agreement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Any opposed? Passes unanimously, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Sacco, I will do my best to take a little more time and before I ask for the no votes next time.
It's cool. I can just say aye, like even before you finish.
There you
Just
go. So
move it
you
along.
know where we're headed. It's all good. So thank you, Mr. Penska, for coming in, and thank you all for your attention on that. I do think it's really useful to every now and then get a little update on what's going on at the airport. Before we go any further, I do want to recognize our GPD staff with us this morning. We have Lieutenant Brown and Sergeant Kennedy here to keep us safe, and I appreciate you all making time, and appreciate Chief Scott making that possible. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are on to our next item, which is the quarterly housing update, with a recommendation to hear the quarterly housing update presentation from the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Mr. Harris, or Madam Manager.
Mr. Harris is on deck.
Good morning,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Mayor, to the Commission. Corey Harris, Housing and Community Development Director. I'm here to provide you with the quarterly housing update. We had a robust conversation last week about housing, and so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on some of the processes that we go through in administering these programs, but really want to highlight some of the accomplishments. So today we'll talk more about those accomplishments, but we'll move this presentation forward. So again, we have programs at the federal level, the state level, and also the local level. Your federal funding sources, as a reminder, CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, your Home Investment Partnership, and then you have your American Rescue Plan. We're going to have a presentation in the third segment of the morning session to talk about the Consolidated Plan, which is the investment strategy for how we invest CDBG and the Federal Home Partnership resources. So as we look at how we've been able to invest the resources through ARPA, I want to highlight, again, you guys have seen bits and pieces of this presentation in the past, so we've shared some of this data, but, just want to highlight those units created. So this commission approved the ARPA allocation for those development entities, and if all those things come to fruition, there will be 220 units that will be created, and also 6 units preserved. So kudos to this commission for having the foresight and the forethought to move these projects forward and invest that type of resources into creating and preserving units. With the CLT, again, the $1 million ARPA allocation with the conveyance of 5 lots and the $1 million ARPA allocation, there will be 10 units created. The CDBG CARES funding, we're fortunate enough to be able to provide some additional support cross-departmental. I'm so excited to say that the Porter Summer Program actually was able to happen, even though we've had some budget cuts, but they were able to happen by the utilization of this CDBG CV1 and 3 funding. So we were able to support the Porter Summer Camp. So kudos to the various departments that came together in order to provide this service to the residents of Porter's community. With the Community Development Block Grant, you can see there the funding that we had for this past year and funding that we'll have for the future, $1.3 million. And again, that consolidated plan will come before you, and also with those outside agency recommendations will come before you in the subsequent segments. With the Federal Home Program, as I mentioned to you in previous settings, CDBG is utilized for not only housing-related issues, but also for public services. With home, it's really about development of affordable housing units, development and preservation of affordable housing units. Here are some of the outside agencies that were funded in the past. Again, those outside, the new roster will come before you in just a moment to discuss how the funds are being recommended by the CACCD, the Citizens Advisory for Community Development. With the Home ARP, we received $1.9 million to develop a plan to redevelop some of the units that's under Housing and Community Development's purview. It's been a multi-department development strategy. And so we've been working with the Department of Sustainable Development to develop those permit-ready ADU, accessory dwelling unit plans, as well as to develop plans associated with the redevelopment of property so we can have those that have been affected by the pandemic to be able to occupy those units. So really excited about this. So the commission, we submitted the plan to HUD back in December. It was approved. So again, we're going through the process right now, demoing. I spoke to someone over in Codes this morning that's helping facilitate the demolition of 3 of those units, and so that's moving forward. The plan is to have the first 2 demoed of the 3 tomorrow, and then the subsequent ones within the coming weeks. And then we'll begin the development on those particular properties. State resources, we have a State Housing Initiative Partnership, or SHIP. We're fortunate. When we put together the LHAP, we estimated that we would receive about $1 million. We're fortunate that we're going to receive $1.6 million this year. And we're hopeful that as the state government look to continue to fund the Sadowski plan, that we will continue to see this level of investment into our community. So our local resources, we have Connect Free. We also have the Gainesville Redevelopment Agency as well, redevelopment area. I come from the nonprofit industry where we refer to, when you say CRA, it's redevelopment agency, but really it's the redevelopment area. So excuse me for that. So here's a current snapshot of where we are with Connect Free funding. And here are some of the accomplishments that we've had this year. We've been able to connect 8 septic and sewer homeowners. We've been able to, and I won't read all of this, but just some of the highlights. 3 investor closing to connect the GRU, water and wastewater, and that's from a rental perspective. And so what we're working on right now is to revise the resolution so it could be a little bit clearer to those that may be applying for Connect Free dollars to offset or to subsidize some of the development costs that they're incurring. Here are the 6 programs from the GCRA, the Gainesville Community Redevelopment Area. Want to direct your attention to this slide. And as you look at the budget, after we produced these numbers, there was some reconciliation that still needed to transpire. We pulled these numbers from Workday, and as you guys know, that some of the challenges that we've had with Workday, once we went back and went to reconcile those numbers. So these numbers will be slightly different, or they're slightly different. The GCRA is planning to provide you with a presentation. I think it's next week or maybe the week after. And so you can count on those numbers. But if you need those updated numbers in the interim, by all means, please feel free to reach out to city manager or to my office directly, and we can get you those updated numbers. But just so you know that in some of these budgeted categories, they're off by like 5% in some areas. So again, I have the updated numbers from the GCRA after we produce the presentation and we reconcile those numbers. All right, so I wanted to share with you some of the marketing efforts by the housing staff that's funded by the GCRA. You know, we participated in the Fifth Avenue Arts Festival. We've done several tabling events over in the Portis community, also in the Duval community, the City Services Fair. We've been actively participating in. Also, want to direct your attention to some upcoming opportunities. So as we look at how do we educate the community over various aspects of the heirs property situations. And so we have 4 workshops that's tentatively scheduled. August 17th is the first one, runs all the way through March 7th. We can get those dates and time once we're able to nail down that with our partner, which is Three Rivers Legal Services. Here are some other highlights from, again, the way that we invested our federal and state resources, CDBG, Federal Home Partnership, as well as SHIP. We've been able to assist 13 individuals or 13 households with major home rehabilitation, 14 individuals with down payment assistance. 3 with mortgage foreclosure intervention services. We've had a number of workshops, 9 workshops, and again, if you add up all those numbers from the previous slides, we have 26 recipients of Connect Free. Here's a current snapshot of our pipeline. That's our homeowner occupied rehabilitation program, which again, the bulk of our funding that we receive, we invest in this area. We have 100 people on the waiting list right now, roughly about 36 projects, and you can see the breakdown of those. We have 6 house replacements. I was fortunate enough to engage with City Commissioner recently about the house replacement program, and so again, if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to the city manager or my office. We can definitely explain those and the process that we're taking in order to have those properties demoed and then replaced, or relocated and then replaced. And so again, we have that 100-person waiting list, which is, I think it shows the need that we have in our community, and we want to continue to utilize those resources in this fashion. Oftentimes I'm asked, how do I engage in the affordable housing conversation? We have 2 citizens advisory groups. We have the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee that typically meets on the second Tuesday of every month. And then we have the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development. Their regular schedule now, again, these are subject to change as different business items come about, but they typically would meet on the 3rd Tuesday of every month. And so if anybody's interested in the public to engage in these affordable housing conversations, by all means, they're happening on a regular basis. And please feel free to reach out to my office with any other questions.
Let me pause you for just a second
yes.
there, Commissioner Book. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you go back to the programs with the wait list? Could you just tell a little bit more about that process? How someone gets on there when they come to you, where we place them, and then maybe what's the timeline to action?
Good question, Mr. Mayor, to the Commission. Commissioner Book, so individuals can apply online. So they go to the city's website, they apply online. We ask that they submit their supporting documents. Our staff can even work with them. I was speaking to our newly appointed housing advocate this morning, and he has 6 applicants that's going to come in today that he's going to assist with the application process. So once they go through the application process, our rehab specialist would then go out and do a rehab assessment, and we call it a work write-up, that they'll go out and then we bid out the project to general contractors. That process right now is taking about 9 months. We're trying to reduce that. And so with a lot of the internal processes, we want to shorten that time period from application to completion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that same topic, have we increased funding in this particular category?
We've been fortunate enough that we received an increase in funding from SHIP and through CDBG and the Federal Home Partnership. As a result of that, it has been increased funding in these pools.
Okay, so do you need additional staff in this area to help expedite?
It'd be nice to have
Process.
additional staff. I mean,
No, I'm just wondering, because that
I don't have that call, but
Oh, but you can always ask. That is a huge number to be on a rehab.
Commissioner Chestnut, if I might, Mr. Mayor, you
Yeah.
want to speak to the housing advocate? We've been doing some research.
Thank you.
in Miami-Dade County.
Yeah,
We have a
and-
housing advocate office. We now have someone in that position. So you want to talk about that?
Yes, ma'am. So we recently added a housing advocate that will be our point of contact for those neighbors that are inquiring about services and how to navigate our internal processes that's within the city, as well as connecting them with some of our external partners as well, such as those housing development entities or community development entities.
Are you, back on that issue, so are you able to, do you have a list of contractors that you work with that can sort of expedite this process? People, I'm thinking of some contractors that have been here to speak to us. And that if you have them on a retainer, if you will,
So all of our projects are bidded out typically individually. And so we invite all of our contractors, those that are on our list, as well as we reach out and we advertise through a number of mediums to get more contractors. We're always looking for additional contractors, but right now, I would say we have a core list of roughly about 5 contractors that are typically bidding on our projects. We're always open for more contractors because it could help us spend down the money that much quicker. So any
Well-
contractors that's out there
Are you
listening,
gonna speak?
if you're interested, by all means, feel free to contact our office.
See, I'm just thinking that if you have a list of people who are job ready, are contract ready, that you can use for this particular rehab project, then that will help cut down, I think, that 9-month wait that people have to go through. I mean, you can get with the equity officer and see if there is a way to certify 5 people, 10 people that are contract ready, just like you have people job ready. I'm looking for contract ready.
Yeah, and so to that point, Commissioner Chestnut, we have put out, or we're in the process of putting out a mass solicitation to attract additional contractors into the pool as well.
Commissioner, let's see, Commissioner Willetson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Corey, I had a question about this like wait list idea. Have we experienced any kind of, like the airport, shortage of labor, or the contractors who are busy? Do we have any? Have you had any trouble getting people to bid for those? And is any of that part of the delay as well?
Yeah, so, Mr. Mayor, to the commission, when I initially arrived at within the department, we had pretty much 1 or 2 contractors bidding on all of these projects. And we made a concerted effort to reach out, not only to the Builders Association, but also to some of the other partners within the community to try to attract more contractors to bid on these jobs to shorten our wait list. Now, it's not all about the wait list is not all tied to the lack of contractors, but then that does have some effect on how quickly we can process these projects. And so when you think about labor shortages, I think with the slowdown of the housing market, we're seeing more and more contractors that may be inquiring about getting involved in city projects, more so than a year ago when things were, moving at a much feverish pace, or more feverish pace. So.
Great, that's what I was trying to kind of understand, the status of the market, the economy on that. And then I had a question about the Connect Free, or maybe not a question, just it stuck out at me that, recently in the past, Deer Creek, the amount that is used on that, I think sometimes we forget exactly how much goes into that. That's $469,000 is a huge amount to go spend to make that housing, the affordability level possible. And sometimes that gets forgotten because then people move in and think, oh, well, affordable housing, just by chance the right builder happened to build this and the unit happens to be cheap because they did something magic in the construction process. And it's not magic, it's subsidy right there. And then it was good to see that. I think some of these numbers make it real. Sometimes we look at the big number, but we don't look at the per unit, right? And people start to understand when you're talking about, $7,000, $8,000 per unit. And then the Royal Park, my question was, why is that not similarly as large as Deer Creek? What portion was this covering on Royal Park as opposed to Deer Creek?
Excellent question. So through our department, we administer 2 programs that are leveraged to attract federal resources. One is the low-income housing tax credit, the 9%. The other one is a 4% bond program. And so the minimum contribution from the city and we typically would call it a local government contribution, is $37,500. And so Royal Park applied for that $37,500 so they can go after the 4% in bond. Deer Creek, on the other hand, was going after the 9% tax credits. And so the minimum contribution for that, we also oftentimes call it a local government area of opportunity, was $460.
All right. Thank you for reminding us about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Corey. Just a really quick question, and I wanted to just say thank you to Commissioners Chestnut and Willett who covered a little bit of my question, but I wanted to take a little bit of a deeper dive because I see Mr. Folston back there. Do we have a consistent mechanism for engaging that office in how we pull in contractors? Because we have a lot of our local contractors that I'm sure are reaching out to a number of us. I know I've been reached out to by contractors. I'm sure Commissioner Chestnut has been reached out to. But I wonder if we have a consistent way, a built-in mechanism to ensure that we are taking an equitable approach to advertising. I'm glad to hear you have a mass solicitation that has gone out, but how is the Office of Equity and Inclusion included or worked into these solicitations?
So we've participated in a number of roundtables sponsored by the Equity and Inclusion Office. They've had a number of business matchmaker events. We've been participants in that as well. It is, and I can't speak to Zariah's end of it, but it's my understanding that as we're going through certain processes for bidding out, that sometimes those things are routed to the equity office. But again, that's more procurement in Zariah's shop, so I don't know whether he can speak to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming forward.
Soraya Folston, Director for the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Great question. And he hit on a few of them. They've been in partnership with us since the beginning of my time in the role. One of the things I had spoke to the commission about before taking the role is the need for more in-reach and outreach. In-reach being with our fellow collaborators here at the City of Gainesville. They've been a part of all of our events, matchmaker events, where they've been able to integrate themselves with the small business community, introduce themselves, and build relationships so that these people are in the pipeline for solicitations to help increase his pipeline. The other thing I would share with the commission is a couple months ago, you guys had talked about a checklist. And that checklist has been developed. It has been given out to staff. They're going to start utilizing that here in August. And on that checklist, you'll see for projects even that Mr. Harris has where they've been engaged in small business. And that checklist is going to incorporate all the projects that will be coming towards you, coming before you. So you'll be able to see it on a simple checklist where they've integrated with small business, how did they integrate with small businesses with any of their solicitation opportunities. So great question.
Thank you. Would you hold for right there, just because I'm curious, little detail about the checklist, and what I'd be very interested to see the actual checklist as soon as possible.
Perfect. I could email it to the commission after this meeting.
Thank you.
Yep.
Small businesses, what are the other categories?
Other categories for?
Meaning, are we reaching out specifically outside of small businesses? Are we looking at minority-owned businesses? Who else?
So small business for the City of Gainesville purposes includes minority-owned businesses, and it includes disabled service veterans businesses as well. So it includes all the small business. And remember, here in the City of Gainesville, that definition for us is small business that generate less than $5 million a year in revenues.
Okay. I don't want to put you on the spot too much here, Mr. Folston, because I'm a visual person anyway.
Yeah.
So once I see the checklist, I may have additional questions.
Absolutely.
I'm just curious as to how we're teasing this out to make sure that we are creating a process, or that we have a process where everyone can come to the table and have
Absolutely.
a fair shot at this.
Absolutely.
But thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's see, Commissioner Book.
Thank you, sir. So these are extremely meaningful programs for the end user. The person who benefits from these myriad of programs has significant accomplishments, whether it's to their housing or getting in housing, or improvements to their existing living conditions, which are really good. And whenever we see the quarterly update, I'm always looking at the tremendous amount of programs that we have here, and I struggle to differentiate between how one gets one particular funding stream or another, and that's in spite of all the backup and reading, because they're complex and it's a lot of information. Madam Manager, this may just be a suggestion to think about for future quarterly housing updates, which is, it would be really great to connect the end user to us, I think. And this is realizing that some people who benefit from these programs are not interested in any attention. So with that in mind, for example, we look at all these acronyms, CDBG and SHIP and HOME and GCRA, and they all have various different things that are done for the persons in their living conditions. But if there are users who have benefited that are willing to give us perhaps a 1-minute testimonial and say, you know, I got SHIP. You know, and then we say, well, what is SHIP? And we tell them, well, that's State Housing Initiatives. And we see up here, what happened to what did you benefit from via SHIP, and what did that do for you? I think that connects us in a different way and also helps the public understand what we're doing with all these affordable housing streams. So it may just be something to consider for future quarterly housing updates. And you pick the program and you pick the acronym on here, but we do have a lot of users that are benefiting, and to see them and see exactly what that meant for them, if they're interested, only if they're interested. This is not ever asking somebody to come forward. We don't do these things so that they can be in front and center. Community, you know, the community development block, the community land trust, home investment partnership, and all these programs that you have, Mr. Harris. That may be a way that makes it a little more concrete and finite for future Corey. These updates are fantastic, so this is not in a way of saying anything about them. It's a way of understanding the specific aspects of what we're doing with these various programs and what they mean in our community. So just a thought for your future quarterly updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. Can we go back to the current snapshot for unoccupied rehabilitation projects? And I jumping off of what Commissioner Book here said. Oh, that one. Okay. I also it's hard to kind of wrap your head around all these different programs and how they all fit together. But as you said, this is CDBG and our home, correct?
We use CDBG, home, as well as SHIP.
Okay.
For housing rehabilitation.
Okay.
So we cobble and leverage those various programs to be able to do the type of work that we do.
And as you said, the bulk of, I think it's CDBG and home is used for this owner-occupied rehabilitation.
Yes.
Which I kind of want to ask a couple of questions about. One, because, I mean, generally speaking, when we talk about trying to help low-income folks get into housing, we're usually talking about rentals just because they make, I think the Federal Reserve said they have, homeowners have 40 times the wealth of the average renter. And so when we're doing these things, I think it makes sense to hold people to a higher level of scrutiny. I mean, we're talking about giving a significant amount of just wealth and investment into something that's now that person personally has. So can you talk to me about what are the income limits for these programs, or like how do we ensure that if the government's going to be investing in someone's personal home that will then go to their bottom line and their wealth, like what kind of limits, and how do we ensure that people that are getting this money are really in need?
So with most of our programs, it's capped at 80% AMI, area median income. Mm-hmm. I can get you the chart here. I keep it ready because most times I get this question out in the community. But it's typically like one person making less than like $40,000. Mm-hmm. I can give you the exact number in just a moment, but that's typically what it is. And then it goes up as a household size increase. Also, we find that a lot of people that are coming for these type of services are typically at 50% or lower. Right. And so, oftentimes we have the conditions of these houses where you may have, a roof compromised, so there's leakage into the house. And so, again, oftentimes we're dealing with elderly. I can tell you the majority of our recipients are on the east side of Maine. And typically they are lower income than the 80% AMI. And so you'll see also in our LHAP, which governs how we invest our SHIP resources, we have so many for very low, extremely low, and also the low income. And so you're looking at 30%, 60%, and 80% AMI, but the cap is 80% AMI.
And so when you're coming in and you're doing these reviews of each one of the houses to see where what the need is, are you is it kind of a first come first serve type thing, or if you're doing something and there's your fourth one is you say, oh wow, this person is really in need, they have heart condition but they don't have they have a hole in their roof, like we need to move them up farther into the list. Is that part of the process, or is it just purely first come first serve?
It's typically first come first serve, but again, we have to prioritize how we spend down the resources. So if we submit in our LHAP that we're going to do one extremely low, and we hadn't reached that threshold, we got to then prioritize that extremely low so it can meet the requirements set forth in the local housing assistance plan.
Okay. Madam Manager.
If I might, Mr. Mayor, can I? As you were talking earlier and questions were being asked about a list of maybe pre-qualified contractors that could be on tap at the point that this program needs to use them, that is something that we can look at. I know it's done in other jurisdictions. It was done in Miami-Dade when I was doing housing there. But they're pre-qualified on the front end. When projects come up that need to utilize the program, they're already pre-qualified. They still have to be in a mini round of competition with those that are in that pre-qualified block. But they already have a group of pre-qualified companies that obviously can be worked through the small business office to make sure that, we're incorporating that as well. But we can have a pre-qualified grouping of folk on the front end that have already been vetted. And like I said, they would still have to compete based on the projects that come up. But we know what we're working with. And I also wanted to just reiterate on the housing advocate. That is a new position. It would be great if we could have more than that to work in that office, but it's a position that we didn't have. And when people would call the housing office for assistance, they were really and truly, it was not a coordinated response. Almost like customer service for somebody who calls in. It's a lot of different programs, CDBG, Home, Ship, a lot. That housing advocate is now the person that routes that person and stays with that person until their concern has been addressed. We were fortunate enough to be able to hire that person from one of the impacted employees on the list of employees who were being unfortunately impacted by the budget. And so we're pleased about that. We have a great person in that job, and that is a new position.
Very good. That's exciting news. That has definitely been a missing piece, so I think that will be helpful. All right. Who was that? It was you?
It's just one thing, and I was going to bring this up during the CDBG portion when we were discussing that, but whenever we bring that up, I do think that we need to start thinking about ensuring that as much of our funds as possible are trying to help low-income folks that are going into their rental properties. I was doing some research yesterday from the Federal Reserve that found that Gainesville, starting this year, the average home was $445,000. Your average home was. Now we're about halfway, a little over halfway through the year. That's $494,000 is the average home. So
average sale.
Average, I think it was listing price, I think is how the Federal Reserve.
Right, but not the average value of the average home in the community.
I think it's the average listing price, yes. That means $49,000 was how your home has increased, and the median income is $41,000. So if you're a homeowner, you sat in your home for the last 7 months, you have made more money than the average person who is working 40 hours a week in the city of Gainesville, and we're not even out of the way through the year. So I really want to help out. Corey, I sat down with you. We already talked about this at a meeting where I think you made a very good pitch as to why this is important for all the reasons that you discussed, how there are people that, whether they are sitting on land or not, they need to have the holes in their roof fixed. It is an issue of healthcare. It is issues like that. But trying to figure out how we can balance all of that out with ensuring that renters can have a safe place, and preservation of rental properties might be something worth looking into in the future. So
Very
thank
good.
you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. We have a couple more lights, and I would remind everyone that we're not finished with this presentation yet.
No.
So, all right. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of this we'll get out now. We'll have nothing else to say later. But this is
Sure
kind
we
of to Commissioner Eastman's. I think where he's partially getting at is, or rather, I won't speak for him. A lot of this owner-occupied rehab, though, it is keeping what either is now or in the future will be naturally occurring affordable housing in our stock. It's maintaining it. And so we've had some conversation about particularly on an environmental front, people talk about maintaining what you got because building a brand new home is energy intensive and all kinds of stuff goes into it, material. But this is part of the way we maintain that housing stock, and sometimes it may not be immediate because it's an owner occupied right now, but 5 years down the road, it's still there, and maybe that owner is no longer there, and then it becomes for a new owner or a new renter, it is still in our stock. And so I think part of when we go after this, when we look at this, it is maintaining some of our stock. It's just that stock is currently held by an owner occupied right now. But then we lament on the other end, there's not enough kind of naturally occurring affordable housing. Well, the way it stays in stock is you got to continue to do maintenance. They may not be able to afford, some people may not be able to afford that maintenance, we step in to some degree, rehabilitate, renovate, keep it in the stock so that it's not torn down next year. So it's there next year, and then a year after that, and a year after that. So I just wanted to come back to that point that this, it's really useful for keeping those homes in our stock. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think all of us were probably going to wait until the end of the presentation to speak, but Commissioner Book had us all jump in because we were all concerned about, I think, this particular slide. Then I want to thank you and the manager for the housing advocate. I think that's going to be very successful. But what I am particularly interested in, Mr. Mayor, and having the manager bring back a report on the pre-qualified contractors, because I think that's going to have a significant impact in moving this rehab list. Thank you.
To do it, and I think GRU, you may have a list of pre-qualified contractors to do certain things that come up there as well, so we're not.
So is that something that you need direction on, or can you just bring it back? Yeah, okay, good. All right, thank you. All right, no further lights?
All right. To address what's 80% AMI, again, I tell you, I could pull it up on my phone here. So 80% is one person making $48,550. That's considered low income. Very low is one person household making $30,350. Extremely low is one person making $18,200.
Can you email that to us?
Yes.
Just so
Yes, sir.
That is really helpful, because I know I end up every time I need to find the figure, I end up Googling it, and it isn't always the same information. So if we can have a standard that we're all working from, that would be useful. Thank you.
Yes. I think I'm just about done. Oh, the interagency housing coordination. We've been meeting on a regular basis with the county housing staff. Those meetings, I think, have been fruitful, and that we're seeing kind of the strategic direction that both entities are going in. One of the main things that we identified is having a joint AHAC meeting. That is on the schedule now for August 16th, which is 2 weeks from now, maybe, Wednesday the 16th. So again, looking forward to having that meeting. It's going to be over in the county's building, and we'll probably kind of rotate as we meet regularly. So it's going to be a joint AHAC meeting. And so we're really fortunate about that. And we're also looking at how do we produce what has been requested of the two housing staffs at the next city-county meeting as well. So again, I want to thank you guys. Want to say something to OEI. We were extremely fortunate that one of the connections that we made at the last business roundtable that I wanted to mention, and again, kudos to Zariah and his team. We now have a minority woman veteran that's now a part of our process as a result of that, and we met her at the business roundtable. So wanted to speak to that as well. So again, thank you guys.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? Okay, and we don't need to take action on this. This is an update. But if we have anyone from the community who wants to speak, this is the opportunity.
We do not have anyone signed up to speak.
All right, next item, then, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Harris, much appreciated.
All right, our next item is the Gainesville Housing Authority progress update with the recommendation that the City Commission hear a presentation and take action deemed appropriate.
Welcome, Ms. Davis.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having us to update the Commission on what has happened with the Gainesville Housing Authority since we met in April, and we're really excited. And first, we want to thank the city staff for working with us on the planning grant that we all agreed to go after. We were successful in getting that application in, and I just want to take a moment to thank the staff because they were very helpful with us, and we believe we have a good application in and that we're going to see some traction from that. I also want to recognize our Commissioner, Ralph Hilliard, who is here with us today. We wanted to give you an update on the Gainesville Housing Authority, what is happening, where we're going, and what we're doing. Is this for me? Let's make sure I can do this. There we go. The Gainesville Housing Authority has 4 AMPs, and in those 4 AMPs, we have about 7 properties. If you take a look at the slide, you will see that our youngest property is one that we redeveloped 3 years ago, which is Sweetwater's Preserve. Our other properties are between 53 and 55 years old. So that tells you the age of our housing stock. When we look at our housing stock, we also look at design deficiency, environmental deficiency, structural, mechanical deficiencies that might be happening with our property because of its age. GHA receives operating subsidies from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. With those subsidies, we also get rent. We have here in the slide for you what our annual income is from HUD along with the rents the residents pay. So you can have a clear indication of what we're working with at the Housing Authority. AMP 1 happens to be, to give you an example, Woodland Park and Eastwood Meadows. If you can see, per unit, we receive $645 in subsidy from HUD. That's per unit, not by bedroom size. Some of these are very large units, and we're getting $645. Our average rent from our residents is $260. So you can clearly see the budget that the Housing Authority received. That is rents and subsidy that we are receiving to manage our property. In the last 2 years, we wanted to show you that we've received over 4,050 work orders from our residents that we need to address. And we're very proud to say that of those, we completed most of the work orders. Only 1% were incomplete over that time. In 2022-23, we received 4,457 work orders, of which only 111 were incomplete, and that's 3%.
So is it 3% or 0.03%?
Fraction. I'm sorry. The materials and contract costs over the last 2 years. In 2022, we spent $1,174,000 just on materials and contracts to upkeep our units. In 2022, you see a slight increase. It's $1.4 million in addressing our day-to-day maintenance in our units. So in saying that, when we came to the commission in April, we understood that there was a need for a partnership with the city of Gainesville, especially since when you see what we bring in from the federal government, they realize that the public housing model does not work. And that's why they're moving away from it. There are millions and billions of dollars in backlog in work modernization needed because of this formula that we have for public housing. What we told the commission is that the Gainesville Housing Authority wanted to be impactful on how we address our housing stock. So what we decided to do was to take a look at one of our smaller properties and to concentrate on that, and that's Caroline Manor, where we have 28 units. We are currently working on a $1.1 million contract on the exterior for Caroline Manor. New roof, exterior painting, security doors, and HVAC units for a unit, exterior doors, concrete work repair, and landscaping. We are hoping that that project will be complete in the next 30 days. But while we're completing that project and it is working, we have on the streets right now an RFP to do the interior work at Caroline Manor. So here are some pictures of what's going on currently in Caroline Manor. You can see that we have some new HVAC system, new hot water heaters going in, new roofing, the painting of the exterior, and the demo and the fencing work that is going on. We have the RFP that is on the street. The bids will be due in next week. We're excited about that. They're due in the 16th. And that's to do the cabinet works in the kitchens and the bathrooms, interior painting for each of the unit, put in some LED lighting, putting in some insulation upgrades, some plumbing, and giving them some new appliances. We currently have offline 4 units in our portfolio. That's 2026 University Drive, that's units 40 and 41, 21 and 22. We have 1 unit in Lake Terrace, and we have 1 in Forest Pines. These units have been approved for us to go and ask HUD, can we demo dispo because of the structural damage? And Malcolm is going to give you an update on that as well.
Malcolm Kiner, GHA staff, Mr. Mayor, commissioners. So again, here to update you all on the progress of things going on at the Housing Authority. I understand that there was a photo shown of our properties on last week, and we appreciate that because we want everyone to know what we are doing to try to fix these issues. So as Ms. Pam said, we have 4, and that's a key word in the discussion is when we say offline. So there's permanent offline units, which are the units that Pam discussed, these 4 units. And then we have some short-term vacancies and long-term vacancies. Those are units, say someone moves out, the unit could have been left in rough condition. We have to get a contractor to come out, make some repairs. And then there are other units that people leave, and it's just like any student apartment when they go through turn, and we have to turn a unit. And we have an internal turn team. Commissioner Willits was able to give a tour of Woodland Park some months ago, and he took a look at an older unit. Woodland Park is 50 plus years old, that our internal team had turned. And, you know, we have our maintenance managers here to give them some kudos and some props on the work that their team does. But 40 and 41, the only reason that my picture looks a little bit better is because our landscape team was able to cut the grass before I was out there earlier in the week. But this unit, as you can see, the brick fascia is coming off. There was unfortunately, a law enforcement SWAT interaction on this property in 2019, and that led to some devices being used that basically blew up a portion of the apartment, making structural damage to the apartment. The issue with the apartment, again, and I'll get into it as I continue my presentation, is we want to redevelop these properties. These properties are 50 plus years old. We think our residents deserve upgraded new accommodations. But unfortunately, there are only about 3 tools in the toolbox: 9% tax credits, the 4% tax credits, as well as the Choice Neighborhood Grant, which we are applying for, that I'll get into. But as you can see, this unit, roughly based on the cost estimates we received at the time, would cost us in the neighborhood of $200,000 to repair. That's just not a wise business decision for the Housing Authority. So, thusly, we're going through the process to demolish this unit. Now, HUD is HUD. It's the federal government. So in order for us to demolish a unit, whether I want to demolish one apartment or I want to demolish this entire development, I have to go through the same process. And it takes months on months and up to years. So that's 4041. That's its story. And again, we're not, we want to get this unit demoed, so at least that eyesore isn't there. But because of the condition, it's not safe and reasonable for us to put a client inside of that unit. 21 and 22, this unit has structural damage. Basically because of its age and because of water. Water, I've learned so much about water and the power that water has, especially in an older unit over time. But basically the foundation, the back slab, and the wall, they're crawling away from each other. This unit's not safe. our board has allowed us to move forward with the demolition application, as Ms. Pam discussed. And again, these are just some examples. So we do what's called a P&A reports. We hire an architect or an engineer to come out and take a look at the condition of our units to determine what the probable cost is for maintenance over a span, 5 years or 10 years. That allows us to then go to HUD to determine whether or not we can demolish a property or we can keep it and bring it online. So as I continue to move forward, Woodland Park, Phase 2, we talk about our partnerships, and we're thankful for the city and the partnerships that we have with the city. Phase 1 is the Grove at Sweetwater Preserve. That was a 9% tax credit, I believe, as well as sale. I mean, I think they used every tool in the toolbox to get that development done. It was completed in 2020, 96 brand new units with all modern accommodations, clubhouse, computer lab, and that's our goal for the next phase. So segue into being, again, thankful to the board for the approval of the ARPA funding. Our sale application with the Florida Housing Department is actually due today at 3 p.m. If we are successful with the sale, as well as the county's bond funding, that will allow us to bring 144 new units onto Woodland Park, and we'll be done with Woodland Park. I won't be asking you all for any more money for Woodland Park. We'll be under construction, a roughly $40 million project. And again, unfortunately, these things just take time. Oak Park and Sunshine Park, and again, the first slide, Ms. Pam, the way our business works, we break things into AMP. So these are our elderly senior properties. Oak Park is the high-rise, just a block off of 8th Avenue and Main Street. And Sunshine Park is an elderly senior community, a great, phenomenal community, great residents, located in the area behind Florida Pest Control. Well, Mr. Oak Park is 50-plus years old and has great bones. But Mr. Oak Park has plumbing issues.
Mr. Conner, you're going to have to be easier on that 50-plus thing.
You know, someone else told me that yesterday at the AHAG meeting, or a couple of days ago at the AHAG meeting. But, and again, I'm not an expert, but Oak Park, when it was installed, was thin wall copper piping that was installed in the mid to late 60s. And this piping is getting little bitty pinholes. And every other week, every other day, every other month, we have an issue that we have to resolve. And in order to keep our units up to our inspection standards, that's why you see that we're spending $1.4 and $1.2 million to hire contractors to bring them in and keep this online. So you will be hearing back from us probably at our next update. We're either going to pursue a couple tools in the HUD toolbox, RAD, 4% tax credits to do a major renovation of Oak Park, as well as some improvements at Sunshine, but we've done some work at Sunshine already. On to other partnerships that we have with the city. We're thankful for the opportunities we've had through our nonprofit affiliate, GHDMC, to work on projects like the ADU property you see here off of Northeast 25th Street. We plan to bid that out any day now. The architect is finalizing our 100% construction documents. We've received home and CDBG dollars for this project, $91,000 in 2023. We currently have an application in that I believe is coming to you all for approval for additional funding for this project. At Pine Meadows, we are repurposing an old daycare center into a job training center that will focus on apartment trades, just like the gentleman from the airport and I think every other business. It's very hard for us to find folks and to find folks that are trained and able to function for us at a high level. So one way to resolve that is for us to train our own residents, to be employability, allow them to earn a living wage. When we have our, I guess it would be groundbreaking ceremony, you all will be invited to come out. But again, this is another roughly $1.2 million project that we will have out on the streets here very soon. And we received the first segment of ARPA funding that you all had, the Community Foundation administer. We received $19,000 for that project, and we're thankful for that. Lastly, or almost close to last, the choice neighborhood. So I provided you with the FAQ sheet. We all got together, I believe it was April 4th, with the joint city council, GHA meeting. It just so happened on April 4th that the NOFA, HUD released a NOFA for the neighborhood, and I shared this with you all as well as our board, and you all voted unanimously for us to pursue it. I didn't think you guys were going to vote for us to pursue it, considering it was going to take us a very short amount of time to get the application in. I want to thank city staff, Andrew, Corey, Carissa, really thank Carissa. She was the lead on this application. We did it. We got it together. Our board gave us that charge. We hired a consultant out of Chicago. The company's name is Collabo. Adam has been successful with his last 4 applications for Choice Neighborhood. Adam came, we met virtually. We put together steering committee meetings. So far, we have over 20 or close to 20 community partnerships that we've put together. Adam is coming down the week of August 28th. I will be getting that out to you all. It'll be a publicly noticed meeting to tour the community and to get the process started. On top of that, our board was so eager to work on how we can redevelop Pine Meadows and Lake Terrace and also serve the East University Avenue corridor. They asked us to hire Adam to bring him in to start the community engagement process. So we won't find out about if we won the grant until either December or January, but we're going to start the engagement process now. So Adam is coming down again the week of August 28th. We haven't finalized those actual meetings to meet the stakeholders, get on the ground, walk to public housing, meet our residents, and meet the broader community. Also want to thank your GIS specialist. He helped us work with the HUD mapping tool to develop the map. The reason for the boundaries, and I can get into this or answer any questions about it, is because the way HUD is going to score the application is based on key points: the poverty rate, the vacancy rate, and some other issues. And of the 5 maps that he developed, this map gave us the possibility for the most points. And again, we want to get the most points to make our application more competitive. It is my understanding that once we receive the grant, and we're going to speak it into existence, once we receive it, HUD will send a representative, and it may allow us to expand those boundaries, because this actually cuts out a property that we have in the Duval neighborhood, Forest Pines. But for the sake and the purpose of our application, this is what we went with, and we think it gives us the greatest opportunity to be successful with the planning grant. What's critical for those watching at home is this is still going to take us some time. The planning grant, if successful, is a 24-month in-depth dive within the community. Of the $500,000 that we would receive, $150,000 would be dedicated to what's called an early implementation project. So in other communities, that has been facade grant, community garden, any number of things. We are going to work with our residents and the neighborhood to determine what that need is. The remainder of the money allows us to hire the consultants, the architects, the engineers to take a look at the community. Now, if successful, we would then apply for the implementation grant. The implementation grant is the real money. That's $30 to $50 million that we would utilize to redevelop our Pine Meadows and Lake Terrace, the photos that I showed you earlier. So that would allow us to likely demo those properties. HUD wants us to come back 1 for 1, as well as with additional units, which could be a mix. We don't know. That's why we're going to allow the community to help us plan and figure out what we're doing. But again, about a 4 to 5 year process, but we've started the process. So, and I'll wrap up with Sweetwater. Again, a public-private partnership that was brought to our attention by city staff. They reached out, said there was a developer coming, maybe interested in working with us. We'd never done it before. The developer had never done it before. We signed an MOU. That MOU was codified in your zoning to put 15 affordable units within this development. Sweetwater's aim is to be open on August 18th. They haven't announced any ribbon cutting or any event like that. They said something is coming, but we reached out to our waiting list, and this is going to be our voucher participants, and we have 3 families that have signed leases and are planning to move in on August 19th. So we're excited about that. We're learning throughout this process. We have another development that should be coming on next year, and we hope to have worked out all the kinks by the time that development comes online. But we do appreciate the partnerships. We do appreciate working with the city and working with city staff, and I believe that wraps up our update. So we can answer any questions you have.
Very good. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kreiner, about the Sweetwater, I'm going to say something that is crazy and is probably not possible, but we have 3 families for the 15
Correct.
available. We're talking about August 18th. Close by there is a new apartment complex that is behind schedule in opening, Euphoria. And from what I understand, they are giving their residents students who need to be on campus very soon, they're going to be giving them $600 per week to go find other housing if they elect that or go to certain hotels that have been approved. It's a bit of a mess and disaster for them individually. And the only thing I can think is there's additional 12 units. If even for a couple weeks, I wish GHA could be receiving $600 a week to house some students.
Oh, we wish that
Per student. I mean, that's, so when you talk about a 2-unit,
You saw our rents. We definitely-
$1,200, that's $4,800 a month. And if somehow that could go to you to just for the 6 weeks until the apartment complex is due or whatever, just suddenly dawned on me. I've been hearing about the U4 and its own issue. And I should have realized this was coming on, and I saw that August 18th, there are going to be, I think, hundreds of students still looking for housing on August 18th, and I don't know that it's possible, but in my dream world, even temporarily, y'all could get some of that, go back into the coffers to help, but that's probably not possible, is it? With the structure of the agreement?
No,
with Lincoln
it's not
Ventures?
possible. We have to follow HUD guidelines and waiting lists, things of that nature. But again, I believe probably the same headline in the Gainesville Sun, and I was early in the morning. I was like, nope, that's not our development. I just saw University Avenue. But right now, we're still online to open on the 18th. They're out there working. I hope they make it. But our folks have signed leases. We brought folks in from our waiting list, interviewed them. We had many families that were interested in it. But again, and that's what's important about housing in general. Although there's a tremendous need for affordable housing, folks are still individuals. They want to choose where they want to live. So our goal is to provide as broad a spectrum. I had families that came in and said, man, it looks really, really cool. And I mean, if you get a chance to go to their website, it's going to be phenomenal. But they said it'll be too much going on for me. And, we respect that. I'd rather stay where I am. But we're providing that opportunity to our voucher participants that fall within that 30% to or 50% to 80% AMI.
Well, keep us updated on that, because it was a somewhat innovative approach, and some people think that people won't move there, but I'm sure people eventually will. They will trickle in and then discover they like living there. So please keep us updated on how that effort pans out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Thank you, Mr. Kreiner. And thank you to the staff and thank you so much, Mr. Hilliard. Thank you all for being here today. I appreciate this presentation. I did show a picture a few days ago because, as I often do, I rode through the community and was concerned. And I came back to my colleagues to talk about how it is so critical and crucial for us to try to find ways to preserve existing housing. So I'm glad to hear from you today. I want to ask you a couple of questions. I did ask at our joint meeting the last time for a report that I did not get. I actually had to get it myself. I distributed it amongst my colleagues here at the dais. That's not going to be my point right now, but my question actually is, this gave us a brief overview of what some of your goals are, but is there a capital plan? Because I'll be really transparent with you. When I ride through, and yes, these properties are 50 years old. They're older than me. They've been in a community where I grew up, and I remember being a child riding past them. They look the same and are the same as they've been for a very long time. My question is, aside from these slides, is there a capital plan, meaning a of all of these aging and aged units and complexes? What are we forecasting? I hear you today, but the reason that I'm asking for a plan or asking if you have one is, for me, it's important for me to see what your goals are. Because I'd like to be able to advocate, I'd like to be able to come back to my colleagues with ideas, I'd like to be able to help craft or shape policy. But if I can't see that there is a vision there, then you leave me with some questions. Is there a capital plan?
There is a capital plan.
Okay.
The problem that we have, as you know, as Malcolm stated, there is only 3 resources that's available for redevelopment.
Where is
And our
it?
plan is redevelopment for most of
okay.
our properties. We have engaged a architect to do a physical needs assessment on all of our properties. And that physical needs assessment tell us what in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, what are the capital improvements needed for these properties. Malcolm spoke about one problem we're having at Oak Park. There are design deficiencies, there are systems, mechanical and structural issues that we're dealing with at our properties. Like you said, we would like to sustain these units, but redevelopment really is our best tool. When you look at the total development costs to rehab, it's just not feasible. Most of our properties need to be totally redeveloped, which means, demo, dispo, and redevelop those. We believe that Oak Park and Sunshine Park can have modernization done to it. And we're looking at a tool that HUD has come up with, which is called RAD. It's the Rental Assistant Demonstration Program to remodel and modernize Sunshine Park and Oak Park. The Housing Authority has already put almost $1 million into Sunshine Park, just dealing with the exterior in the last 2 years. So we haven't even gotten into the interior. But what our board and what we're looking at is long-term sustainability. Because as you stated, nobody else is building extreme public housing because it doesn't work. And most developers don't even look at the extremely low. So the Housing Authority really is the only game in town for our extremely low residents. We are. And why HUD is pushing more toward housing choice voucher or the Section 8 is because that model provides enough rent to help you to maintain these units, or also allow you to do what they call mixed income. When we look at Choice Neighborhood, which 2 of our properties are located in, and as Malcolm stated, there is a 3rd property in Duval, I'm sure you're familiar with Forest Pine, that we wanted to get in there. But if we would have put it in there at this time, the application would not work. We would not get the most points. But what he's assuring us is that we will be able to, if we're successful, to pull Duval in. And so that's the 3 major properties, because we've been before you on Woodland Park for the last 3 years. So Woodland Park is pretty much taken care of. We're dealing with Caroline Manor now. And we are working with Oak Park and Sunshine for RAD and 4% tax credit. So we do have redevelopment as a part of our capital improvement for our properties.
Where is the plan? Can you send us a copy of that?
We can send you the list. We don't have the plan itself. What we have done is we've started the engagement process, and because we need to get community input, as the process continue, we can give you that plan.
Okay. Thank you. So you said there's an RFP that's out on the street for the interior. Where is that? I see that you have an RFP that's out on your site, but I don't see that on your site. So where can people find that?
Old Construction. We have commissioned Old Construction as our construction manager, and they're handling all of the bidding process for it, and it's on their website.
Okay. How do you determine what goes on your site? Because I see you have an RFP out for marketing services here.
Yes. If we're bidding the job ourselves, it'll be on our website.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And we also use Demand Star. All of our bids go out on Demand Star.
Okay. Okay. Do you get funding, or are you partnering with the county in any way?
Not now. We have partnered with the county in the past for the TRIO If you are familiar with the TRIO, we received $50,000 from the county to help us to build the manufactured homes there for one unit, and we received another $50,000 for another unit. So we received a total of $100,000 from the county for those two units.
Be applying to the county for bonds for Woodland Park.
Mm-hmm.
For that 144 units, to finish the Woodland Park development.
Mm-hmm. So like you came to us to ask us to be partners, are you gonna go to the county and ask them to partner with you?
We have met with the county. I have met with the county commissioners on occasion to give them an update of where we are. We partner with the city because we're a city housing authority. We take advantage of any funding source, any resources that the community has to offer to help us upgrade our properties. We have not asked, but we will ask for an official relationship if the city believes that that's a direction we should go.
Okay. One of my concerns is we've had a lot of conversations about intergenerational wealth and how that gets built and how home ownership is a big part of that. But in this scenario, the unfortunate situation is there's a lot of intergenerational poverty.
Yes.
And one of my concerns is, as I mentioned before, how we are working with residents to try to stem that. And I've heard about some of your programs, and I appreciate that. I'm very curious about the data that you're collecting, how you collect it, how it gets used. I had a conversation, Mr. Mayor, I believe you'll remember you and I had a sunshine meeting a while back, and I brought up the idea of perhaps us working with the Gainesville Housing Authority, because most of your properties are in District 1. Most of them are. And so since these are my constituents and people that I represent and people that are expecting me to help, I want to know what the forecast for them looks like. Meaning, how are you collecting data to move us from generational poverty into a much better outcome? I'm concerned about outcomes. Can you speak to the data sets that you're collecting, where we can find that, how you're utilizing that? Okay.
The Gainesville Housing Authority about 4 years ago received $4.3 million from HUD for our Job Plus program. This program was specifically for AMP3, which is Pine Meadows, Lake Terrace, Caroline Manors, and Forest Pines. This grant will allow our residents to go to work and not have their rent increase for up to 4 years. HUD provided us with a spreadsheet that we use to track the success of that program. Residents could apply for what they call JPEID, that's the Job Plus Earned Income Disallowance. And this disallowance was not by per household, but per individual in the household. Anybody 18 years and older could come to the Housing Authority and apply to participate, which means you can work as much as you want. We established your base rent, and your rent would not increase for up to 4 years. You can get as many promotions, you can get as many jobs as you wanted. The Housing Authority, our residents have about $299,000 in earned income disallowance currently. So that means that those are rents they should have paid an increase in, but they didn't have to because they got jobs and they were out working. So that's one of the data that we can use. Our engagement, the sign-in sheets would be another way you can see how they participate. We have a list of all of the activities that we provided our residents, from everything from financial literacy, budgeting, how to, our partnerships with Santa Fe to make sure that we can assess them and see what their job skills are and where they have an opportunity to improve those skills. The case management, we have pre and post testing. We have the results that we submit to HUD, which are quarterly reports that we can share with you that shows the outcomes of that program.
As well as to speak to that, to speak to the future, that's why I identified the Job Training Center. So in the HUD world, it's a term, Section 3. What Section 3 is a requirement on HUD that anytime Housing Authority does a project or certain types of projects, the city as well, types of projects that our low-income individuals are given an opportunity to work or be provided assistance. It also speaks to the broader community around it. So with that Job Training Center, when we bring these training opportunities for the apartment industry, whether it's general maintenance, leasing agent, any of those necessary specialties, as well as it being a flexible space, we're also hopeful that that is a part of our future in terms of getting people up and out. It's about self-sufficiency. So Ms. Pam can speak to that, but that's what our resident services department does on a daily basis.
And the wonderful thing about Section 3 is that it wouldn't be limited just to our resident. It would be for anybody in our greater community that meets the Section 3 guidelines. So we're excited about the training center because it would be made available to others in our community, not just our public housing.
And our board, I'll just chime in, and again, we kind of have our mind focused on public housing, and Ralph just made an announcement, and we need to announce, I think the mayor knows, but we're having a graduation ceremony on August 12th to celebrate individuals who were on our voucher program that have graduated, that have moved up and on, no longer receive a subsidy, no longer receive a voucher, living on their own, taking care of their own bills with no subsidy. So it's ongoing. It's been going on. We invite any of you all to attend. It'll be at the Cotton Club on Saturday, August 12th at 5:30 p.m. I believe you should have received an invitation, but again, thank you, Ralph. So it's ongoing. That is our goal, is self-sufficiency.
And I think another way that we measure our success, over the years, the Housing Authority has hired a number of residents trying to encourage that our residents have economic opportunity and ability to build wealth as well. We've had several residents who have gotten a job or opened their own business because of our programs and our services. We have two that I think of, one right now who have moved out, they've purchased a home, they're still running their business. We have one business, the young man and his wife, they have earned almost $1 million off the Housing Authority alone. Through contracts with the Housing Authority. So that's other data that we can provide to you all to show our commitment to our residents achieving self-sufficiency and providing them with opportunities to gain economic wealth. And hopefully, break that cycle of poverty. Absolutely, because that's important.
Thank you. I have some other thoughts. I want to kind of conclude and let my colleagues have some things to say. I appreciate that. I'm interested in receiving that data. Mr. Mayor, what I probably am going to, what I'd like to see is something that is kind of consistent that we are able to see on a regular basis. So if I want to go to your website, or if it is a report that you can generate to us every quarter or every 6 months, because I'm interested in seeing the improvement, or I'm interested in seeing the progress over time. I'm also interested in knowing more about the crime rates and how you are addressing that, how you are working on that. So there are a number of points, I think, that I'm interested in that perhaps to the extent that And I'm going to think a little bit more about it, but perhaps we can ask staff to help in arriving at some of these data sets, because like I said, for me, as a commissioner and as a quote-unquote daughter of District 1, being able to see my constituents move forward is definitely a goal of mine, as I know it's a goal of yours. But if we can partner with you in any way to help move that along, that is something that I'm really interested in doing.
Well, thank you very much.
And also, from the extent that we are going to provide any resources, we're interested in, or at least I'm interested in, receiving some reports about what it is, what's happening there. Because the buildings are just one piece of this.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
The Housing Authority wholeheartedly believes that our goal is to provide self-sufficiency opportunities for our residents. I think every 6 months will work. When you all decide what it is that you're looking for, I know we can get those reports from the police department. And so we should have no problem providing that to you.
And also to the point of, again, we have the partnership, to the point of the Choice Neighborhood Grant. This is your district. This is a neighborhood project in your district. Every meeting will be public notice, so commissioners and our board can attend, so you can be a part of that process. So you can hear directly from the residents as well as the neighbors on what it is that they want to see for the future of that particular project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I really appreciate this update, also directors, and it's one that I have a lot of interest in also. You can always tell, obviously, what has specific interest to those of us sitting up here and where our passions and most interest and knowledge lie. Many years ago, I supervised some public safety services that were directly in a central partnership at that time, a funding partnership with Gainesville Housing Authority a number of years ago. I have a few questions, and they're really not related. They're fairly easy questions, so I'll try and be concise. And then if anyone up here wants to jump in and interrupt me on those, do, so that I don't take up too much time. The first one just deals with what should be a simple question. AMP 1, 2, 3, and 4, I understand you have holdings that you do. I don't understand what that even means.
It's the way that HUD funds our property by AMPs. So all of our properties are divided by AMPs. Woodland Park and Eastwood is AMP 1, which is asset management property.
Thank you.
That's what it stands for. And 2 is Oak Park and Sunshine. 3 is Pine Meadows, Lake Terrace, Caroline Manor, and Forest Pines. And then when we established Sweetwater, the Grove at Sweetwater Preserve, it became AMP 4.
All right, well, so asset management property and
Yes.
different funding comes through federal streams.
Yes.
And then
Our-
deals with these.
Our public housing, that's how they fund it, through what they call an AMP.
All right, Sweetwater is so interesting. Good job connecting the dots, Commissioner Willits. I was looking, and we obviously have a property that you may want to be checking. I know that I've driven by it a lot, and it's unique because it's right there near 13th Street and University, so it's right next to the university, basically. This Lincoln Ventures property, and it's big.
It is.
And August 18th is 15 days away. You have 3 residents that you're thinking are going to be housed there.
They already signed their lease. They're going in.
You may want to do your diligence with Lincoln Ventures on behalf of the families and take a look and see if August 18th is a realistic shot. I don't know building. I know when I can look at something from the external, I drive by it every day. So you may just want to look at that. But
I feel the same way, but I actually was in communication with them this morning via email, and it seems as though that's still their time frame. So
15 days. So that's just on behalf of the families. And so when Commissioner Willits was kind of making again, to connect the dots with another big development going on that is not going to be on time, and we've all gotten emails about that. That was a really good potential reach out. I was thinking very similar in that I'm looking, and I don't know if there's a nexus, but we have this we were just talking about a wait list, and you all were here, for people for various services. Now, I don't know if any of those need current services with our neighborhood advocacy area that might displace them from their home. But if in fact that was the case, we have units in Gainesville Housing Authority, you have units, and these might be examples that might allow us to move. And again, it's a connect the dots type event that allows us to look and see who are those people and do they potentially need housing that we could provide. This might be an example, while they deal with that waitlisted 100 applicants for various services. That's not a comment, that's just attempting to connect the dots. Mr. Conner, you're welcome to comment. This is just trying to look at these various things that we see in services and wonder if that might be an aspect for some of the families that we have on a city side that could benefit on the the Gainesville Housing Authority side. So you're welcome to comment, but I was thinking dots just like Commissioner Willits, and I didn't even think about this other development behind him, so.
No, again, Mr. Mayor, I was able to had the pleasure of meeting the new advocate on Tuesday, so I plan to meet with him to figure out how we could work with him in his new position.
When we met, I know that we had some individual meetings in March, and then we had our city commission and Gainesville Housing Authority meeting in April. A couple of my notes was that you were looking to increase the housing the housing opportunity by essentially net 500 units. So I was looking at my notes, and you had basically done, I'm not sure the time frame, roughly half. You'd made about half of that. Does that sound accurate at the moment as far as your progress?
Yes.
The,
And I want to also say that from January of this year until today's date, the Housing Authority has housed 195 new families through either our public housing or our Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Just so Woodland Park, which is beautiful. Woodland Park, the first phase redevelopment. You said I think it was 96 units. Was that completely 96 replacement, or was that something there where we increased our net there for at least a phase one?
We demoed 91 and came back with 96.
Very close. So we got five additional. And then on the Woodland Park phase two, which obviously you funded on our ARPA funds. I think that you said 79. Is that similar numbers?
Yeah, we will demo 79 and come back with 144.
Okay. Oh, that's good.
If we
That's good.
yes.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So I was curious what the numbers were as that goes up. And then, how many lights you got there, Mr. Mayor? I want to make sure I want to be quick. All right. I don't want to. The training center, 2626 East, out of Lake Road. Remind me, what's the timeline for that?
So currently, we've received some things haven't been going as fast as we all know. Our contractors are busy. So our architect, we should be close to having 100% construction documents, hopefully by the end of the month. If all goes well, we'll get that on the street in September.
Well, I thank you, and I'll just finish by saying congratulations on the partnership on the choice funding and planning, which we did talk quite a bit about in April. The fact that you got that is good, and hopefully then planning moves into your next phase. I hope it doesn't involve ask for additional funding sources from us. As you move forward, you're going to have to look for other places. This is my initial thoughts there, since we have a lot of budgetary constraints and we're already providing a lot of monies there. But I do think it's terrific that you got that particular grant. So
well, we haven't gotten the grant. We submitted the application. I want to make sure that we have submitted the application. Our board is committed to the charge. What they have instructed us to do is to go ahead with the planning and engagement process to ensure that we can move forward. Because what we're looking at, to Commissioner Duncan Walker's point, is that we have to get these properties done. So if it's not through the planning grant, we're gonna have to look for other opportunities. And so we're making sure to move forward and to get the process started.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Just FYI, we have multiple lights here, so this is going to go a little bit longer. And we're going to go ahead and move item number 4, the Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan, to the afternoon session. move that on forward. All right, Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I see that we're at noon right now, so I'll try to make my comments brief. First of all, just thank you guys for presenting to us. Thank you guys for everything that you all do. I know that it's easy to get wrapped up in some of the red tape and the funding issues and all of that, but I mean, there's nothing more important that we can do for folks than to make sure that they have a safe place to live that's at an affordable rate. It's really, I think, I mean, you're doing the Lord's work, making sure that people have a place to live, and just appreciate everything that you guys do. You guys talked a lot about the capital projects and everything for your physical locations, which makes sense. I'd imagine that's where you spend a lot of your time, but you've touched on vouchers a little bit. What would you say is the mix of people that you've housed via your housing choice vouchers as compared to people that are in your public housing units?
Well, I just mentioned that we housed 195 new families from January to now. 100 of those are our housing choice voucher program, and 95 was through our public housing program. We have been able to do a little bit more through the voucher program because of some of the special funding that was made available during COVID. The emergency housing voucher, the stability grant, where we work with other partners in the community. We get our referrals from that program from people like oh my goodness, I can't even think today, from Partnership for Strong Family, from Grace Marketplace. For VASH, it's the Honor Center. So those vouchers are specifically for a certain population, and we're excited to be able to bring those vouchers to our community.
Yeah.
And as well as you know, for the first time, the Housing Authority went out this year for some project-based vouchers where we're partnered with some management companies in the area. And to date, we have 3. We have Eden Park, Horizon, and Deer Creek that we're working on currently. And we have another RFP that's currently on the street. And I believe it is due in the next day or 2. And so hopefully we'll get some traction from that as well.
And I agree with you that I think it's important to have a mix of, well, the vouchers are important so that people can have that flexibility for where they can live.
The flexibility in that model have shown to work better than the public housing model because it's enough funding there where you don't have the deferred maintenance.
Right. I was curious, we just learned at our last meeting about how voucher, that previously we had a rule, or we probably still do on the books currently, about that you cannot discriminate based on source of income, which would be, of course, vouchers. I think they work well so long as there's not certain landlords who have determined this is now a Section 8 apartment, as it had been for years, versus you have the true flexibility to live wherever you want, to, no matter whether the landlord has an issue with Section 8 housing vouchers, things like that.
It's still very challenging for many of our residents or program participants to find housing. Many of our applicants are extremely low. So even with the voucher, we have to make sure that the unit is affordable. Mm-hmm. So although the landlord might have a 2-bedroom unit for $1,400, I could have a program participant who have a 2-bedroom voucher who can't afford that unit because they can only pay up to 40% of their income for rent. So it's a very tricky program, and everybody want to make it simple, but it's not. It's very challenging when you have extremely low-income families that don't have a lot of income because the rents in Gainesville are so expensive.
Have you seen discrimination based on source of income, even with our old policy in place?
I have not, but we have gotten some calls, and we always direct them back to the city or to the county to address that issue for them. And I know that, and we make contact and make sure that landlords are aware by getting the county staff to participate in our briefings as it relates to that new ordinance. So we're excited about it.
Thank
Absolutely.
You. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Becca Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Eastman, to the discussion about the vouchers, my grandfather has a few properties, and all of them are on those programs. because we understand the challenges that families face. One of those properties is in Azalea Trails and could really generate a decent amount of money for him, market rate. But he's made the choice to provide affordable housing to some of those who need it the most. Another is in another area of southeast Gainesville, and one another place, one tenant, we get about $700 from. And so when you have the opportunity or when you can do good, it's good to be able to do good, right? But I will tell you that it also comes at a cost. At the end of the day, those programs, one of those individuals, we are on your HUD VASH. We have a HUD VASH recipient, and it's really great to be able to assist her and her young son. I wanted to kind of circle back. I heard Mr. Kiner mention that you have limited tools that you can use, and I get that. I wonder though, Mr. Kiner, how creative, is there any room to be creative? Meaning, how can we leverage, if at all, any existing resources, meaning local developers, to assist in rehab, development of existing properties? Is that something that is possible?
So, and again, and Ms. Pam can speak to it, I don't think that the challenge is not finding developers or working with developers, whether they be local or not local. The challenge is the funding.
I get it.
No matter what, it has to be paid for. And based on the formula, as Ms. Pam showed you, the rents and the subsidy that we receive, whether it's us or a developer, we can't just go to a bank and ask for a $20 million loan. So, and the money that we bring in would not sustain the repayment of that once we brought that affordable housing back online. So we're stuck again with those 3 or 4 tools that are highly competitive in order to bring the funding in to allow us to do the redevelopment.
Got you. Let me ask you this question. Because there is a resource that is in this room who was the Southeast Regional Coordinator for HUD. And I wonder if he has been tapped in any way to provide any insight, any guidance. Mr. Jennings, I wonder if you would kindly come forward and speak to this. I know that he and I have had conversations just about the Gainesville Housing Authority.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Mayor Pro Tem, for putting me on the spot this afternoon. You're always welcome for that opportunity.
You're ready.
I think the idea, what I am proud of in the Housing Authority, that I feel like that in previous administrations, the Housing Authority has not looked to all the opportunities they've had. Respectfully to Ms. Davis' predecessor, in particular, respectfully to a young man who's no longer with us. How we got to be the 50-year position that we're in now is because for 35 or 40 years, nothing was done. And that is a significant challenge for any asset. When it's not invested in, there were many of those units that didn't even have HVACs in them because it wasn't required, only heat was required. So you've had a backlog of asset need that is significantly diminished. I do, and I'm happy to, and I've had significant conversations with Ms. Davis. I think she would say that one of the reasons that the project-based voucher program has been put out is she and I had extensive conversations about that, probably now 18 months ago, about putting that out. So I think property Eden Park has benefited from that, as well as the 2 other properties she's talking about. She's got another opportunity out there. My father, your predecessor, would say that I have a capacity to take all the elasticity out of the rubber band. And so I think there are a lot of opportunities to leverage. I think the debt opportunity is also has not been leveraged. So to answer your question directly, would I love to be an asset, a resource in any way possible? I've tried to do almost my entire adult life in affordable housing. Thank you for calling me out on that point, and I'm happy to talk with Ms. Davis, Mr. Kiner, the board members, particularly the young man who's here today, Mr. Hilliard, and I have been fighting over these issues in the positive for a long time. So if I can be, along with others, there are a lot of people that are smarter than me in this space, but I would love to continue to have a direct conversation from a philanthropic perspective as well as a professional perspective with the organization and work with some of those folks. You mentioned the point earlier, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, about going across the street of the county. You look under every tree and every pothole that you can to find the dollars. Whether they become an official partner or not is something that they get to decide, being the county, but they have resources. Sometimes the conversation is, can the county spend money in the city, in the municipal limits of the city? I say they generate their money from the city limits so they can spend the money. They have to have the will. So you have seen me privately, since you're addressing that issue, and publicly, I'm not afraid to ask. And you have not because you asked not. So I think there's an opportunity to do that, but particularly the leveraging of debt. I think running the numbers on how much money they do have and how much could it leverage. I think that applies, and I'll take 30 seconds to be a little bit more global. The conversation that you all were having about city funding and repairing some home ownership dollars, putting $50,000, $75,000 in a home is great for that family, as one of your colleagues talked about. But do they actually need the full 75 in grant? Could they put 50 in grant and 25 in private, which would, being loaned, that would stretch your money further? That's an opportunity. I think that same issue, just the numbers get higher and higher when you're talking about these units. If we talk about, as you're soliciting information on what is the capital plan, I would say that I think Malcolm is right. There is a limited amount of loan you can get, but there is some. So everything cannot be deemed on whether we can get a grant or not. It has to be a grant leveraged with opportunities, and the tax credit program particularly is built on the idea of leveraging grant and debt and equity and loans. So I think there's an opportunity to have that conversation in a robust way. You got a lot of smart people in this room that I just want to be in the room of, not that I'm the smartest one at all, but to be a part of that conversation. How do we do this a little bit differently and be more aggressive? It is going to take a long time to make up for those 40 years of lack of focus. That's just true. The question is, how do you, and I think Commissioner Eastman said this earlier, how do you deal with the homeowner issue that is a heart of your Director of Housing Community Development, that is his passion, and I love him for this, with those most needy people? It is left to your largesse and sophistication on what is that mix? What is it going to be? Is it going to be 2 to 1, 5 to 1, 10 to 1? How do you use the finance and the resources to have the greatest impact? That's what we did at HUD for 6.5 years in the Obama administration. I can call on a lot of people that are smarter than me to help with that effort if I'm called on.
Thank you. All right. I'll conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My kind of question, Mr. Kiner, it's kind of related to what Commissioner Duncan Walker and Mr. Jennings was starting to talk about, is the Pine Meadows units you have out, and the conversation was about can you renovate it and keep those in stock, your stock, if it's $200,000, and it looks like, from your judgment, it's just not easily done with your resources, and that it may not achieve your goals. And we had a similar conversation about much larger dollar amount, but talking about a Band-Aid on Themo Bolton, a $500,000 Band-Aid that didn't get us what we wanted, and we looked at it and said, no, we're going to spend a whole lot more to get something different, because the Band-Aid, we don't trust the Band-Aid is going to hold for really all that long. We'll be back in the same situation. So is that kind of where you're at, where you look at it and say, we could put a Band-Aid on this, and it's hard to fund that Band-Aid? And so is it that, if it's about saving rental units, is it that if you could find that $200,000, this would be a worthy Band-Aid?
So, yes, it's a Band-Aid, and you have to think about it as a Band-Aid that ultimately, in order for us to recoup based on the rents, these are family units. So in that particular case, those are 2 3-bedroom units, so those are families. So if we were to invest the $200,000+, which we don't know ultimately what that cost would be, in order us, just if you think of it from a business aspect, for us to recoup that funding, it would take us in the area of 20+ years. Now, in between that 20+ years, we're going to have families living in that unit. For us to turn those units throughout that 20 years might be another $20,000 per unit, another $30,000 per unit. So ultimately, over the course of that 20 years, for those 2 particular apartments, it doesn't deem to be financially feasible, as well as the fact that we want to Commissioner Duncan Walker's point, we want to redevelop the entirety of that community. So in the case of those 4 or 5 units that I showed that are what we're calling permanently offline, that's why we made that decision, because that Band-Aid wasn't a good fiscal decision for us.
Okay, and I understand that's a difficult thing to finally come to decide. Whereas it looks like save these. Particularly, there's a fear of anytime we lose units, we're never going to get them back. There's a fear in history, and so I understand that it's a difficult.
And we consider in our world through our strategic plan that we shared, and again we apologize if we didn't get that over after the April 4th meeting. The 500 opportunities, again, those are vouchers through GHDMC, the ADU that we showed. That will be 3 additional units that will be brought online. So for those few that we deem a business decision, we're making another business decision and another avenue to bring more units online.
Okay. Well, thank you for kind of helping me understand that, because I know there's a fear. Anytime we lose units, what's the plan? And if there's a way to keep them on, but in light of a much larger, a complete redevelopment, to keep that property long term, those properties long term, I understand that you have to make decisions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Would you, Mr. Connor, flip back to the choice neighborhoods map? Yes. Thank you for the whole presentation. I appreciate everybody's input on all of this. I'm really excited about this choice neighborhoods opportunity. I know it's not definite, but I appreciate that you all have already reached out to start the engagement and taking that leap of faith with the assumption that we're going to win the planning grant. But again, the bigger grant that follows the planning grant, that $30 to $50 million opportunity, I've spoken with folks in Tampa, I believe, was the beneficiary of one of those. Newport News, Virginia. Their mayor cannot stop talking about that choice grant, because it made all the difference in their entire city, not just the area that the planning grant was based around, but the vitality that opportunity brought to the entire city of Newport News is life-changing for the entire community. When I look at this map, EHEDI, our Eastside Health and Economic Development Initiative, is part of this. Williams Elementary, Lincoln Middle School, so many things that we depend on in this community are part of that, and the wins that we will see when we get not only the planning grant but the larger grant are something that is going to have a positive impact on the city of Gainesville and everybody who lives here for the next 50 years. So I'm excited about this, and I choose to believe that it's going to happen. So, Madam Clerk, do we have speakers?
We do not have speakers.
Okay. All right. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Davis, Mr. Kiner, thank you, and staff for being here with us today on this. Mr. Hilliard, thank you. It's good to see everyone, and I apologize to staff who are going to have to wait a few minutes to do this next item, but I really appreciate everyone's positive input on this. And we are going to go ahead and be adjourned until 1 o'clock. Everyone, welcome back to the Gainesville City Commission meeting for August 3rd, our afternoon session. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the Gainesville History Moment with Miss Donna Waller.
Welcome, as always.
Hi, everybody. Vivian couldn't be here today, so you get me twice in a row. I'm sorry. But we'll try to get her in here next time. Today, I'm dressed for you once again. What I want to talk to you about is the relationship between the city of Gainesville and Santa Fe College and the history of that. And I've already done that a bit with UF in here. So this is Gainesville and Santa Fe's day. And that's a story that starts with the legislature, the state legislature in 1957, looking out over the state of Florida and going, wow, we need some more institutions of higher education. And the result of that was the creation of what was called the junior college system. In the next 10 years, the state of Florida produced 16 of what were called junior colleges, and Santa Fe was one of them. And the idea was that there should be a junior college within commuting distance of every resident of the state of Florida. And ultimately, there were 28 of them created, but Santa Fe was among the first 16. And Santa Fe, there were 4, by the way, that dated to the 1930s. This was not without precedent in the state of Florida. Santa Fe itself was created in 1965. And from 1965, and the dates are important, think about the overall things that are going on in the country in these years. Santa Fe was chartered in 1965. And from 1965 to 1972, it was Gainesville's community college. It started out essentially in the community college system when it was founded. The ethic was local control. And Santa Fe was controlled by the Alachua County School Board and the city of Gainesville. Its first home was what had been Buchholz High School, which is now the Meridian Complex down on 13th Street. And then its second home was at the Thomas Center. So for the first 8 years of Santa Fe's existence, it was inside the city of Gainesville. An important step in this story is that in 1967, the state passed a law that said the community colleges, notice I shifted there, would be governed by local boards of trustees. And that remains the way the community college system is governed today. And in 1969, they dropped that word junior, and all of the colleges pretty much became community colleges. By that time, Santa Fe was really Gainesville's community college. The city had been part of the original collaboration about where Santa Fe would be. And because it was inside the city, it very quickly formed an alliance, especially with the Gainesville arts community. And in 1969, Santa Fe started the Spring Arts Festival in collaboration with the city of Gainesville, and thus it remained until this year when it was moved back to the Santa Fe campus. There were other kinds of collaborations that were very important, even after Santa Fe moved to the Northwest Campus in 1972. And one of the pieces of the story I have no time for here that you might want to look into is the role that Santa Fe played in the creation of the Phillips Center, which is a part of the story that nobody ever pays much attention to. The story of how it went from Santa Fe to UF is worth looking into. By the late 70s, Santa Fe had begun to develop a reputation of being the best liberal arts two-year gen ed school in the entire state. And that was when Santa Fe went from serving Bradford and Alachua County to abruptly being a place for people to transfer to UF. When I first came to Santa Fe, one of the most illustrious faculty members said to me, you know, Santa Fe was started as an alternative to UF, not a feeder school to UF. And if you look at the story of Santa Fe as an educational institution, that's a really important part of it in one sentence there. But Santa Fe grew, and even though it had moved to Northwest, the commitment to Gainesville remained, and in 1990, again with a lot of help from the city commission and from the county school board, the Blount Center was opened downtown. And you all drive by every day, so you know what has gone on there. I think of that as a sign of Santa Fe's continuous commitment to collaboration with the city, especially that the economic development programs are down there. But an important change took place. In 2008, Santa Fe started offering BA degrees, and that on the face of it is a wonderful thing for a variety of reasons, but what it opened the door to is what I think of as the first really big state preemption in this area, which is that Santa Fe went from Santa Fe Community College to Santa Fe College, a state institution. And since 2008, within the college itself, there's been a struggle between people who still think of it as a community college and Gainesville's college, and the state, which now sees it as the state's college and the state's institution. Nevertheless, Santa Fe remains Gainesville's college. Collaboration still goes on. I read the article about the police department. Thank you for helping with training at the Kirkpatrick Center. And I think I hardly ever address you guys this way. One of your jobs is to make sure that Santa Fe remains Gainesville's community college for the foreseeable future and keeps that collaboration alive.
Thank you so much, as always. Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment, but we do not have anyone signed up.
Okay.
I have signups for general public comment.
Right.
Okay. So moving on to general public comment, Ms. Tana Silva, and then on deck is Jim Conish.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome, Ms. Silva.
Hello. Could I have the overhead, please? It's kind of like a little rolling slideshow here. All right. All of this is going away very soon. This is University Village South on campus, and also next door to it, McGuire Village. Despite all the pleas, the heartbreak, the many attempts at saving them, the Board of Trustees, the university had no heart. Many of the graduate students came here and pleaded their case too. I know some members of the commission were sympathetic with them and did what they could to try to dispel this on the what do they call it? The campus development agreement. But then Lauren Poe said, well, that's all right. They can just get rid of them because the Gainesville Housing Authority and the city now have a partnership, and we're going to be putting, low-income renters in this. The truth of it is, all of these, it's 300 and something apartments, 44 brick buildings, and the truth of it is, UF is putting the people that it can, others who, were able to scramble and find some kind of housing in the city, of hundreds of families, of grad students, many of them international students. The truth is that University of Florida is putting them in little cubicles that are barely bigger than a hotel room, like the Continuum, that's not well made, and charging them twice the rent. And this has an impact on the city. So I'm a big, long-time fan of preservation of existing housing stock, and I know a lot of you are too. It's absolutely essential. Schimberg Center says it's essential, and for many reasons, including huge environmental reasons, this is the way to go. If you had to calculate the actual replacement cost of every brick, every window, every building, all the labor, going back to the design and everything else, and really added that realistically to the cost of demolition and then renovation, then so-called redevelopment, which just means, implode the building and take it to a landfill, the cost would be staggering. And so you can't just look the other way and say, oh, it's cheaper to just demolish and rebuild. It's not. And in any way, okay, this is their little arbor. It just makes me want to cry when you walk around there. And this was in their little garden. Let's see, what does it say? McNair's garden. Live well, laugh often, love much. This was a community. You can't just stick people in these little cubicles on the 4th floor of some building and expect them to thrive, And if you're concerned about subsidizing homeowners, think about the millions of dollars that the city is subsidizing market rate development, including downtown and the new UF-centric downtown plan. Look at it, it's there. Subsidies from the city for market rate developments downtown. We've had 30 years of that. Look what it's gotten. So homeownership is not the enemy. Homeowners are not the enemy. They're not a wealthy monopoly. Come to my street, I'll introduce you to some who are housing their family members who get thrown out or can't find or just got out of prison or whatever the concern is. They own their homes. I own my home. We have talked before, if we did not own our homes, we couldn't afford to live anywhere in Gainesville, Florida. So please stop the name calling, the bashing, and all of that, and look at the bigger picture. Homeownership is very difficult now with the macro situation. The Fed keeps raising the interest rates. People keep trying to save up, and then they don't have the credit for it or anything. Please, just stop the demolitions. It's just not, it's not good. I'm very sad about what UF is doing. And not only they're throwing them in a landfill. Florence landfill is petitioning to go to 195 feet for C&D debris. They're not only not replacing the housing, they are demolishing everything and all the trees, clearing it for recreational sports fields. that tells you a lot about UF.
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Jim
Mr.
Conish?
Conish?
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. I think it's imperative that we understand the city charter that you are now operating under, and as you said, the debate is over. Section 3.06 of Article 3 of your charter has been wiped off the books along with a lot of your other ordinances attached to that and other discredited policies. So the general manager is no longer a charter officer, cannot be fired by the city commission, can only be fired by the city manager, just like with the police chief. You can have anyone else you want sit up there. You can have Albert the alligator sit up there, but that gentleman and his superior are not charter officers anymore, sir, and his powers have been stripped away. Now, you claim because of that, you can't pay the man for working. But right in here it says, until such time as the authority appoints a CEO/GM, the sitting general manager of GRU shall serve as the CEO/GM. And that just goes to show you, sir, what you term as education, I term as an outright lie. Now, although you're under a mandate to facilitate an orderly transition, you're suing the governor with GRU ratepayer monies. So that is a direct conflict with the city charter, sir. And everyone involved in this is subject to removal. And given the sheriff's situation, should people up there start getting removed, they'll have to change the name of our city to DeSantisville. This is a serious business, sir. Now, I don't think it's a good idea to troll the governor during silly season. I don't think anything good is going to come out of this. And this is just asking for, retaliatory actions, which include enormous cost, audit, investigation, removal, and even ultimate dissolution of the city. This is not political theater. I had nothing to do with the amendments to Perry's bill by Mr. Clemens. I did have something to do with him being named Knucklehead of the Year when he was on the county commission by Moon Magazine, and he told me he cherished the award. I haven't always seen eye to eye with the gentleman, but I appreciate him intervening and doing something about this utility. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first business discussion item for the afternoon is appointments to the City Plan Board.
So let's roll back to the item that we moved.
Oh, I put that to the bottom. I
No,
apologize.
let's-
Okay,
yeah,
we'll
just
get
stay
to
on
that.
track.
Sure. So this would be 2023-625, adoption of the 2023-2024 to 2027-28 Consolidated Plan and the 2023-2024 Action Plan. Let me get to with the recommendation that the City Commission hear a presentation from Housing and Community Development staff and the CACCD on the 2023-24 to 2027-28 Consolidated Plan and the 2023-24 Annual Action Plan, approve and adopt the 2023-24 and 27-28 Consolidated Plan and the Annual Action Plan, and authorize the city manager or designee to submit the 2023-2024 to 2027-2028 Consolidated Plan and the 2023-2024 Annual Action Plan to HUD. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents required for the 2023-2024 to 2027-2028 Consolidated Plan and 2023-24 Annual Action Plan, and authorize the city manager or designee to take actions as appropriate to allocate the fiscal year 2023-24 CDBG and home program funds. Authorize the manager or designee to execute subrecipient agreements with those outside agencies that are designated to receive fiscal year 2023-24 CDBG and home funding, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Ward and members of the City Commission. My name is Vianne Cockram-Ginyard from the Office of Housing and Community Development, and I serve as one of 2 HCD supervisors with my focus on the administration of the city's block grant programs. I'm pleased to present our departmental efforts to compile the city's program year 23-27 or fiscal year 24-28 consolidated plan, which also includes the first year annual action plan for fiscal year 23-24. It is the responsibility of the Office of Housing and Community Development to ensure that all required USDA Department of Housing and Urban Development or HUD thresholds, including programmatic and reporting, are completed successfully to the attainment of goals and objectives included in the submitted consolidated plan. We are also responsible for ensuring that all funds paid to agencies, outside agencies, contractors, and vendors are correct, have been financially reconciled, and then submitted to HUD for reimbursement to the city. Today's presentation will focus on the 7 listed areas, excluding the questions. However, of course, feel free to ask any questions you may have at any time, which may be relevant to what I'm saying. In order to complete this task, not only will information be provided on the consolidated regulatory process, but funding recommendation details will also be shared. Questions and feedback, of course, are welcome as we seek the Commission's approval to submit the consolidated plan to HUD. Federal allocations are received from HUD with the City of Gainesville designated as an entitlement community. So this designation is based on factors such as population, poverty index, housing overcrowding, etc. And we are participating in a formula-based calculated percentage for both CDBG and home funds. So it's not a competitive process, but rather a planning document that the city submits every 5 years to identify areas of concern that we want to rectify as best as possible within the City of Gainesville. In addition to identifying concerns, HUD requires that priorities are set along with stipulations on how that funding will be utilized. So, what is the consolidated plan? Although we talk about the consolidated plan as being a city priority, what we really talk about is a lot of words that actually begin with the letter C. We're talking about community. We're talking about collaboration. We're talking about completion, consistency, consolidation. They all converge to make our community more successful. But not listed here are certainly important words like citizens, conversation, consultation, and contracts. So the consolidated plan administers housing programs, and the City of Gainesville, out of all of the HUD programs that are available, we specifically work with our Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, and the Home Investment Partnerships Program, or what's called HOME. CDBG funding actually is different for every jurisdiction. It talks about comprehensive community revitalization. And so individual municipalities decide what's important based on their community needs, based on citizen input, and based on the desires of those in charge of the municipality. However, no matter what the guidelines are, at least 70% of all of the CDBG money that is used must help 70% of low, moderate income. And the City of Gainesville even narrows that focus even more to say extremely low, very low, and low income. So out of the low, moderate income guidelines that HUD sets, we identify those that are most needy, which are, again, are extremely very and are low income. Now, home funding is exactly what it says. You create or you preserve affordable housing. So it's about the bricks and mortars. But it can also be used for homeowner assistance, rehabilitation, direct rental assistance through what's called the tenant-based rental assistance program, new construction or of affordable housing, and of course, housing counseling. So part of the earlier review that I mentioned, the word citizen and consultation, you can see that the consolidated process relies on all of these components to determine priorities, to allocate dollars, to administer, and then to evaluate, because this is what HUD requires. It's looking at the city of Gainesville as it does the city of Phoenix, or the city of New York, or even the city of St. Augustine. Of course, there are particular areas of specialty that are more administrative in nature. However, all begin and remain aware that citizen participation is at the core of everything that we do. So, HUD has required data analysis. So HUD requires us to look at what do we need. It's a projection of our housing and community development needs. But they also ask, what do you already have on hand? What's already available? So it describes the current characteristics of the city's housing market as well as our economic environment. The city's consolidated plan contains almost 70 tables. And that's important because the narrative that we discuss with HUD, those maps that we share with HUD, must be gathered from verified local, state, and federal resources, and it allows HUD to compare the national information that it has on the city of Gainesville with the work that we've done in order to provide the documentation that they require. So once goals and objectives are identified, we project a funding strategy which outlines the set-asides to complete activities and also assign those goals that will be measured and tracked both locally and by HUD. This ongoing review is completed via the annual action plan, which is 1/5 of the consolidated plan. So each year, once a consolidated plan is accepted by HUD, this annual action plan allows you to review, see what you've done well, see what needs more work, make adjustments and modifications so that it can be submitted to HUD. So all branches of governments understand and value community input, community engagement, so that we are successful not only in originating but also implementing our goals and objectives. So to this end, HUD designs all of its programs and requires that community engagement be a very important component. During the consolidated plan process, HCD has and we continue to provide opportunities for citizen input. On April 26th of this year, we submitted what we call a Notice of Funding Availability, or NOFA, to let everyone know that we had received allocation dollars from HUD and we were going to begin the consolidated plan process. So we had a series of virtual as well as in-person meetings to allow staff to listen to the community, to allow staff to go into the communities, allow community members to come in and give us their information about the need, what's working well, what's not working well, what would you like to see, what can we do, and then what can't we do. So we did all of this virtually. We had a community needs assessment that happened on the 5th of May, and then we had a community meeting in person in each commission district, May 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. And at those meetings, we presented information about the consolidated plan, but we did more listening than we actually did talking. We did some flip charts, we had some nice discussion, and we also found out that even though we are different in many ways, there are so many things that we have similar interests in. Things like housing, economic development, public services. And so we tried to ask neighbors to focus under those general umbrellas. What's important for your area? What's not important? And to that end, I'm happy to say that our Office of Management and Budget, as well as our Communications Office, beginning May 3rd, put together for us a community needs survey that was online from May 3rd up until July 31st. We had over 400 participants to give input on that data. We allowed people to say, is it nutrition? Is it elderly? Is it at risk? Is it housing? And overwhelmingly, of course, it was housing needs. But we asked them, tell us a little bit about yourself. You know, are you a homeowner? Are you a renter? Some people were homeless. Some people were leaving abusive relationships. So that information, which was anonymous, allowed us to see the various needs that we have. And so we helped to incorporate that into what we do. And so that this consolidated plan is a reflection, if you will, of that information that we received. So what we talk about next? We're talking about our community partnerships. So it's not just the neighbors, but it's the people that provide the services, those organizations that have direct daily input and concerns that we allow to use dollars for public services. They have their ear to the ground, so to speak, about the needs, the various needs, some of the good stories, some of the not so good stories that they then share with us so that we can help to incorporate that. And that also will fit along with some of the public services allocations that you will see as we move along. Also, you find that HUD recognizes that there must be collaboration. We must work in conjunction, not only locally, but through our state and also with other federal groups. We have our State Housing Initiatives Partnership, or a SHIP program, where the city is given that money immediately, and then those programs that are supported by SHIP can take place to assist with home ownership. So CDBG and home dollars have been leveraged to construct new affordable housing units, create homeownership opportunities, as well as provide services to community residents. So we have to align our objectives. So we have a consolidated plan, but how does that align with what the city's objectives are? The City Commission talks about housing, homeless assistance, job training, all of these very, very important types of processes that will further the benefit to the community. Nutritional support, assistance to disadvantaged and at-risk youth or neighbors. But how do we as a city align that so that HUD understands actually what we're doing? So we have affordable housing, we have public services, and we have planning and administration. But not only that, there is a strategic plan that the city has, a 20 to 25 Gainesville strategic plan. And how do we relate those? Increase affordable housing, revitalize East Side neighborhoods. So we're looking to align that under our housing rehabilitation, our homeowner assistance, and also new construction. And we talk about being equitable, access for all neighbors for health care and other neighborhood services. How do we as a city do that? We do that through our public services assistance. And so we use our CDBG dollars, and we also marry that with some of our home dollars in order to push forward the goals and objectives under the strategic plan for the city of Gainesville. So now we talk about the money. HUD anticipated resources for program year 23-27. So I'm going to be very specific with this, and so you may see me doing a little bit more reading than I normally do. So available resources are those CDBG and home funds allocated for the most current program year. Anticipated resources are those projected allocations which are calculated using the next year's fiscal available resources. And so to calculate the resources for the 23-27 year for the consolidated plan, HUD has already provided the city of Gainesville with its 23-24 allocation, which begins October 1, 2023 and runs to September 30th, 2024. That's $1,357,194 for CDBG, and for home, $636,340. Therefore, HUD then says, look at what you've got, and then just do basic math. So we just take those dollars, multiply it by 5, and you have for CDBG over the next 5 years, $6,785,970, and then for home, $3,181,745. The beauty of the annual action plan is that it allows you to modify what you are going to have as goals, because even though HUD gave us this amount this year, it might increase, it might decrease. And so by looking at those factors each year, we can make slight modifications to ensure that the work continues, but still is regulated by the monies that we receive from HUD. For the 2023 to 2027 Consolidated Plan, the following goals: housing rehabilitation, homeowner assistance, new construction, public services, and planning administration identify and align with the needs of the Gainesville community. So what you're seeing is a table from this formula grant. If you look at the City of Jacksonville's formula grant, it's going to look very much the same. There may be some goals that may be added. There may be a decrease in goals. So you see the goal name, you see the start year, the end year, the category of that particular goal. So for example, housing rehabilitation is under affordable housing. All of the work that we do is within the incorporated municipality, so it will always say citywide. Now, we may have certain designated areas that we tend to focus on, but the consolidated plan is for all of the city of Gainesville. And then it looks at the needs that are addressed: affordable housing, public services, and then planning and administration. And then you break out, based on over a 5-year period, the allocation of money. There are two that are very simple in calculation. Public services is capped at 15% for everyone nationwide. We've asked, we do so much good work with public services, can't we decide how much to do that? That is statute, that cannot be changed. I will share that the only time that it did change was during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that was when we knew that there were additional needs out there. So HUD removed the cap, and we were able to provide almost $400,000 under public services within the municipality. But we're back under normal circumstances now, so it is set at 15%. And then planning and administration for CDBG is at 20%, and for home, it's at 10%. So you can see that those are in place. So for CDBG, you've got 35% that is allocated under public services and planning and administration. The remaining 65% we set out for our housing needs, our homeowner assistance, and also for new construction. The city of Gainesville has one CHODO, Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation. And so what that means, it's a community housing development organization. They are set up a particular way, they do particular work based on certain areas of town, and their board of directors decides where they will focus. So as long as their application is well suited to the work that's being done, HUD sets aside 15% at a minimum for that particular CHODO. So for this particular year, they get almost $100,000, right about $96,000. Then there's the 10% that is set aside for administration. So you're talking about an additional 75% in home dollars that again can be used for housing rehabilitation, homeowner assistance, and new construction. So that is how the dollars are set out and formulated each consolidated plan and each annual plan. So for home, that's $636,349, and then for 23-24, our CDBG, $1,357,194. So in your consolidated plan, not only do you have your 5-year plan, but it also includes the first year of the annual action plan. So you give your 5-year goals, your 5-year resources, and then you speak to your 1-year goals and your 1-year resources. And that is what this slide is a demonstration of. So you can see that utilizing the $1,357,194, separating out the 15%, separating out the 20%, the remaining 65% is separated again under rehab, assistance, and new construction. So that last column is what we call a goal indicator. So for 5 years, if we do quick and easy math, let's say it's 100 over a 5-year period, that means HUD expects us to complete 20 homes to rehabilitate them each year. Now, they don't care whether you do 20 per year or you do 15 one year, 25 the next, as long as you meet your goal over the 5-year period, then they become satisfied. If for whatever reason you're unable to, for example, let's use the COVID-19 pandemic, there's a narrative that you provide to them, even though they are well aware of the pandemic. There is an official narrative that you provide to them to say exactly what the impacts were of the pandemic and why you were unable to meet the specific guidelines. So this is our 23 to 24 annual action plan goals. And new construction. Now, the city of Gainesville does not participate in new construction. We have partners who are housing agencies, for example, Habitat for Humanity, Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation. With the funding that we provide to them, they use that as a leverage to build new homes for low and moderate income residents. So I do want to make that clear. But the City of Gainesville participates in rehabilitation, homeowner assistance, which also includes down payment assistance for those first-time home buyers who are income qualified. Again, extremely, very, and low income. And so for 23-24, we look at the areas that we have. We have homeowner rehabilitation. Now you might say, well, why didn't you start with replacement? You look to rehabilitate a home first. But based on code guidelines, if it is such a bad situation that the homeowner's health and safety who've come up through that wait list and then they have been reviewed, our rehab specialist has gone out, we don't really like to walk away, which HUD will allow you to do if it overshadows what's reasonable and financially feasible. But if we can rehabilitate, we will. If we find that we can't rehabilitate and we have funding available, we will what we call replace. That means you demolish and you use the same footprint and you build a brand new home. So that person that was disadvantaged, had a home that they could barely survive in, then now has a rehabilitated / replaced home. Now, there are some stipulations about rehabilitation and replacement. This is a deferred loan. That means that there's no monthly payment, but it does mean that the client, based on the amount of funding that is generated and placed into the rehabilitation or the replacement, they agree to stay in that home for a particular period of time. And those are set by HUD guidelines. And if they do that, then that loan is forgiven. But we're not setting people to the fact that they can't advance. So if they decide to sell, then whatever that deferred payment loan amount is, they have to repay that at loan closing so that that money can then revolve around again and be used in the program for another person who is in need for rehabilitation and or replacement. And then we have our roof replacement. During hurricane season, during inclement weather, just during aging of roofs, we can go out and look at providing replacement so that a home that is structurally sound, but that needs to not have leaks every time it rains, or to think that during the hurricane season the shingles will blow off, we're able to provide roof replacement. And that is another under the homeowner rehabilitation program. And I mentioned previously our down payment assistance, where we will look at the gap, so to speak, between what a client can provide for themselves and what is needed in order to get them into their first home. And so that is a very popular program. We work very well with our banking community who knows about the program, and they will do their vetting, and then we, of course, will do our vetting to make sure that those numbers are what is actually needed, because we exercise due diligence and we want to assist, but we don't want to over assist when it's not necessary. And then we have program delivery. The Office of Housing and Community Development is a grant funded department. That means that we get very little general fund in order to support the staff that does the work. So a part of the administrative dollars and the program delivery helps to make sure that we have reliable and educated and well seasoned staff in order to make sure that these programs are handled successfully, and that is what program delivery is for. So these are our funding recommendations. We have our CDBG funding recommendations, and what we do each year is we look at the housing providers that are in the city of Gainesville. And this number, this amount of allocation has increased each year. And so I'm happy to say that we are looking to the tune of $185,000 to support our outside agencies who are nonprofits. So we have Habitat for Humanity, we have Center for Independent Living, Gainesville Housing Development and Management Corporation. You heard from the Gainesville Housing Authority. We provide some support dollars to that not-for-profit arm. We have Neighborhood Housing and Development Corporation, and then we have Rebuilding Together, North Central Florida. The next category, of course, are our public services, where that 15% cap comes in. So if you do 15% times $1.3 million, it's going to be a little over $200,000. We don't actually go to the very penny, because if you do, HUD will have you to repay that money. So we're about $2,000 to $3,000 under that. That additional money that's not used under public services is used in the entitlement to go towards our homeowner rehabilitation programs. So you can see all of the actual agencies that participated in the competitive process, so that there is an application. They provide certain not-for-profit information about their work, what they plan to do, if they've been previously funded, what they did with that funding, so that the community development group that actually reviews that, our Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, can look at each application on its own worth and decide the level of funding. We always get more requests for funding than we have money. So that is where the hard work for that committee comes into play. They've got to look and say, based on the requests, based on the number of clients, households that will be assisted, where is the best use of the money? How much can they leverage? So it's almost like a chess game, but they do and exercise extreme due diligence to make sure that we provide you, the commission, with the best options for agreeing to fund these agencies as they have been recommended by the committee. And I do apologize, our chair, Mr. Chip Patel, was here earlier, but he did have to leave. But he was here to actually speak to the work that the CACC does. So these are our CDBG funding recommendations for 23-24. And then you can see that for our home funding recommendations, again, the CHODO, or the Community Housing Development Organization, receives that 15% at $95,452.35. And then these affordable housing project groups, Habitat, Alachua County Housing Authority, because they do have some units that need rehabilitation. But because they are also federally funded, we've got to make sure that those funding dollars don't clash, and that the monies that are being used fall within the regulations as prescribed by HUD. And then, of course, we have GHDMC, and then we have a new participant, the Hutchinson Foundation, that will be working for elderly veteran rental projects. So CDBG and home can be used to help construct the rental programs, but we do not and are unable to, with this pool of federal money, provide direct rental assistance to individual landlords for the benefit of renters. Now, if you will remember, when the pandemic came, the CARES money, we were able to use, and to the tune of almost $500,000, we were able to provide that infusion of monies to assist, so that people who were without working at the time, because there was a mandate, if you don't work in an essential type of position, non-essential meant that you closed down. So there were so many people that were impacted, and of course, those that are normally impacted were impacted even more. So we were able to provide that relief. We got money not only from HUD, but from the state of Florida. So there was significant assistance at that time. So between the CHODO and the actual affordable housing projects, there's $195,452.35. So now we come to the recommendation, which our clerk has also mentioned, but for the record, I would like to also say We have the presentation, you've heard it, of course, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. But the City Commission, having heard presentations from HCD staff and also seen the recommendations of the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development on the fiscal year 23-24 to fiscal year 27-28 Consolidated Plan and the fiscal year 23-24 Annual Action Plan, request 1, approve and adopt the fiscal year 23-24 to fiscal year 27-28 Consolidated Plan and the fiscal year 23-24 Annual Action Plan for CDBG and home programs. Authorize the city manager or designee to submit the fiscal year 23-24 to 27-28 Consolidated Plan and the fiscal year 23-24 Annual Action Plan to HUD. Authorize the city manager or designee to execute all necessary documents required for the fiscal year 23-24 to fiscal year 27-28 Consolidated Plan and fiscal year 23-24 Annual Action Plan. Authorize the city manager or designee to take actions as appropriate to allocate the fiscal year 23-24 CDBG and home program funds. And finally, authorize the city manager or designee to execute subrecipient agreements with those outside agencies that are designated to receive fiscal year 23-24 CDBG and home funding, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality. This concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you. I don't see any lights. This is a good opportunity to go to the community if we have any. Okay. All right, no public comment. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a question about the new participant, the Hutchinson Foundation. Can you tell us a little bit about them and the project they're thinking, or what they plan on roughly doing? Because I know that it was the amount they requested versus what is recommended is pretty different. And for a new organization, I just want to understand how is this really going to help them achieve their goals, or is it not going to be enough? Or so I have some questions. Everybody else, I've seen their work or read, very familiar. Obviously, a new participant, I have some questions.
Okay, so the Hutchinson Foundation is looking to do work for what they call Jesse's Village. It's going to be a rental property that will look at assisting those that are physically challenged, those that are veteran populations, and they will be, of course, extremely very and low income. So the $100,000 that you saw that they asked, this project is going to be well over $1 million. They do have other funding sources, and that's one of the things that we look at prior to giving the information to the CACCD. We as a staff vet the applications. We want to find out, do you have resources? Because one of the questions that's always asked, if you don't get this funding, will your project be able to continue? Most answers will be, we'll have reduced services, or yes, we can continue. But when you're talking about the actual construction, one of the things you have to make sure of is that if you give this money, can the project go? And so this project, they've secured personal investments, they've secured banking, they've even come before the city, and they've received some agreement for consideration of some other funding. So this is a good mix. We have also asked the question, if they receive another funding source from the federal government through whichever vehicle, are they eligible for home dollars? And the answer to that is yes. So this program and this project, as best as possible at this point, we have an understanding, and we vet it as best as possible that they will be able to use the dollars to their advantage.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just so I'm kind of understanding this all in context, because I think Commissioner Book said it before, that all these things sort of run together. We just expended a bunch of ARPA, like millions of dollars in ARPA funds. But what we're looking at here, if I can recall, we kind of have I broke it down into sort of 4 allocations for affordable housing that we'll have consistently going forward, right? We have CDBG and home, which we're going over now, and then ship and connect free. Is that?
When you say consistent, you mean that we get it on a regular basis?
Yes.
CDBG, home, the state provides ship, and then there is Connect Free, where those dollars are allocated for water and wastewater connections. So
Right.
yes.
Right. And so this one, as we said before, is entirely either home ownership, either existing homeowners that are getting rehabilitation.
Yes.
With, I think I found about 10% of here is new construction and then how would we break down, is SHIP in kind of a similar boat where it's kind of tilted in that same direction, or?
I will have to defer. SHIP is not my specialty.
Oh, yeah. Do you mind, Corey?
Mr. Mayor, to the commission, I have a spreadsheet from the LHAP that breaks out homeownership versus rental. That's in our strategies for the local housing assistance plan that governs the way that SHIP is allocated.
Right.
So if you look at the breakdown, if I can have the overhead, sorry. Didn't mean to yell into the mic. So you can see the top section is home ownership strategies. So of the $1 million, because again, we put together this plan prior to the notification that we're going to receive 1.6 million. So it's like a 60% increase of what we anticipated.
Right.
So if you look at that, we put 665,000 towards home ownership in our strategy, 225,000 towards rental in our strategy.
Okay, so say that's I'd call it like 30%. Yeah, just about 30% of
Yeah,
that would be.
and so again, the reason why it's not 100% is because a portion of that is admin.
Right.
So if you're looking at it, just doing some quick math, about 66% of our resources would be for home ownership.
Okay. And specifically that be rehabilitation. So mostly rehabilitation with about 85,000 out of that. So a small percentage for new construction.
So yes, the majority of the funding that we've used historically has been for homeownership preservation, which is our rehabilitation program. We have strategies in here to fund new development projects. We just historically have not funded those in the past. That's why we're looking to develop that funding application so these strategies can be deployed. But we do have that strategy within our LHAP.
Why is it that, because I see here, we got about $10 million we'll be spending over the next 5 years at a CDBG and home. About 1 million of that is construction in home ownership. So that's about 10% with, I guess, I see 1.9 million to an admin cost. Why have we tilted in the rehabilitation funding as opposed to, trying to find new construction or trying to do new construction?
Historically, we've always focused a lot of our resources and with housing and community development on preservation.
Right.
So again, stabilizing neighborhoods, reducing blight, making sure that people can live out their years within their home. And it's typically those funds are used for extremely low-income families. So without these resources, they probably wouldn't have other means to maintain the house, and they may be redirected to another housing institution potentially if they can't live out their years in the house. So.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll vote for this though partially because we have till August 16th is when this has to go to HUD, right? So if we wanted to make any changes to it, I don't know if that would be possible here, but but I do think that over the next, I would like for us to come back and sort of talk about if this is how now that we've got ARPA behind us, that money's been spent out, we have some money in Connect Free, we're going to have to figure out whether we want to hold that or whether we want to expend it. But for our ongoing allocations, whether or not what previous commissions have done, which seems heavily on rehabilitation, heavily on home ownership, if that is the direction that we want to continue to go in, because these funds as well as SHIP and the Connect Free are going to be what our funding is for housing going forward.
Right, and you have to remember too that for new construction, the city does not do new construction. Right. So all of those dollars would be given to outside agencies for their particular niche, so to speak. So that is a consideration, and so that's why the city of Gainesville has leaned heavily on homeowner rehabilitation, because city staff can make sure that these dollars are not only spent and used the right way, but we're responsible for the correct reporting to HUD. So of course, each year, if you go back 2, 3, 4 years, we continually increase the amount of monies that are set aside for affordable housing, rehabilitation, and then too, your outside agencies, you don't have a lot of not-for-profits, which are able to do large-scale projects. A lot of this work is handled by for-profit organizations, and so the monies that we receive are utilized by the not-for-profit agencies, and they have a certain type of constraint and as well as limitations as to the new construction that they can provide.
Right.
But of course, we can have that discussion.
But then we also do, like, we've chosen not to do, I guess, either small scale, like duplexes or unoccupied or things like these are all for single family homeowners within a neighborhood, right?
So if you're talking about duplexes, you're talking about dealing with someone who owns that duplex, who then rents that out, right? So really what you're talking about is tenant-based rental assistance. The constraints with CDBG and home is that you have to be very careful, if at all, that you can use TBRA. A lot of the housing authorities will participate in tenant-based rental assistance. So again, you want to assist people who own property, not assist a landlord to continue to fill up his property, and then you are not expanding the home ownership, because we're talking about extremely very and low. If we don't keep them in their homes, all we're doing is assisting those who already have a leg up to maintain that leg up. And we want to assist those that have not been historically able to even get their home in livable shape. We want to make sure that we can provide the historical background, maintain that history to keep these homeowners and keep neighborhoods as they need to be.
Yeah.
So that is a part of what we see as our driving force. But certainly the conversation as to how we can even get these landlords to assist us in coming to the table to say, I want to assist extremely very and low. We just talked about how rent is $1,400 a month. Who can afford that?
Well, and who can save up enough money for any kind of a down payment if you're paying more and more and more in rent?
Exactly.
And the cost of housing keeps going up and up. So if Commissioner Book, you were there at the at Schimberg Center event at the University of Florida when Ann Ray said that one of the best things you can do for home ownership is try to make rent affordable, because you're renting before you're buying, and if you can't save, if you're constantly just putting down money for rent, along with groceries and GRU bills and everything else, it becomes very hard to get into that. But I will say that the home ownership, these are large allocations of money for individual projects. Can we go back to the portion that shows the total amount of allocation and then the projects that come from it? Is that it? Oh, I think that was it.
This one?
Go forward one.
We're talking about the 5-year goal?
Yeah, the numbers don't quite add up fully. But it wasn't. I was looking at the 1 year, I believe, and it was the bullet points that were on there. Can you go?
Okay.
Yeah. So 2 houses rehabilitated / replaced with $175,000. That math is pretty easy because you see the number up there. But that's $175,000 roughly to do a new home. Because you'd be doing full demo and then a new home.
Full demo and full replacement, yes.
That's just a very large investment into one particular property, which may be the right call, maybe not be the right call, but I think it does deserve a bit of scrutiny to say before we put $175,000 into someone privately owning a brand new home that's in there.
But we know that new homes today in Gainesville are over $400,000. So if we're looking to replace an existing home at $175,000, I think that is a relatively good use of the money, because it may not be a large home, but it will be a new home. And so we've basically, for $400,000, we could do almost 2.5 to 3 homes for that amount of money. So that's kind of what I look at when I look at the administration of the funding.
Right, and I don't know and as you said, CDBG and home gets wrapped up in quite a bit of things, but I know that we just approved a number of apartments at $35,000 allocation. So those are new units that are coming online that are about that you do.
Well, those are funds that are made available if you get a developer to decide to do that. This is work that we know will go forward. So we are anticipating getting a developer that we will be able to provide $35,000 a door. So Corey, did you want to speak to that?
Mayor, Commissioners, The 175 is the cap.
Okay.
Recently, I was talking to, and the reason why I know the number off the top of my head, because recently I was talking to Commissioner Willits. He asked about one of our replacement houses. I think that number came in around 136 for a replacement. But what VN is sharing with you is 175 is the cap. But again, because these properties are bidded, we bid the properties out to general contractors. We don't oftentimes reach the cap of 175, but it gives us the flexibility just in case we run into issues that we can go up to that cap. So just an FYI.
So this isn't the allocation. Oh, it's the cap.
So this is the plan. This is the funding recommendation.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that it's capped at 175. Oftentimes we don't go up to that cap per project because we're able to do it a little bit less expensive. So for instance, if we have, in this example, we have $350,000. Let's just say that we start getting a new house replacement at 125, we may be able to do 3 opposed to just 2. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then of course you're coming back to HUD with that number, and so you want to make sure that you can hit that number.
Yes, and so oftentimes when we're projecting, we try to project at the cap, and so we can, over deliver.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah, I don't have any questions. Like I said, I vote for, but I would like to, as we're looking into the future, because we have quite a bit of flexibility. I know home is wrapped up in a couple of regulations, but so I was looking at what other municipalities do with CDBG. I mean, it's as flexible as building a neighborhood park to putting up street lights to, and some of them I was reading are not. I want to put it delicately, like they end up using it for things that I would not consider to be, the kind of the purpose of the CDBG funds. And the city of Gainesville is. I mean, it's very clearly we are and have been using it for affordable housing, for ensuring that's in there. I just would be curious if at some point coming back and having a discussion about kind of wrapping up all of our housing programs and kind of looking at those big picture questions about new supply that's coming online versus rehabilitation versus preservation, and then rental versus home ownership, because this does seem very heavily tilted in the home ownership area. So that's all I have to say. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. My question was on Hutchinson Foundation.
Yes.
That is a new funding?
They
area?
received money last year for soft costs, because of course there's the architectural, the engineering, and they received CDBG dollars for that.
Right.
$37,000. And then of course now they've moved along, so now you see them into the home request for the actual bricks and mortar. So the request was 3 times that much. We didn't have that much set aside, but they have done a very good job of providing the documentation that we've requested, even with the CDBG. I was a little bit reluctant to say, tell me how far along you are, so that I can be assured that you're going to move forward. And they provided all of that financial backing, verification that the plot of land was owned by the foundation, all of those types of things. So.
Okay, and we just provided funding to them, I think in June. Would you just remind me, it's on senior housing? Was it for senior housing? No?
Mr. Mayor, to the commission, I think it was family housing, but I have that information right here. So let me just flip through it. But yes, they received, or it was yes, the commission approved $280,000 to support their project for a number of affordable units through ARPA.
Right. Okay, you can just get it to me later.
And that tie for the ARPA also ties to the CDBG and home, so it will support, I think it's 8 units that will be constructed, and all of those fundings will be funneled for that population.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Ms. Gunyard. So this essentially amounts to a strategic plan for the next 4 years that we lay out by approving these recommendations. I'm just looking from a process perspective. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, it's that's why the consolidated plan sets out the strategic plan, and then each year we have the annual plan.
For 5 years. And
Yes.
so in fiscal year 2023, I guess essentially we're looking at 2 million. And I guess our expectation is year to year, we're probably in that neighborhood of expecting that amount of money, which then our committee decides how that money is allocated. You come back to the commission, is that accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm just making sure I understand the process. So the Citizens Advisory Committee for Community Development, chaired by Chip Patel, is who made these recommendations for us. So they go through all those allocations, they take a look, they see what we have, where they can use the money, and based on some expertise, come forward. I'm really repeating things so I understand what I think I understood.
Yes.
The presentation and in reading the backup. All right. Well, thank you. I would say that if we knew that committee, it'd be good to perhaps at the end recognize the committee for their work. I don't know who those committee members are.
Yes.
I'm sure that's something, but if you have that, perhaps when we finish here, we could recognize the group, because this is a lot of behind the scenes work, which leads to this particular presentation, and $2 million, which we're going to then fund through these various programs.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question I forgot to ask earlier about the housing replacement and then the loan repayment. Should they move earlier than the time frame that is laid out by HUD? The loan replacement or repayment, does that go straight to HUD, or does it stay in our locally and then we can recycle it?
Yes, it stays locally, so it's not just the house replacement, it's the rehabilitation, CDBG, and home. So every client that benefits from any of our homeowner activities goes through that and understands, signs a mortgage that we record, and then if a sale comes up, we're notified of that. The city receives that money back, and then it comes back as what we call program income, and then we recycle it back through the CDBG or home program.
So in an environment where there's, let's say turnover and people are moving on here, there, we'd have more turning over these funds. But if the homeowners that we're helping, they stay there for 20 years, that kind of leaves our churn, our system.
Yes.
But that's the way it's designed by the federal government. I'm just kind of grasping a little bit of that when there's a lot of movement of people, if 7 years from now, which is the average new home, someone stays for about 7 years on the mortgage. So I use that as an example. 7 years from now, they move on. We could have some of those funds returned to us, and we go back to the next.
Yes.
The next one. Okay. And this is a comment to Commissioner Eastman asking a little bit about. I'm concerned too about that I think sometimes we lean heavily on home ownership, but on ARPA we leaned a little more evenly on rental, and in particular, if with the housing replacement, when we look at this, we saw those numbers of upwards of $175,000, but these, from what I'm understanding, are replacing and building as a fresh unit, perhaps not a new unit. These are starter home sizes, because you don't build 2,200 square feet for $175,000. You build 1,000 square feet. So it's much closer in size to some of what we've been talking about that is needed, that is hard to do. Developers they need to make money, and they make it on larger and larger and larger square footage size, despite whether someone really needs it, or whether we in the city need a bunch of 2,200 square foot homes. We need smaller. We need 1,000 square foot homes for smaller families. And so I think this is a niche that is needed, and I am interested, looking back at this data, on what kind of lots those were built on, in line with some of the discussions we have started to have and we're going to continue to have about what we do on small lots, what we're allowed to do, and where on one hand we fund replacing a home that is not legal everywhere in our city. Because that's a little, I'll say it's interesting. That's the I word I'm going to use right now. Interesting that some of the homes that we spend money on are good enough for some neighborhoods, but other neighborhoods they're banned in. So I'm interested to come back to this as a data point as we go forward in some of our other conversations. But thank you, Ms. Ginion, for all of this. It's a lot, and you describe it very slowly and calmly so we can follow along. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, right on lights, I'll take my turn at this, and I'll remind everyone who, you may have seen some of these processes over the years, but the recommendations from the CACCD were often taken as suggestions in the past, going back 3 or 4 years. And some of the ugliest knockdown, drag-out commission meetings were often unintentionally so, but the commission taking those recommendations and saying, thank you so much for those recommendations, we're going to totally rewrite that from the dais. And we'd all get our calculators out and start fighting for individual projects. And because that situation happened, there were often lots more applications than we're ever going to get funded. And I am just so pleased that the process is what it is today. It is far more, it's a better system. It honors our advisory board, it honors staff. It is the commission getting to a point where we're saying, thank you, community, thank you, staff, for bringing good, solid recommendations forward. And it's an opportunity for us then to move forward without having to do all the work. Because even back then, we didn't do all the work. We just got up here and started arguing for the things we liked. So this is a far better system. Congratulations that you all don't have to deal with that older system. I don't know exactly what brought that change around, but it did even out over the last several years. Maybe it was COVID, honestly, because that's really the line of demarcation. When we were not here to argue with each other about it, it changed. So thank you for everyone involved for making this a better process. And as Commissioner Book alluded, I think, thank you to the CACCD, everyone involved. This is an arduous process. They put an enormous amount of work into it. Certainly, to Commissioner Eastman's point, we can have conversations kind of in the off season about the direction we want to go with this. I would say that even with the $1.5 million or so, making that investment back into essentially existing stock and improving existing stock is more impactful probably than the little bit of support that could provide for new construction at current rates for building. Just a thought, but certainly we can have that discussion about the direction we want to go, moving out of once we finish this particular funding stream, so that we would be prepared for a different direction if we wanted the next time this comes around. But at this point, this is what the direction has been, and I appreciate staff completing this and bringing such a detailed process forward to us.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Book.
Did you want, Mr. Mayor, these are the members of the committee, Executive Assistant Russell walked that in here, so I don't know if they had that at their hands, but maybe you'd like to recognize those, and I'm prepared to make this motion.
Very good. I'll go ahead and read these names, and I'll probably not get some of the names correct. Alyssa Hivesh, Andrea Wagner, Chip Patel, who is chair, of course, Corey Williams, Faith Corbett, Jamar Akins, Kayleen Satano, Leslie Jerome, Omar Hernandez, and Sagar Kumar. So thank you all for your effort. It is an intensive advisory board process, and I really appreciate that work. Commissioner Buck, you want to make a motion?
With that, I move adoption of 2023-625. There are 6 different recommendations. They've been read a couple of different times, but
you can just say staff recommendation.
The staff recommendations, all 6 of them, both paragraphs.
All right, staff recommendation has been moved and seconded. I see no further light, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I couldn't hit my mute button. Zoom didn't like me, but it was an aye.
Okay, that's an affirmative vote, so we are unanimous.
Yep. Mr.
Very
Mayor?
good. Yes.
If you will, I think Corey Harris has the response for Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, to the commission, Commissioner Chestnut, you asked about the Hutchinson Foundation, whether it was an elderly project. According to the ARPA application, it was not denoted as an elderly, it was a family deal.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All
right, now we'll move on to 2023-755, appointments to the City Plan Board and Gainesville Human Rights Board, and with the recommendation that the Commission discuss the appointments to the City Plan Board and Gainesville Human Rights Board and take appropriate action.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want to give anybody, any of the applicants for the City Plan Board who might be with us, the opportunity to come on up, and we have at least one. Welcome, Dr. Murmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Bobby Murmer. I've been a Gainesville resident since 2014 and received my PhD in political science at UF in 2022. And as you all know, I'm now an organizer with the ACLC and the faculty union over at UF. I've seen how much Gainesville has changed in the past 9 years, in many ways for the better, and for other ways, not so much. Overall, I want to serve on the plan board to find ways that we can strike a balance between encouraging Gainesville's continuing evolution, which is needed to accommodate our new neighbors and also accommodate a robust economy, while also protecting its unique character. And there are 3 specific points about me that I'd like you to consider when making your decisions today. First, I'm a recent renter and a new homeowner who understands how the comp plan and zoning changes set the context and the environment for the city's rental market and the city's economy. So I understand how important it is and what's at stake. Second, as a community and labor organizer, I have an ear to the ground with workers, renters, everyone in the city really, and I will incorporate their perspectives into board deliberations. And finally, I'm open-minded, and I want to increase community engagement with the board so we can find, wherever possible, win-win solutions for some of these controversial issues. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other applicants present? Okay. I would remind everyone who may be watching at home, as well as any applicants, that we have several openings that will be coming up in the not too distant future, as well as again next year. So anyone who is not chosen today, I would suggest that you get your application in early as soon as that opens, but they're on the way and coming. So I would also suggest, unless there is thought otherwise, that we all fill out the ballot here and pass it down to the left.
We have a commissioner on Zoom.
Oh, good point.
Mr. Mayor, how would you like me to vote?
Telepathically.
In what format?
Right, so yeah, we'll need to do this.
Do you want me to just text the clerk?
Yes, that would be ideal. Thank you. And of course, that text will, as with all things like that, be public record, just as these ballots are.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, let's hear any other public comment on this. We'll get to that one in a minute.
We do not have anyone signed up for public comment.
All right. I feel like there's no Jeopardy theme playing in the background.
Commissioner Eastman, I don't think I think I received one for the Gainesville Human Rights Board.
I sent them both over.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Mayor, we have 1 vote for Richard Allen, 3 votes for Robert Murmer, and 3 votes for Jean-Paul Perez.
All right, does anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Willetts.
Commissioner, I'm going to make a motion. I want to say something. Why the motion?
Sure.
I'm going to move that we appoint Dr. Murmer. In particular, the thing that interests me is that the recent experience as a renter and recent experience trying to buy a home. Someone who bought a home 30 years ago in this community is just in a very different place than the majority of younger or new folks who've come to town in what they're looking at in the rental market, what they're looking at in the looking to buy. And that experience really spoke to me as someone who by chance has lived in town, I think the same number of years as Dr. Murmer, 8 or 9 years. And it's a very similar situation, rented and then finally bought a home. And so I move that we appoint Dr. Robert
Second.
Murmer.
All right, we have a motion second to appoint Dr. Murmer to the planning board. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Coupled with the comments from Commissioner Willetts, I have watched Dr. Murmer's advocacy in the community. I have seen how he has been extremely involved in a lot of the decisions and entrenched in decisions on both sides. So from the renter side, but also from existing communities. And that is definitely a perspective that I can appreciate. He appears to approach his work with a sense of equity that I really, really appreciate. And so I'd be pleased to support Dr. Murmer as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see no other lights, so I will call for a vote. The motion is to elect Bobby Murmer to the City Planning Board. All in favor, say aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, we do have the Human Rights Board ballot next.
Okay. All right, I have, go ahead and fill out your ballots, and let's pass those down. You have Commissioner Eastman.
Actually, it was Commissioner Chestnut's.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay. And Commissioner Sacco.
Yes, we'll text.
Just texted.
Thank you. It is unanimous for all 3 candidates.
Okay. So welcome to the Planning Board, Dr. Murmer, and welcome to all 3 candidates to the Human Rights Board. All right, it's nice to have a full Human Rights Board now, I believe, and up to date. That moves our ability to work a little further down the road, I hope. So. Very good.
Yes,
Sure.
and so the Gainesville Human Rights Board candidates that have been newly appointed are Tequin Forbes, Tyler Mayo Frey, and Jonathan Stevens.
Very good. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, what's next?
Yes, our next afternoon.
Hold on.
Just hear one thing. That's Dr. Taquan Forbes. He's currently our chair right now as well. And the other gentleman, give me the other name.
Tyler Mayo Frey and Jonathan Stevens.
And Jonathan Stevens is also a current member, so we have one new member coming back, and the other 2 have been invaluable to us meeting quorum and things like that. So thank you, Commissioners.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, we have item 2023-756, Advisory Board Appointment Process. This is Ms. Morgan Spicer, and she's going to be presenting our research on this.
Welcome, Ms. Spicer.
Hi, Mayor, Commissioners, Morgan Spicer, Policy Oversight Administrator. A couple of months ago, the Commission requested that the Clerk's Office look into advisory board application and appointment processes, and so I'm here today to discuss some of those findings. Do want to thank Maggie Smart, one of our summer policy research interns, for her research on this report. She was not able to join us today for the presentation, but are very grateful for the work that she did on this. So as always, the first phases of our policy process, phase 1 is research and idea formulation, which resulted in Maggie's report, and then we're in phase 2, which is City Commission consideration, subbing out for GPC consideration. So I'll start off a little bit and talk about Gainesville's process, and then we'll look at a summary of what we found for other jurisdictions with a focus on how long they keep applications open for, who appoints advisory boards, and then how frequently appointments occur. We'll look a little bit more in depth in Orlando and Jacksonville since they have some robust processes there, and then we'll end with some notable findings and challenges. Of course, since we just discussed advisory boards, just a highlight of what they are. So they're groups comprised of appointed or elected residents on a volunteer basis intended to provide the City Commission with advice. And really it's a kind of a way to engage residents within the democratic process, and they can cover a very wide variety of topics. In the City of Gainesville, we currently have 28 active advisory boards and committees, and you can find information on those committees along with applications for our current vacancies on the City of Gainesville website. Currently, you can only apply for positions where there are already vacancies, and our applications run on a monthly basis with applications closing on the last business day of the month. Most of our board members are appointed by the City Commission, and there was a relatively recent ordinance update related to our boards and committees in June of 2022. It did things like, updating the annual report requirements, updating attendance requirements, and outlining the roles of the city clerk and board liaisons in a bit more detail. So as I mentioned, the first thing that we looked at is how often appointments are made. So the intention here is to look at whether appointments are occurring as needed whenever vacancies arise, or if cities try to centralize appointments on maybe a quarterly or biannual basis. Across the board, we really did find that appointments happen as necessary whenever someone resigns or whenever term limits end. You can see that's in the vast majority of our cities. Some cities did try to centralize their board terms to all end at similar times. So you can see Ann Arbor, they try to have their process done around April and May. In Knoxville, they try to have their boards end in either January or July to centralize and condense those appointments. Port St. Lucie, they try to centralize it into November, and then Hollywood was the exception to the process. They do have an annual process where they accept applications and appoint once a year. The next thing that we looked at is how long applications are open for. This is where Gainesville was a little bit different than the other cities that we looked at. As mentioned, currently Gainesville applications are open when there's a vacancy only, and those run for a monthly application period. The same process is found in Durham, North Carolina, but really all of the other cities that we looked at do have applications that are open year-round on a rolling basis, so you can apply for a board at any time, and then when a vacancy does open up on a board, then those applications are evaluated. So that was kind of the common feature there. Across the board, obviously the local governing body is very involved in the appointment process. In Tampa, there are also mayoral advisory boards since they have a strong mayor system there, so they have some that are appointed by the city council and some that are appointed just by the mayor. Orlando, we'll talk about on the next slide, they have a nominating board which first provides recommendations related to advisory board appointments. They submit those recommendations to the mayor who makes the initial appointment, and then that appointment does need to be approved by the full city council. In Jacksonville, the city council provides an initial recommendation and appointment, and then those applicants have to go through vetting of the rules committee and the full city council to be approved. And then Knoxville, which is also a strong mayor system, the mayor appoints, and then the city council confirms that. So as I mentioned, Orlando does have a nominating board which provides recommendations related to advisory boards. That is comprised of 9 members who serve 2-year terms. Those members are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council, and they meet as necessary whenever there are vacancies for advisory boards, and they vote on those recommendations, provide that recommendation to the mayor. The mayor decides whether or not to go along with that recommendation, and then ultimately the members would be confirmed by the full city council. As I mentioned, they do keep their applications open year-round, and they also did highlight that they have an annual outreach event to help garner interest and fill vacancies. It's called Boards and Brews, and the mayor does attend that. Jacksonville also has a very robust process. As mentioned, their applications are open year-round on a rolling basis. However, the applicant does have to go through a variety of vetting processes. So first, the applicant is vetted by city staff and their research division for any ethical, personal, or professional conflicts, and they also undergo a background check, and they are matched to a board vacancy. The city council or the council president then receives a list of those who have passed that initial vetting and approves their top choice of the applicant. That applicant then meets with the rules committee privately and then also attends a public rules committee meeting for questioning. The rules committee votes on whether to approve or reject that appointment, and then if approved, the city council will vote the following week on whether or not to appoint that individual. Just to end with a couple of noteworthy findings and then also challenges that we saw. So as I mentioned, rolling applications is the most common method that cities tend to use for advisory board appointments, where applicants can apply at any time regardless of vacancy status and without a set application period. And then typically, depending on the city, they keep those applications on file between 1 and 2 years to review whenever a vacancy does open up. Orlando uses their nominating board to receive recommendations, and Jacksonville has their rules committee process to vet applicants. Port St. Lucie did highlight that they have a work folder that's shared with commissioners so that commissioners can always see, since they do have the rolling application period, they can see the materials provided by the applicants. And then there are a variety of cities that have different levels of vetting of candidates. As I mentioned, Jacksonville vets for ethical, personal, and professional conflicts along with the background check. Tampa conducts the background check and makes sure the candidates meet the criteria, and Port St. Lucie also vets for eligibility based on criteria. I will note, though, that most of the cities that Maggie spoke with did note that filling vacancies was still a challenge for them. So Fort Lauderdale has said that it has been an issue. For example, when they have a vacancy that opens up but there are not suitable applicants, then city staff will send the vacancy list to city commissioners and the mayor for recommendations of people who may be suitable for the position. And then they'll also send out blast emails when they're having trouble filling vacancies. And then some cities also noted issues with application expiration. This can potentially be a challenge if you're keeping those rolling applications. It can be hard to see when someone, if they applied outside of the year or two. And so Port St. Lucie is working on filing applicants better and making sure that there are expiration dates included. And then this is just the remaining phases of the policy process. And that's what I have for you all today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have thoughts on this if nobody else does. Okay. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I noticed the Jacksonville one, it's a lot of process. And I feel like we are much more like, hey, we welcome you to come join, come help. But then I did also read they have 65 active boards. So someone else has got to cut through that so that when it gets to the commission, it is smaller. So as much as I like the idea of I was like, all these people helping, it's a lot of staff work, much bigger city, and much bigger city, and then 65 boards. We're not quite there. We have a lot, but we're not quite to the level of Jacksonville. I know that I like the idea of some sort of rolling or applications open, because as we saw, even with City Plan Board in the past, we've had 3 different appointments in 3 months or something, and we've asked them to come apply again, and I feel bad that we even have to have them apply again, as opposed to a pool, though if we have a very large pool, the voting process we took today is perhaps more difficult, as opposed to coming to some sort of consensus, lots of talk, someone make a motion. But I like the idea of it somehow rolling, so that people know that we still appreciate them, that we're still thinking about them. But I also understand the idea of some sort of an expiration date, because folks may become uninterested, they may get involved in something else, or particularly for perhaps our students who are in student positions, or just people who may be exiting our community within a year or two. They may no longer be there when we come back to them. So I can understand that there's some issues with it needing an expiration date. But I don't think we're quite Jacksonville size, but I do like the idea of some sort of keeping them in the system and not making them reapply, particularly if the position they're looking for is the exact same. It doesn't fill a different role. Like perhaps is it AHAC that has a technically different types of role? Well, no, they just, of the big list of types of people who can be on it, but we don't have to be specific ones. Anyways, I think I know what I'm saying. I don't know if everyone else does, but thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Morgan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sacco. At least I assume that was Commissioner Sacco through.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
And thank you, Morgan, and pass along our thanks to Ms. Smart. It's a very well done presentation. I think what I pulled away from the research, there are some parts that I like. I do like the thought of having just continuous open system to have applicants. So today we talked about some boards, somebody wants to be on the Human Rights Board, for example. They know some terms are coming up soon. They just want to get their stuff in ahead. And I'm sure the clerk's office can proactively kind of send out that blast prior to applying an application to the opening, just to let folks know. So if I put something in 6 months ago, but my life situation has changed, just let folks know, hey, there's an opening. We will be processing you. If you'd like to be excused from this review, let us know. Otherwise, you're going to go into the pot, so to speak. So I don't think that's a terrible system, especially with the combination of that kind of open drive of applications or applicants for all the boards. I don't think that'd be a terrible thing for us to see in real time. And I know often some of my colleagues have asked for prior applications to see who's on the board, who else has applied to the board in previous vacancies. So I think it'd be good to kind of keep that accessible to the commission as just an open drive, because the information is going to be public anyway. We might as well have it at our fingertips. So I don't think those two changes would be necessarily bad. They might help streamline so we don't have to wait to advertise and now wait for people to get in. We will have kind of a running batch of folks at the ready. So I think that could maybe help move this along a little. As far as some of the more involved conditions, I'll agree with Commissioner Willits. Like it is a lot for some of these. Like I don't know if we'd pass some of the ones for Jacksonville. Probably not. But I think the first two options kind of help open it up. I think bringing in something that has more scrutiny or higher barriers will be a hindrance where we are right now. Maybe in the future, if we have hundreds of applicants to everything and we're a city of 1 million people, sure, I can see where you need that. But Gainesville's still small enough and our pool of applicants, for better or worse, is still smaller. So I think anything to open up the process rather than restricted would be where my vote goes. I am not in favor, just to bring it up, I am not in favor of having a board in charge of boards. If there was ever a redundancy, it's there. I don't think we need quite that one. We are capable of reviewing these ourselves because they are not that many applications as they are right now. I think those were the points I wanted to hit, but yeah, I'm in favor of, kind of updating with those first two and seeing where we go. And maybe in a year we check back after we have that rotation of reports. So we have the first one coming up. Maybe we'll see some change, maybe we won't, but small changes, see where it goes, adapt later. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Sacco. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the comments by Commissioner Sacco and Commissioner Willits. I would be interested in hearing from the interim clerk who is managing the boards for just kind of the insight about what you think might be the best practices and what you see relative to what we've just heard.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, having a rolling application bank is going to be very useful. It's something that has, I felt, been a hindrance to the process, and being able to let folks, especially when we have good candidates like we saw with the City Plan Board, being able to just roll those over and have them available for the next opening instead of making them go back through, I think will ease some of the issues that we've had. I think expand our applicant pool. Certainly being able to, at some point, I do see value in having an expiration. People move, their materials do need to get updated at some point, so I think an expiration is a good idea. And certainly I'm open for the open drive, that just the repository of applications where you all would have access to kind of go through them and see where we are. I don't see any issues with that.
Very good.
Thank you for that.
All right, I'll go to Commissioner Eastman. Yeah, that's all right.
I agree with everything everyone said. I think the rolling application is a better process for all this. I would say that the only issue I could see as we're transitioning over to that is, like we said, there's someone who applies 6 months to a year beforehand. They get approved. They said, well, I mean, I was kind of interested, but I'm not really that interested anymore. And so some kind of system that like either, as Commissioner Sacco mentioned, like them opting out, like they would have to affirmatively opt out to not move forward. It may be that just seeing what other cities do, or like, do you have to affirmatively say, oh yes, I want to be in this one if it's more than 6 months or something like that. I'd hate to be in a position where, in order to fix these rolling application issues, we're now like we might have 3 open positions. There's 4 people on there. One of the people just said, oh, well, I mean, I applied one time. It was online, but I'm not really sure. Because right now there's a very affirmative process. Here's an opening, I'm applying for that opening, right? And so we've kind of gotten rid of that thing where we're coming back and saying, oh, well, this person just kind of filled it out online, or, but wasn't really sure they wanted to go forward with it, or some, any kind of wonky things like that. It's a much more, right now it's a very direct process of that. And I don't know if there's, that's more in the weeds than we probably need to get into with all of this, but I wouldn't want to transfer that out, but for another issue, like, the issues that we have now, which seems to be working okay for other issues, but I think the rolling application process is much better than someone who cares about being, tree issues can just apply, for, the 2 tree boards that we have that are on there. That we can, and we can move forward with that instead of saying, well, while, just looking at what is open, seeing if anything fits for you. So I think that's a better process going forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. So I am very much in favor of a rolling process. But to be clear, an open rolling process where I apply to, let's say, the planning board, not I just put my name in a large pool of every opportunity. You need to identify the boards that you're interested in. I think there should be a 12-month expiration on that, and maybe there's an opportunity for someone to send an email, for staff to send an email to folks that say, hey, your application has expired. If you're still interested, please reapply. The current process is cumbersome. People applying often don't really understand why they need to apply again, and the planning board process is is illustrative of that, because we've got several appointments in a row. Which one am I applying for? Am I applying for the one that's open next month, or is there one open right now? Just have an open rolling process, I think, is the way to do that. I really liked what we did back in right before the pandemic, where we had the event to thank advisory board members. I hope that we can do something like that again on at least an annual basis. The advisory board members are that next level of public engagement. We're the first level of public engagement for the city of Gainesville. That next level is the couple of hundred people on our advisory boards who hopefully are engaged and excited about what they're doing with the city of Gainesville. So the more we can engage with them and the more we can thank them, the better our boards are going to be, I think. So that is a process I would like to vote for, is a rolling 12-month expiration process with an automatic email going out to the applicant to say your application is expired. Would you like to get back in the pool? Okay. All right. Anyone else have thoughts on that? Commissioner Willetts.
So it came to mind with the plan board because we had multiple. If we have a rolling, but it can sometimes be unclear. Someone might not want the expires in 6 months position. They may be, no, I want the full, so I will wait. And so don't know exactly how that works or has worked sort of in the past, whether applicants have said, I want to wait until this next one because I know it's going to be coming up and it's the full year versus partial. I don't know how that works, or if we've had that experience. So I do have a little question about how that would work, whether we confirm with them it's rolling, they're in a bank, and versus they were thinking, 6 months now, 3 of them open up on the plan board, versus we had someone step off the plan board. We're looking for someone now to complete a term. Whether we automatically put them in there or we reach out and confirm with them, something's open. Do you want to, is this what you're looking for, or are you looking for further into the future?
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, do you have thoughts?
So currently, the board manager system that we use shows the terms that, whether it's a stub term, somebody resigned and they're fulfilling. And so as people are applying to those vacancies, it's very clear, this is the term I'm applying for. It's only a year, so clearly I'm filling a shorter, term that's been shortened. What I envision hearing you all speak is as these openings may come open because somebody resigns, as we're checking with folks to confirm that they still want their application in the pool, certainly we are going to still do at the openings, we'll do the notice and it'll have the term. But if we're reaching out to people that are already in the pool, we'll make sure that it's clear to them, if they do want to proceed with the process, what the terms are for the openings that they may be putting their application in for. And I think that's just a communication from our office that we can work out.
So it's also true that the clerk's office would let them know when the vote would be, so they would have an opportunity to say, oh, I really don't want to do that.
Exactly. Some of the process would stay the same. I think the difference here being is we would have an applicant pool that we would reach out to and say, this opening is happening come the 1st of this month. You had your application in for the city plan board. We're just checking to make sure you want to proceed with this process.
Okay. I would love a motion, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I move that the City Commission implement the following advisory board appointment process. 1, an open rolling process for applicants. 2, applications are good for 12 months. And 3, an automatic email to applicants of vacancies.
Second.
Right. We have a motion and a second, as you've just heard. Does anyone from the public have anything?
We do not have anyone signed up to speak.
All right. I see no further light, so all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
All right. We are moving on to our ordinances for second reading. This is an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 14.6 Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Commissioner Willets.
If there's no presentation on this, I'd like to move the City Commission adopt the proposed ordinance 2023-420.
We have a motion second, and Mr. Attorney, we don't have to have a presentation unless we.
No, we had a full presentation last time, Frank. This is just to deal with the quorum issues.
This is all in-house, yeah. Okay, anyone from the public on this?
We do not have anyone signed up.
Okay, all right, this is roll call.
This is roll call. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Willets.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously.
All right, moving on to 2023-536, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 5.2 acres of property generally located at 2403 Northeast 5th Terrace, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from mixed-use medium intensity to automotive-oriented business, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, this one is a little bit different. It's being a rezoning. We do have staff and the applicant here. Does anyone want to make a presentation? Or, Mr. Attorney, we don't need it, as with the last one, unless.
Now, all I know is there was a document that the applicant was submitting that they wanted before you. If they want to present that, this would be the time to do it.
It was submitted to the record that we published to the internet yesterday, so it is available in the backup.
It's their application.
All right. So you don't need it, okay. All right, Commissioner Willets.
I just have one quick question. When the name of it as Car Delivery Center, when that came up, but we're understanding this is really more of a service center, but it's called car delivery because they can receive delivery there of Teslas since they don't have public showrooms, for lack of a term, right? They don't have lots that they sell Teslas on currently locally. So is that also a delivery site for people to come pick up a Tesla that they, in essence, buy online?
Yeah, correct. That is the intention.
You want to identify yourself?
Oh, sorry. Jose Lopez with Kimley Horn.
Okay. I just wanted to understand that because there's going to be service center, but for people who don't understand current state laws and how Tesla works, they don't locally have a bunch of car lots. You can't just go look and drive. And so part of that is where they come get delivered. Just like the other ones north of there, they get delivered and sit on the lot for a while, but this is much more delivered very short term on the property, and then an owner comes and picks up their brand new Tesla. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
I was going to make a motion.
Okay.
I move to
Let's see if there's any public.
We do not have any public comment.
Okay.
I move to approve LD 23-000009 on second reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading by title only. This is also a roll call.
Roll call. Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously.
Okay. We are now on to commission comment.
All right, Commissioner Eastman.
I had some questions related to advisory boards we were talking about earlier, but wasn't really related to the appointment of them. But currently, do we have any form, like financial disclosure forms or anything currently that's required for any of our boards?
Some of our boards do require the Form 1.
Okay. And is there any, for those, I think like our city beautification board, various ones that there's, they expend funds. Are there processes that we have for our boards that are not us that are expending or taking in dollars?
I do know that those more either quasi-judicial or more high priority boards have orientation and a specific process. I'm not the expert in those to know specifically which boards and what their processes are, but I do know there's training given to those members.
Okay. And then let's say that there's any issue, just in general, like if there's any issue, but even with us or any of the boards in terms of staff, like there's EO complaints that are generally done that are internal. There's, I guess, union complaints, but is there any kind of ethics board or ethics oversight in terms of how our board members conduct themselves internally within the city of Gainesville?
I think we had proposed this. We had proposed ethics training to be part of that ordinance that was passed recently. And the city auditor at the time felt that they were under our general, that we have to comport ourselves under the charter. And so that was removed and seen as unnecessary.
So that would be an ethics training. So let's say that, I don't know, someone from our city plan board is going around telling Andrew Persons he needs to do X, Y, and Z, and just sort of, is like, what does Andrew Persons have any recourse to say, hey, like we have a board member here who is now making it more difficult for us to do our job in any way that would make
Let the record show that Commissioner Eastman is not accusing any members of the
Absolutely. So, Commissioner, the board could decide to request the City Commission remove that member. And we've had certain instances of that over the years. You all have the ability to remove a member of a board for any reason.
Okay. So they could submit that to the board, and then the board could send that for recommendation. But there's no process, say like a union complaint, or I guess there's no complaints like that, or it wouldn't be sent.
There's not an official complaint process. It would be functionality of the board to send the request to you all to remove.
Okay. In the instances that we have the ability to remove a member, we would be able to do that. I would like for us to consider expanding transparency guidelines for all the boards that are under the city of Gainesville, and potentially looking at processes that may allow more accountability for things that, in case both either ourselves or the boards that are underneath the city of Gainesville to be able to hold folks accountable, just to ensure that there's full transparency and full accountability within the city. I wasn't sure what we had there, but I think it's something we should be looking at in the future.
Absolutely. Mr. Mayor, in the process of doing the balloting, for the Human Rights Board, we didn't actually move the appointment. We balloted those, so I wasn't.
Right, so those are actual ballots.
Right.
So-
Okay, so is there a move? I'm not sure.
I can make a motion.
We certainly can go back to those, and it's okay to do it if
But
we want.
I do have the votes. I just didn't know how it worked with the mover and seconder.
You can just, Mr. Attorney, I think you have the ballots.
Yes.
The ballots suffice as your individual votes. So I think the record's clear that they were all elected. In the first, regarding the plan board, I think there was a tie. So that's why
We did the motion, yeah.
to support the.
Okay, thank you for that clarity.
Of course.
But their names were announced into the record.
Correct.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, Commissioner Sacco, you've had your hand up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Similar vein to as far as boards, but I slipped my mind earlier. As far as our plan board, I know that we had an issue a couple months ago of newly appointed members are kind of in a limbo of sorts as far as voting and counting for quorum and being active, despite being appointed to the board. I wasn't sure. We hadn't updated that. We made a move for an exception, given that we wanted the board to be able to function at the next meeting, but I wasn't sure if, as far as looking at updates to the board, we wanted to do away with that component. I don't believe it's a requirement. It is just something we have done, I guess, to give people their training wheels. But if it isn't a requirement, I'd like to move the city attorney to come back to kind of remove that component from our board. If it's, I believe it's through ordinance, and if not, until then, to also move that Dr. Murmer is able to participate as a full member and not have to wait out those 60 days.
Right, so not the previous appointment, not 2 weeks ago, but the appointment prior to that, we had this discussion. I thought we had given direction on that, but I don't recall the disposition. So if you're making that motion, hold on. Let's clarify that you made a motion, and then I'll get to you.
I move that the city attorney come back with an ordinance removing that 60-day wait period for plan board members. And I also move that we make an exception to the rule so that Dr. Murmer can participate as a full member for quorum and votes.
So is that just for the planning board you'd like to move that, or for all quasi-judicial boards?
Do we have any new members for the other quasi-judicial? You know what, sure, for all our quasi-judicial boards, let's just make that removing that wait period for all our quasi-judicial boards.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second on that? I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, so that's a motion and second, and Commissioner Eastman.
Can I get
you
a point
have
of clarification? Because 2 weeks ago, we did put Ms. Bell on the board, and that would be within that 60-day period. Do you mind amending your motion? It would be funny for Dr. Murmer to be able to.
I know her, she's the chair of AHAC. She knows I know.
Okay. So why don't you amend that to anyone who we've appointed in the last 2 months?
And anyone that we've appointed in the last 2 months
There you
as the
go.
second part of the motion.
Perfect. Okay. All right, so Commissioner, thank you, Commissioner Sacco, Commissioner Eastman. I'm sorry, Commissioner Willets. Yes. here you go. Okay, all right. Commissioner Eastman. Okay, so we're good. All right, we have a motion on the table to direct the city attorney's office as you've heard. Mr. Attorney, are you clear on that, or do we need to restate?
I think we have it.
Okay, very good.
We'll bring it back to you and discuss the issue.
Okay, great. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Commissioner Book.
Just one informational item, colleagues. I figure I would have waited till tonight, but since we have time, I'll just take the next 2 hours and go over this.
It's only an hour and a half.
Oh, okay. Just 2 minutes. We're a member of the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council. We do have to appropriately scrutinize every dollar. This is what in our budget, Madam Manager and I have talked to not be a member of that particular council. And all I wanted to let you know was the Mayor Pro Tem and Commissioner Willits and I sit on that. We have another meeting in roughly a week. And it may just be something that you familiarize yourself with a little bit. All I'm going to do is do our due diligence, attempt to see what the cost, benefits, advantages, and disadvantages, and perhaps bring something back that says leave it as is, maybe we do something else. But if you're not familiar with it, I think probably most here are. I think it's at least worth checking into, and then speak to the Madam Manager. So I just wanted to let you know that. And I'm going to ask the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council Executive Director to provide a little more information that may be context for us in case we end up discussing it. So I just thought it would be good to give a heads up for that and perhaps be on an agenda in 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
Very good. All right.
That's all.
Thank you.
Is it possible, and I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would greatly appreciate his presence. I think if we have the ability to ask questions and get additional feedback, that might be nice. So to the extent that he could be present, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if you might reach out and ask if
Sure,
you could.
we could certainly invite him. Yeah.
Okay.
He had done, Mr. Coons had done a letter. That letter, was that distributed to everybody? I know it's coming. I'm assuming it was distributed to everybody. And so that will allow me to inquire more and get a little more granular detail and weigh. And then we'll just see where it goes from there. No particular decision making, but I do think we at least need to think about it. So thank you. You make I'm sure that he'll come, and perhaps we'll see it on a future agenda in 2 or 4 weeks, and maybe not, depending upon the information we see.
Right, yeah, I would plan to, in that circumstance, make it the next meeting because that does have an impact on the budget going forward. Mr. Persons, you might be able to give us some historical information on this. I may be remembering incorrectly, but I recall that in the past, before I was on the commission, we had been in and out of that organization.
That's correct.
Okay, so this would not be the first time that we had opted out of membership.
That's correct.
That would be some of that contextual information that's helpful from a decision-making standpoint. So thank you.
So unless we, I will tentatively plan for that to be on the next agenda unless I hear withdrawals from other commissioners.
Madam Manager, you okay with that kind of from that discussion point?
All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? Commissioner Willits?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that we have some conversations coming up next weekend with our gun violence summit, and there should be some continued conversation. But I wanted to talk this afternoon, at least acknowledge the shooting that happened early Sunday morning, late Saturday night on University Avenue, where 2 people were killed, where 2 people died. It's tragic, and there's a lot of questions about what happened, how it happened, but depending on how people classify, identify, or define a mass shooting, in essence, we had a mass shooting right here in Gainesville. And it shook me because from at least preliminary reports, how random this violence seemed, that these weren't people who knew each other, they didn't have some long simmering interaction, that this is where it boiled over. It seemed random, though for it to happen to in the midst of a lot of people who are out just having a good night, that is not random. And so I wanted to make sure that someone at least says something about it right now before we even next weekend, and particularly to say to Gainesville Police Department, all of our officers, that we understand your job is dangerous, and in this case, that it takes your valor and bravery to confront people. And from preliminary results, it sounds like that is what happened. That it was a real direct confrontation that probably saved other lives. And I hate that we cannot control the flow of guns into our city the way we wish we could, because when bystanders can also just pick up their weapon and start shooting, and there's even easier ability for that with current state law. I hate that we can't control that for our officers to keep them safer, and all of our all of our neighbors, all of our citizens, all of the people who live in Gainesville, or who come here to visit. But I wanted to make sure that I at least said that I'm very glad that GPD was out on the scene and able to potentially avoid even further loss of life in our city late Saturday night, early Sunday morning. Because it sounds like it could have been even worse because of the random nature of this. It sounds like this was not someone who was aiming for one person and would have been satisfied with what they had done. It sounds like they had all intent to do as much damage in that moment as their heart desired or whatever whim came over them. So I just wanted to make sure that I had the opportunity to say something because it really shook me, particularly because I had near and dear loved ones who were out that night at that time, just on a different end of University Avenue, not that far away. And so that terrified me when I heard that, how easy it could be someone who is near and dear to me, but two people who are near and dear to other people in our community lost people early Sunday morning. And I believe there's still, also someone was injured. Gainesville Police Department, I want you to know that I very much appreciate it that y'all were on the scene. You're always on the scene 24/7, taking care of us and looking after us. And as we go forward, I hope we can get more into and identify some of the things we can control about gun violence. But a lot of that conversation is in the future, but also to the victims. I'm so sorry to the victims' families. I'm so sorry that this happened in our city and that we weren't able to prevent this. We take the memory of your loved ones with us into this weekend, into this gun violence summit. I hate that it is so near to the time period. I hate that happened at all. But I know I go forward with them in my heart and on my mind as we go into continuing the conversation and looking for solutions and building hopefully a force of people in our community that are going to remain and continue to be activated to reduce and prevent gun violence. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. I would echo that. GPD was already on scene and likely prevented further loss of life. And I want to, we can't say enough good things about the officers who apprehended the suspect and confronted the suspect directly. A tremendous bravery on their part. And that's the sort of thing that I know our officers are out there doing every day. This is an extreme example. For folks who, want to say, well, if everybody was armed, we wouldn't have this. Well, there were other folks armed there who got off a shot or two as well, apparently. So having guns in the crowd is not necessarily the answer. I was anecdotally, I was out at TV 20 yesterday promoting the Gun Violence Summit, and the two stories before I was on the air there were about gun violence in Ocala and in Stark. It's not just a Gainesville thing by any means. It's every community facing this all at once. Ours was particularly horrible and graphic this past weekend, but it is happening everywhere. And I once again, the most we can do is offer our condolences to the families and all the families, including folks who are going to carry that trauma around with them, but we're not, not victims of the firearm. To the family of the shooter, I cannot imagine what that must be like. There is so much tragic about this situation. And I am very appreciative of the city manager's office and everyone involved for putting this summit together this coming weekend. And we'll have more conversation about that this evening. I don't expect, for anybody watching at home, that a gun violence summit, that 2 days of conversation is going to end gun violence. But I do expect that it gives us some resolve as a community, as leaders of the community, and some definite direction going forward from there. And there's no question that this is indeed a public health emergency as we and Alachua County Commission have designated it locally. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Willis, for making mention of this. I think this was something that was clearly on everybody's heart and everyone's mind. Thank you for giving voice to it. I want to ask a question that I believe I've asked before from this dais, because mental health is so critical and so crucial in situations like this. And I certainly would not purport to say that I know what the shooter's state of mind was. Of course, I would be concerned with that, but I am concerned about the care that our first responders get. I am concerned about all of our mental health, because I know that when that information came through, I dropped my phone and I took a seat. Because we are hearing about it more often, and because everywhere, like you said, Mr. Mayor, is grappling with this, struggling with this, trying to figure it out. But to the question about how we address mental health for our first responders, I've asked the question a couple of times, and I want a little bit of clarity, because I think for the Gainesville Police Department, I had asked that, and I cannot remember the response that was shared with me. But if there is a need for us as a body to take a look at existing policy and figure out how we can provide greater opportunities for the police department, for the fire department, for our first responders to be able to decompress, to be able to go home and try to recover from situations like this, that's something that I really, really want to explore. Right now, I don't know if there are mental health days, and I had actually brought this up to the city manager yesterday when we spoke, and you've heard me, like I say, mention this from this dais before, but Manager Curry, are you able to speak to that?
Well, I will speak to it in this way. You have, Commissioner, brought it up on several occasions. Actually, I think when the fire chief was before us doing one of his updates, the question was asked, and it was also asked of GPD. They came to the dais and made some responses. When you mentioned it yesterday, I figured that I would go ahead and speak with those two directors and actually capture something in writing and share it with the commission. I did get something from the fire chief, very specific. I'm not going to read it, but he actually has a protocol in GFR as to how they address mental health issues associated with their officers. GPD, I don't know if they have a written protocol, but I do know that they have a chaplaincy program at GPD. You may want to speak to it, Chief Moya, specifically, because I know we talked about it when you came in. You spoke specifically to it actually as you were being interviewed, so I know it's close to your heart. But I will provide this information in writing, because I do have it from the chief of the fire department. You may want to speak right now, but I know you all are capturing it in writing as well, so that I can provide it to the commission.
Assistant Chief Moore.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commission. This is, and thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. As you and I spoke, this is also a crucial issue for me as well as I begin my journey with this community and this agency. There is an existing critical incident stress management team. That's a peer support group here at this agency. It is captured in policy, and I responded that night. And obviously what we saw was horrific. And also, when you look at our employees, we ask ourselves, how are they doing? What can we offer? What can we offer now? I've learned that we did activate our peer support group, and services are being rendered. Beyond that, obviously, we want to maintain a high degree of confidentiality. We do have a chaplain program as well. We also have a social clinician that works with our folks. All of that is in play, so we're all ears for ways that we can even enhance that, because mental health, as you know, it's an issue in our community for our citizens, and that is echoed with our first responders. So we're looking for ways to maximize what we can do for our first responders.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Assistant Chief. We had a great ride around the other day, and in the few hours that we spent getting to know each other and riding around District 1, I learned a lot about you. I learned a lot about you, and I'm grateful for that insight into the individual that you are, the leader that you are. And I thank you for your attention to the city, but also to mental health for the officers. And I will say, if there's anything that we can do, I believe that we all would like to hear. I'm going to dig a little bit more, because if it's something that needs to be agended, I certainly am willing to do that, because it is not lost on me the gravity of situations like this and the toll that it takes on every single one of us, particularly if you have to run into the danger. And that is what you all do every single day.
Yes, ma'am. And I will tell you, based on my experience, as I shared with you, this new generation of police officers have a much better understanding, and they're in a much better place than our more tenured generation. Even acknowledging the issue of mental health is a thing, right? Because it comes with a deeply embedded police culture. But I think we have turned a page, we're making headway, and I think it is our younger folks that are leading that charge. And I'm actually in awe of how they perceive mental health wellness. But all in all, that night, our officers, despite having seen what they saw, because as you know, we're talking about seemingly random acts of violence, the response was flawless from all angles. So there were so many moving parts. Each one scene, because there were many, required coordination, a multitude of resources, and their coordination without skipping a beat is something that I've not seen in a long, long time. So you all have an exemplary police department here. So thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Chief Moya. I greatly appreciate that. And to the people who might be watching, please know that my concern and our concern, I believe I can speak for everybody up here on this dais, extends to you as well, and the health and safety of all of the residents of this great city. And I do believe that Gainesville is great. We have opportunities to make it greater. I certainly am looking forward to the upcoming conversations that will include the community and deeply engage them in how they have to be a part of helping us stem gun violence. This is about, for me, this is the community's response. You are paid to respond. You're paid to do that. The Gainesville Police Department, our first responders, you're paid to respond. The community now has this opportunity over the next few days and well into the future to determine what our coordinated response as a community must be if we are even going to begin to move the needle on this subject. So thank you again, Assistant Chief Moya. Thank you, Ms. Gray, for that information. I certainly avail myself to you, as I did the other day, as well as the entire police department, the chief, to hear more from you, because if there's a level of advocacy that you need from me, I'm here. And certainly I'll be doing additional research, like I said, to see how we can continue to support you.
Thank you. And on
Thank
behalf
you.
of our men and women, both sworn and civilian,
Absolutely.
that goes a long way. So
Absolutely.
we appreciate it.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if you wouldn't mind. I just wanted to place on the record, there is a strong relationship between the Gainesville Police Department and the ministers in this community relating to gun violence and their involvement. There are two activities. One of them is this weekend, Pastor Leonard Gainey is having an event at his church. He is honoring first responders, the fire department and the police department. I believe it's at 2:00. And he has asked, for us to recognize and participate as appropriate. I know the police department is involved, the fire department is involved. And on August 19th, Pastor Herring at Day Spring is also having an event at her church. She's also focusing on mental health, and that event is something that we will also be participating in as well. So I just wanted to make sure that the community is clearly engaged.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Seeing no further lights for the afternoon, we will be in recess until 5:30. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Let's call ourselves back to order for the evening session here. Just a few things to work through this evening. Madam Clerk.
Yes, the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if y'all would rise and join me in the pledge. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, normally, y'all know we'll, as we get back into the school year, we'll have school units, safety patrols, and scout troops and such here to lead us in the pledge. I'm looking forward to having them back in the house.
All right. We are going to move on to early public comment. However, we don't have anyone signed up at this time.
All right.
Our first business discussion item is 2023-776 Gun Violence Prevention Summit General Information Overview. Choose Peace, Gun Violence Must Cease. With the recommendation, the City Commission receive the presentation that provides an overview of the two-day schedule and programmed events that comprise the Gun Violence Prevention Summit. Choose Peace, Gun Violence Must Cease.
Madam Manager. Lead us off there.
Members of the commission, I was asked several months or so ago to start a planning process around a gun violence prevention summit, and we moved forward on that, pulled a committee together.
Yes, you did.
The lead players are Yvette Carter and Jennifer Smart. Yvette, of course, is the Governmental Affairs and Community Relations Director, and Jennifer Smart is our Communications Director. The committee was comprised of our Chief of Police, Chief Scott. We had Park, Recreation, Cultural Affairs. We had some pastors on it. Pastor Duncan was on the committee, varied. But I provided each of you with a portfolio and a program that outlines the 2 days of events. The portfolio, of course, outlines what's in it, and of course it is chock full of good things, resources. And Ms. Carter and Ms. Smart will take us through those 2 days and answer any questions that the commission might have.
Very good. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Yvette Carter, City Manager's Office, and
Jennifer Smart, Communications.
so this evening we'll talk about a little thing that we'll be doing this weekend, Gun Violence Summit. It starts on Sunday, so we'll just run through the slides. Ms. Curry did give us the opening. So the city of Gainesville and surrounding areas are seeing an increase in gun violence. From July 1st, 2022 to July 1st, 2023, the Gainesville Police Department reported 154 shooting incidents. 7 of those were homicides. Last weekend, as discussed earlier, a man with a gun killed 2 people on West University Avenue, making national news and raising our city's total number of homicides from last July through the present to 9. This is representative of a troubling widespread national trend. In 2020, 79% of all homicides and 53% of all suicides in the United States involved firearms. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention calls it a serious public health problem. On July 20th, 2023, this commission passed a resolution declaring gun violence in our community a public health crisis. The Gun Violence Summit, which we dubbed Choose Peace, Gun Violence Must Cease, is a 2-day event that will take place on August 6th and 7th at the Hilton University of Florida Conference Center. The summit is among the gun violence prevention initiatives that are funded by the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act. Okay, on Sunday, August 6th, that is the day that is our community day. Commissioner Duncan Walker will anchor the events, and the sessions will focus on the community perspective. There will be a panel discussion, a resource fair, breakout sessions with expert presenters. The day will culminate with a youth town hall that centers the youth voices and will examine the role of music in the choices that young people make. So registration for Community Day opened on July 17th with a news release, an event notice on social media, an email sent through our GNV News, and post on the city's website. Announcements received local media coverage. The target audience for this day was about 300 participants, and the registration has far exceeded that number. We have about 400 people slated to attend the event on Sunday.
It's fantastic.
Thank you. Monday, August 7th is Policy Day. Mayor Ward will anchor the events, which will serve as work sessions for elected officials, government leaders, professionals in education, healthcare, law enforcement, and the justice system, as well as the business community. Sector breakouts will focus on prevention strategies and support services. The work that's done during these breakouts will be guided through the lens of the CDC's social ecological model. At lunch, Mayor Ward will introduce our keynote speaker, Ariel Cathcart of Everytown for Gun Safety. That's America's largest gun violence prevention organization. There will be afternoon tabletop exercises to work with real-world, multi-phase gun violence scenario that will have an emphasis on collaboration throughout between the sectors. As Policy Day will operate as a workshop, the public is welcome to attend and observe these sessions. The goal, though, is for these sessions to enhance local government preparedness and heighten future collaborative strategies. The city clerk will take minutes for entry into the official record. Registration information was sent directly to stakeholders, and I'll pause to say that we do have some space for other elected officials and stakeholders. We do have a few spots left. And then both days will have keynote speakers and featured guests. Among Mayor Ward and Commissioner Duncan Walker, we're grateful to have the leadership from Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Book. You've received, I see some of you looking at the hard copy of the event program and a folder with reference materials that will be given to each person who attends the summit. You'll also hear from experts from Gainesville Police Department, from Gainesville Fire Rescue, and our friends with the county and local and regional support organizations. We are grateful to those who have committed to attend and participate in this summit. We especially like to thank our contributing funding partners. The Children's Trust of Alachua County is sponsoring the town hall, the youth town hall, and the Alachua County Public Schools is sponsoring the resource portfolio, which we filled with summit materials. You, again, have them before you. And we received a sponsorship from the Alachua County Sheriff's Office and from Coke, Florida. The objectives of the Gun Violence Summit are to enhance communication, improve leverage of resources, and centralize data collection. It is our goal to develop a framework that holds us accountable as we move forward in the search for solutions. What I didn't say when we talked about Community Day is we talked about the keynote speaker for Monday for Policy Day, but I didn't mention the two folks that we're pretty proud to have be able to get on board. One is Dr. Derek Hicks from Wake Forest University. He does his scholarly work in theology and culture, but he does a lot of work specifically in African American culture. And as a native of South Central LA, he has personal experience with, being not a personal victim of gun violence, but being a gun violence survivor. He's had people that he knows has been killed. And he does a lot of work around youth and hip hop culture. So we're pretty excited, especially about the things that will be brought up per Commissioner Duncan Walker's request at the town hall, that he will be there to add his expertise, as well as Dr. Micah Johnson. Dr. Micah Johnson has some degrees here from the University of Florida, but he is currently a lecturer at the University of South Florida. He has been here several times in official capacity. One of his most noted works is a one-man show that he does. I don't know if anybody has, I know the mayor has seen it, Commissioner Duncan Walker has seen it. We have brought it here, the city has brought it here before, so we are excited to have him. He as well, his work in psychology and his life experience brings a level of expertise. So at that youth town hall, which is what we're really promoting at this time, at that youth town hall, they will serve as our academic experts. Commissioner Duncan Walker will serve as our moderator, but we have slated now 4 youth that will sit on that panel, and we want that room full of young people, so there may be more that come up. We know that that's going to be a dynamic kind of flow that evening. So what we will say, and would like to put in the record, that while we are at capacity, at that 6 o'clock session, we want everyone to come out, especially our young folk. So with that, if there are any questions, we're here to answer them.
Mr. Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, staff who are working on this. I could say a lot of things, but I'm just going to jump to my question, which I heard that there will be some minutes will be taken on the second day.
On both days. We'll
Both
have
days?
the clerk,
Okay.
will, I'm sorry, I should have said that. My apologies. The clerk will be there both days.
Okay.
To take minutes for the official record.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm really glad to hear that we are at capacity and really literally busting at the seams right now. That's very, very exciting. And I want to tip my hat to you because you all did this kind of quickly. So that did not go unnoticed. All right. Thank you for all of your hard work and all of your efforts on this. What I am hoping to walk away from this summit with is an activated community. We've had numerous conversations up here, and we'll continue to have conversations. On the 28th, we'll have a conversation with the county about how they will partner with us. But what I hope to leave this summit with after 2 days of robust conversation and activities and panels and breakout sessions is a community that is empowered and chomping at the bit to help create the infrastructure that is needed to do this work. How we sustain this is the question. I have some ideas that I'll be talking about on the 28th, but I'm really excited to continue this conversation. When I did my town hall about, a year and a half ago now, it really doesn't seem like that long ago, there were 1,100 participants. And that said a lot because people wanted to share, needed to share, and wanted to hear what their city was going to do. And so I see this summit as a continuation of that conversation, certainly that first day, because I intentionally named my town hall a year and a half ago, Gun Violence, a Community Response. Because at this point, that's really what we need. Sure, we as policymakers have to respond, but the community has to help inform that response. And so I'm really, really excited. Certainly excited to once again speak to something that's very, very important to me, which is centralizing data collection. This is a great data collection effort in those 2 days. We will get a lot. How we harvest that, where we house that, how we make that accessible to the community is going to be really, really important. So I will, I'll conclude for now with the thank you and the I'm looking forward to it. And for anyone who is watching, please come out. Because this is a public health crisis. And that means all hands on deck. Everybody. We cannot do this without you. Don't want to do this without you. So please come, whether you have been impacted by it or not. The scary thing is, if you haven't, you will be. coming to a neighborhood near you. That is how rampant this is. And I'm saying that because I want us all to be sober as we walk into this. Because I don't intend to have another conversation, not just a conversation. I intend to walk away with something that is actionable and get to work. So thank you all once again. I'm really, really looking forward to this. Yeah, and I hope to see all of my colleagues there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deckenbacher. Commissioner Book.
Is there more presentation before we have some questions, or should I say some comments now? Now's the time?
Yes, sir.
Who do you have sitting to your immediate left there, Director?
Oh, Lord.
They're here for the next.
You wouldn't have asked me, I could have told you, but what I will tell you is I know that he's a part of the Police Advisory Committee. Tell me your name.
I believe they're both are.
Yes, Fareed. That's it, Fareed Johnson. What I said.
And the chair?
Yeah.
And the chair of the advisory council?
Mr. Dunkel.
Okay. So I'll just say, I'll start by thanking the mayor and the mayor pro tem, because you all directed this from some months ago. And go back to the slide, please, with what is the most tragic of all the information that's on here, which is the real aspect of what's occurring. And Commissioner Wiltz was talking about before we went on break. Who's hurt? It was one of your first slides.
Probably not.
The one with the amount of people actually hurt in our area, in our region, in the city of Gainesville. There you go. I'm not looking to highlight the most terrible things, but that's why we're here. There's a lot of communities that are impacted by gun violence, and it's terrible all over, but we can only do what we can do in our own community. So it's time for our community to step up. Honestly, I just want to thank again. You can't underestimate the mayor saying, let's do a summit, and the mayor pro tem and saying, let's get it together, let's do these things, giving us a resolution, because that's why we're here. And the fact that we have 2 days put together and probably a tremendous amount of hours of work, and I don't know the amount of staff, amount of manager that is designated or dedicated to this, but I would suspect it's large, and it's still necessary to get this done. A couple of very quick questions, you can leave that slide up, is if there's any missing part. It sounds like we've done an absolutely terrific job recruiting a wide basis of our community, right? Getting a lot of stakeholders. If there's any missing partners that we know, and we can probably tick them off here if we were to talk about who's the partners that got to be there at the table, it would probably behoove you all to tell us in a phone call tomorrow, or even this evening, so that we get on, if you know that there's a significant missing partner that needs to be there, and we're on the phone saying, time for you to show up, right? Because we can't have that.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, in the resource package, we took a lot of time, staff, to try to outline every agency in the community that is in a prevention, intervention, or support way to the whole gun violence issue. And we have placed that in this portfolio with the websites and phone numbers and a brief description of who those partners are. And we have tried to invite as many of them as we could get, information out to. I put an additional slide there, if we could get it on the screen, just to kind of show what these statistics look like by district. And so I don't know if we are able to clear that
The
out.
overhead. Could we have the overhead?
Can they? This is in your information packets. Can you pull it up more? It's still hard to see, but it is in your packets. There you go. So we can see the impact of the data by district.
It's pretty impactful. There's no doubt about it, and it's everywhere. Thank you for that. Yeah, the partners and the stakeholders that are listed are broad. There's no doubt. Well, if we were just to kind of brainstorm, all the right partners there, question is, you all will know what that attendance list is. And if there's somebody that does appear to be missing, that's important. Whoever you're comfortable with that the Madam Manager says, we need to be making that call. Because we can't be saying that someone was missing that's critical and we move forward on actually taking action after Monday and there was a missing critical partner. We can only do what we can do, but we can kind of
We've done
leverage
everything
getting them
we
there.
can to reach out, you know,
What's that?
we put a wide net out.
Oh, the net's out there. Let's just make sure that they're all showing up. Well, I do like the word accountability, and I like the fact that, yes, we'll have 2 days of a lot of discussion, but you can only talk so much, and so a quarter, 3 months after we come back from this summit, we can't be talking about the same things and what we missed from there. There's got to be, I think the Mayor Pro Tem basically said it, we need an action plan. An action plan is articulatable items that we can actually do, that this partner can do, that this stakeholder can do, and that we feel that they'll hold themselves accountable. And the community holds all stakeholders accountable. So I just can't tell you how meaningful this particular thing is. So I appreciate it again. Thank you, Madam Manager. This is the right thing to do. And this is nothing manufactured. This is the real deal. Right here, the tragedy and the people and the victimization is, it's awful. And we got to reduce it. And you know, the goal is 0, and we're not going to get to 0, but we have got to do something about this. And no longer can we wait to do so. Every pressure we can bring to bear, we bring to bear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And real quickly, Commissioner Book, we say we won't get to 0, but you know, with Vision 0, we talk about we really make it clear on what our vision is, right? So
The goal.
we need to continue to say, you know, I mean, our vision for this is also 0, right, for gun violence. It is still a Vision 0. I had a question about, and I think this is to Commissioner Duncan Walker's kind of point of, we want to be, after this, we want to be moving. We want an activated community that we're going to hear from and we're going to learn from, particularly the youth. That'll be really exciting to be there and to listen to them. But what portions of this will help us have more of a sense of what we need, what we can do, whether it's just the city, whether it's the city to be prepared for the conversation with the county, or with all these other stakeholders that we talked about, task force versus working group. Which part of this do we think we're gonna, I mean, some of it's very informational, town hall, hear youth, but at what point is there, I mean, there wasn't a session of, let's plan the plan. So
It's on day 2. It's day 2. We obviously will be pulling in information and intel from day 1, because that's the whole point. We need input from the community. On day 2, and I'm looking in the program so we can follow on page 18.
4:30 on day 2.
Is it just
On
next
page
steps?
18, it's next steps, and it's there where we will at least start the conversation. We need a part 2. We need a convener. We need a clearinghouse of data. We need that. That is the next step. I think we'll have some opportunity. It's not a lot of time, but we'll have some time on day 2 towards the end of the program. But I think the larger conversation will probably occur at the joint meeting with the city and the county.
I
on
intend
August
to
28th.
alter call all the institutional partners at 4:30 on.
that is a little more what I'm getting to, Mayor, like that, it can't be, 4:30 cannot be the traditional, like, oh, next step, so there's this happening, there's gonna be this happening.
No, what are you gonna
And
do? What are you gonna do? What are you
Yeah, a
gonna
little
do?
more like, we need
We
people,
punt to that August 28th meeting, and we invite people to be there.
I don't like the word
to help.
punt, but punt sounds like it's someone else's responsibility.
But I didn't mean to use that if that's how you took it. I didn't mean it that way. We probably will have the substantive side of that, because there'll be more time for us to actually have
Right.
that discussion.
I imagine that in that session, we are able to, in essence, agenda the next step.
Mhm.
We are going to,
Yes.
this is where we're going to talk about these. This is the stakeholders that are going to come to the table with at least tentatively what they think they can do.
Right.
So I'm interested in that. And in general, thank y'all for the work y'all have done with this. I find it, it's, I don't want to say interesting, but amazing that while we've had to chew gum and walk at the same time, we have a lot of other issues going. And I appreciate that y'all have put so much work towards this. Actionable was a word I heard, and activated. So I mentioned both of those because I want an activated community to be giving us some steps that we would think we can do. But for me, like Commissioner Duncan Walker said, I want actionable after this. And though this is a nationwide rise in gun violence, and we describe that so people understand the context, I think we still understand. I want to make sure that we communicate that we still feel like we have a responsibility, just like everyone else in all those other places has a responsibility to respond. So though it is, we need to understand the context nationwide, we will never use it as merely an excuse. It will inform us about that our challenges are broad. We can't control everything, but let's identify what we can control and start working towards it. So thank both of y'all, and thank you, Madam Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner Willits, to your points. Thank you. I want to be real candid with my colleagues up here, okay, who I know are deeply concerned about the city, all right? I understand fully the challenges that we face. And I will tell you that I struggled over the last few meetings where we've had conversations, and it sounded as though we did not want to assume responsibility. And everyone processes that and means that in a different way, because I don't believe anyone up here does not want to see some level of involvement with helping to stem gun violence. But I appreciate that, because responsibility is what we as city leaders have. And our constituents in each one of those districts up there are looking to us to be responsible. So I'm totally excited about that. In the last public safety meeting, we packed this room out with those institutional partners that I reached out to individually. And it was not all of them, but it was such an amazing turnout in here that I got a chill when they all stood up to announce who they were. And do you know what? They are chomping at the bit. They're ready. They are just waiting on the opportunity to share with us what they can bring to this table. That is exciting. That is the public health approach. They were diverse. I got an email, actually a Facebook inbox from an organization, DJJ, and another organization just last night, who's excited and waiting and inviting us to come into more conversations. So folks are just poised, waiting for us to what? Lead. How we do it becomes the question. I am appreciative of all of you. I thank you for this robust conversation that is not always comfortable. And like I said, I've gone home mad at all of y'all. No, I'm joking. No, I'm not. But but the reality is, we all understand, and we are approaching this with different concerns, but the full understanding that this has to be done. One of the reasons that data is so important to me is because, and thank you all for putting this slide up there. Thank you. Because when you see it looking like that, it changes things. It's one thing to hear a story on the news. We'll pause. We'll say, oh my God, that was tragic. But to see the cumulative impacts in one place, to see the numbers, it sheds a different type of light and brings a different type of reality to this. And so if I didn't say it in my comments before, I will say this. I am interested in infrastructure, because I want, when every last one of us are no longer sitting up on this dais, there to be a meaningful way to address gun violence in this city and in this county. So I'll be talking about some of those ideas on the 28th. I'm really excited about the county because they're our first partner in this. They've created their mirror resolution. They're poised. I'm looking forward to a robust conversation on the 28th, and I hope that all of these partners that will be at the summit, and even those who are unable to attend will come to that meeting. Because for me, that's really where we begin to hash out next steps. We cannot do this by ourselves, we understand that, for a number of reasons. But the county may be able to bring to bear some resources that we absolutely need. So, on behalf of everyone, I say thank you, because we all need this. We have to be able to sleep at night knowing that we are moving in the right direction. Are we going to get some things wrong? For sure. We might make some missteps. No one has gotten this right. The truth is, this isn't a new issue. This is old. Gun violence is old. It's just changed. The perpetrators and the victims are younger. And that's really scary. That's why for me it was so important to do a youth town hall. I believe in a lot of the ways the children are going to lead us. But we have to give them the opportunity to do that. So thank you. Y'all know I can talk. But this is something that's important to me. I took Assistant Chief Moya through District 1 the other day and showed him where I live. I live on a major thoroughfare. And just about every night, if not several times a week, I hear our police department speeding past my house. And a lot of times, they're going to situations where shots have been fired. It's not just critical because I live in a neighborhood where I hear it. But I am tired of standing next to my friends and my classmates as they bury their children. And so I am appreciative of anything and everything that we are willing to do to stop that. It must cease, one way or the other. And Commissioner Book, it's going to take a while. Won't happen overnight. The creation of that action plan, many municipal governments, they're convening task forces, and that's who creates the blueprint. So where our concern has been about our resources, doesn't have to be us. I'll stop. Thank you. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Madam Curry. Let's begin to move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Declan-Walker. I really want to thank folks in the room who have done this work and gotten us to this point. There'll be a lot more thanks when we're finished with the summit, and I'm going to embarrass y'all with all the thank yous following that, because you have put an enormous level of effort into this, and I really appreciate it. You took the things that the commission talked about and really ran with it, and I think this is going to be an event, a kickoff, so to speak, that we can all be very proud of. It is not a solution. It is how we begin to create a solution. I also want to say that there are folks working on the solution, have been working on the solution, never stopped working on the solution in the community every day, going back decades. You know, our police, our sheriff's office, the Black on Black Crime Task Force has been working for decades. There have been folks really honestly daily engaged in trying to stop us from getting to this point for a very long time. This spreads the message across the broader community, and part of my intent is to spread the mantle of responsibility across all 270,000 people in the county, including the 145,000 of us in the city of Gainesville, because everybody has a piece of this, everybody. And it's time to take it off the shoulders of just police officers and just a dedicated small group of people outside the police force and bring it on to the entire community. That is my hope for this, and that we walk out Monday evening with every institutional partner knowing not only what their lane is, but what every other institutional partner's lane is, so that we know what we can depend on from each other, and we can start from that point. Because honestly, I don't know what all the other partners do at this point. I know what we do, but I don't know what all those other folks do. They don't know what we do right now. The opportunity to be in the same room and have that conversation together is a big deal. Regardless, the hours that you all put into this so far is tremendous, and I look forward to the event this weekend. So, thank you, Commissioner Buck.
This is just a concrete question. I didn't really want to go after the mayor pro tem and the mayor because I feel like you all have kind of driven this for us. Just for the city attorney, thank you for you've given us some some guidelines as it relates to the fact that probably most of us will spend some time in the same arena at the summit. I don't know if there's anything that you want to tell us verbally that might be an addition, and then the mayor pro tem convened a meeting that we had a publicly noticed meeting not just a few weeks ago, and we at least discussed some actual policy types of potentials there. So hopefully the city attorney's office will be prepared, whether they come out organically or they don't come up at all, but be prepared for those particular things because we've already had some publicly noticed discussion. So thank you. And again, I didn't know, Mr. City Attorney, if there was any other particular context to the directions you've given us here.
Mr. Mayor, respectfully, no. I think this is nothing that's new to you, and I hesitated to put anything in writing because I didn't want to give the wrong impression. But the fact is, it's not unlike a conference, and should be accessible to everyone in the public. It's awkward, obviously, but again, it's nothing that you haven't dealt with when you go to conferences and so forth.
Thanks, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Madam Clerk.
All right. Our next item is 2023-598 Advisory Board Committee Reports with a recommendation of the City Commission hear a presentation and take action deemed necessary.
So we are inviting, we did this a couple of years ago. I think at this point, the only person who was involved in the discussion then, the only people were me and Commissioner Sacco. But the idea is to get each of our 28 advisory boards and panels to come give us a report on what they're up to so that we have a direct line of communication back and forth. I think it's important to do that. I'd like to do it annually, but we may not be able to get it all done in 1 year. The Police Advisory Council is our first group, so thanks for taking the plunge and coming to tell us about what you all are working on. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. I'm Norb Dunkel, Chairperson of the 23 Police Advisory Council. Also with me is Mr. Fareed Johnson, Vice Chairperson of the Police Advisory Council. We both started our terms this past February. When we started, the first thing we did was write the 2022 annual report and the 2023 first quarter report. We've subsequently completed the second and third quarter reports, and you have all those copies. We've developed an annual working calendar that pushes planning out 12 months. It includes every other month meeting in a Gainesville neighborhood, council training sessions, report approvals, presentations, and the like. Allow me to summarize the annual report questions that you requested. First, ask our mission. It's the purpose of the Police Advisory Council to act in an advisory capacity to the Chief of Police, City Manager, and Gainesville City Commission by bringing to their attention feedback from the community concerning public safety issues and law enforcement needs and actions. To this end, the Police Advisory Council is devoted to facilitating the flow of ideas relative to police services for the continued improvement of the quality of life of its citizens. You ask us to address the three most important things in 2022 and thus far in 2023. First, over the course of 2022 and 2023, 2023, the PAC heard from numerous citizens during public comment regarding the Terrell Bradley case. Citizens had questions regarding how the case was handled, how police officers conducted themselves, and how canine units were used. Answers, data, conversation, discussion were all provided to the citizens during several different PAC meetings. The PAC provided a venue for citizens to express their support and dissatisfaction regarding this case. Second, the post-COVID PAC is meeting in person. We have developed an annual calendar for 2023 that includes several training sessions for PAC members to be fully informed of GPD organizational structure, procedures, policies, and the like. The Chief of Police provides a report that has covered new laws beginning July 1st, 2023, organizational structure, crime statistics, and new initiatives. The schedule also includes an every other month PAC meeting held in a neighborhood. This month, we're meeting in the Pine Ridge community. It has been approximately 3 years since PAC held meetings in neighborhoods, and we're back on schedule. The schedule also includes quarterly and annual items for PAC action. And third, an objective of PAC is to serve as a panel to discuss and review closed internal affairs investigations for discussion purposes with regards to what processes may be considered in preventing the occurrence of future activities. During the 2023 year to date, the PAC has reviewed 46 closed internal affairs investigations. Many questions regarding specific cases were asked by PAC members. Responses, clarification, and data were provided by GPD staff regarding those cases. We recently had a case and are continuing discussions regarding body-worn cameras, in-car cameras, and the use of counselors at various scenes. Now, I mentioned 46 closed internal affairs investigation reports. Those can be anywhere from 2 pages to dozens and dozens of pages, including watching video of cameras. So it takes hours sometimes to go through these internal affairs reports. You ask us about the 3 most important things that we're currently working on. First, the PAC completed a task force chaired by Fareed Johnson, which was tasked with updating the PAC bylaws. The bylaws were last approved in fall 2010 and needed substantial revision. Several questions have been asked of city staff and GPD. Discussions have been taking place during PAC meetings, and the recommended revisions were approved by PAC during the summer of 2023. Second, the PAC has met in 2 neighborhoods and are planning to meet in the Pine Ridge community this month. It's important to work on getting the message out to these neighborhoods regarding upcoming meetings. The PAC and GPD are working closely with neighborhood organizations and leaders to assist in publicizing these meetings. If we can attract 20 or 30 citizens at a neighborhood meeting, we believe the discussions, sharing of information, responding to questions, and the like will be increasingly productive. And third, the PAC continues to discuss and review closed internal investigations reports. PAC members are developing a working knowledge of GPD, which assists membership in developing good questions, analyzing reports for inconsistencies, reading reports to verify good policing, and to recommend advice to the Chief of Police. You asked, what can the City Commission do to help the PAC serve our neighbors? The PAC strongly believes the meetings in neighborhoods will work to increase the positive relationship and communication that GPD has with its citizens. To that end, the PAC would value from city commissioners sharing these neighborhood meetings with their constituency. Time permitting, attend a PAC neighborhood meeting in your district and speaking with neighborhood leaders to assist in publicizing these neighborhood meetings. You ask, what else does the City Commission need to know about PAC? We felt that the City Commission should know that the PAC members are dedicated to fulfilling the PAC mission and continuing to work on the many purposes outlined in the bylaws. The PAC members are volunteers who, while maintaining busy lives, spend considerable time supporting PAC and its mission. PAC members believe in the City of Gainesville and are working to continue to advance the ideals that the City of Gainesville maintains. Additionally, and importantly, it is difficult to secure PAC members from the community. 8 of our 11 PAC member terms will expire January of '24. 8 of 11. I would request your direction on the best approach to use to look to stagger those particular terms. And we'd be happy to come back with a recommendation to the City Commission that looks at 3 years of staggered terms so that we don't have 8 members stepping off, that we have about 30% stepping off each of 3 years. The original plan was for 2 or 3 years terms, and somehow that got a little convoluted. So we've got 8 members stepping off. So that would be important. And finally, Commissioners, it's been my privilege to share these thoughts and notes with you. If you have any questions, we would be pleased to address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all understanding the assignment and bringing back the information that we asked for. That's terrific. I do have some questions I'll jump out with. I remember when we set the terms, and I don't remember if Commissioner Sacco was on the commission then or not. But when we rebuilt the board, we very specifically had it tiered, and I'm not sure either what happened there.
I think in the transfer to the new board manager system, we were having staff do that and not our office.
Okay.
And something, I think there's some inaccurate end term dates that we can clean up on our side.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you would let us know that as soon as possible,
I will.
because that'll creep up on us in no time. But if there are any openings, obviously we want to be able to address those.
Absolutely.
So which neighborhoods have you already met in?
Let's see, we went to Lincoln, and we're going to Pine Ridge and Duval.
Okay. And Pine Ridge is when?
This month.
But when is that?
Fourth Wednesday of this month at 6:30.
Okay. And you've already met in Duval?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Great. Anybody else?
And we do that every other month.
Same question.
Yes. Yeah.
Where can we find this information? Is this on the site, the dates, et cetera, when you'll be in the communities?
It is, yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
Wonderful. I'll look and I'll show up.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Willetts?
Just, since this is a report, I'd like to hear some personal, if both of you would share what you've most enjoyed so far, or been surprised or learned, or specific experience, share something a little personal.
I think Farid Johnson also, I apologize. For me, it's the showing up of the community when we have tough issues and working together to be able to address those issues. As Mr. Dunkel stated, we're always looking at internal affairs reports, and GPD is always opening their doors for us to come in after hours as well and discuss those issues with them. So having the privilege of sitting down with the chief and the chief inspector and addressing those issues and coming together to form policies, I really enjoy that.
I think for me, I've served on the council for quite a number of years, and it remains the passion of the citizens. It is amazing, and Farid alluded to this a little bit, to watch the citizens come in and maintain their composure when they just want to scream or they cry because they believe in Gainesville and what the ideals of Gainesville are all about. And it's that passion, I think, that I most enjoy in the citizens of Gainesville.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunkel. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Eastman.
Well, said I was curious also about you said one of the big things you guys look at is hearing from the community and what their relationship is with GPD. I mean, from you all's perspective, where do you think we stand in terms of the community relationship with our police department and vice versa?
Sure. I think when we hear from citizens, we hear a really nice blend of their feelings and emotions. So we'll hear a good handful of the citizens talk about how important it is to have Gainesville police. We'd like to have increased cruisers come through our neighborhood. We'd like to have the police step out of their vehicles as community-oriented policing, get to know the leaders of the community and the citizens of the community. We hear a good bunch of that. On the other side, we also hear that police might profile somebody when they're driving, that they shouldn't be pulling somebody over if there wasn't a good reason for that, that they might be short or uneven-tempered, if you will. And they express that in a lot of different ways. So we hear, I think, a good smattering of both of those. But then in between, we also hear about bus stops and sidewalks and streets and curbs and anything that a citizen wants to talk about, we're willing to listen to. And regardless of what that topic is, even if it has really nothing to do with the council, we're going to get them an answer. You know, somebody will go out and get the right answer, and we'll chase that down and get that answer to that person. So, you know, I'm not walking a fence, but we really do hear a nice blend of both sides.
Yeah. And what would you say are the biggest challenges in terms of policing within our community coming up in the next couple of years?
This is a personal feeling.
Yeah.
I would say two things. One is the one that you've just talked about, and that's the gun violence seminar or summit, and all the associated parameters regarding that. And that's including work that Chief Scott and Chief Jones previously have been working on to ensure that the youth stay out of the pipeline that sends them into jail or in parole or whatever the case might be. And most certainly, male men of color. And they've done, I think, great work with that. So I think that that whole gun violence and sort of the youth protection, if you will, is one. The other is something that the Gainesville Police Department is facing that other police agencies are facing, and that's a shortage of staffing, shortage of officers. You know, for the last couple of years, we've certainly seen a turn in culture and a turn in the thought of what a police officer does. And there are not as many people that want to be a police officer today for various reasons. You know, it could be salary, it could be location, it could be potential violence that occurs, it could be a number of different things. But that's certainly an issue that we have, you know, with Gainesville Police as well as other police agencies.
Well, thank you. I liked what you said before about the passion of the people of Gainesville. I know it's my favorite part of being a Gainesvillian, and I can't, you guys obviously have a lot of passion for all the hours that you put in to try to make sure that that our community is working with our police department, going through all those internal reviews and everything that you mentioned. So thank you guys so much for all the time and energy, and to everyone else that's on the council. We really appreciate it. I'm really glad that we're doing this so that we can hear from the passionate folks that put in so much time on our advisory boards. And so thank you all. I appreciate it. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So, yeah, we have to remind ourselves that you all don't get paid to do this. I mean, you are volunteering your time, and you are really the front lines of how people relate their experience in the community to their local government, more so than even we are. I've been to your meetings before, and I see the passion that people bring. And it is a tremendous challenge to be able to hear that and filter it and not take it personally sometimes, because it's not directed at you. It's directed at us and Chief Scott. So thank you for taking the heat on it. But I do really, really appreciate the many, many hours and the emotion that you all put into it, because it's really hard to take that heat and walk out of the room knowing that it is not personal. That's a challenge. So thank you all for what you're doing. Thank you for being here and being at the forefront of this reporting process.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody from the public signed up? Okay, great. All right, thank you both so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your commitment. All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, our last item is commission comment.
So as we begin commission comment, the manager has something to present to us before we get rolling on that.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask Laura Gretz to come forward. We wanted to make sure that the information regarding mental health assistance and support to employees is on the record, and so Ms. Gretz is here, and the memo that you have has also been emailed to you, but I wanted to make sure that we outlined it for the record.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Gretz.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Laura Gretz, HR Director. I thought I'd take just a few moments because it is a lengthy memo. I'll just kind of walk you through what's in it. But certainly once you've had time to review the information more closely, if you have other questions, we're happy to answer those for you. So the memo that you see put before you, we have a variety of mental health support services available for our employees. The way it's broken up is first to talk a little bit more broadly. So we do contract with a organization in town called the Clinical Psychology Associates for North Central Florida. They serve as our EAP, which stands for Employee Assistance Provider. We offer all of our employees free say this many times fast, 3 free visits annually, and for their family members as well. And then we have some additional mental health support that we offer overall for our employees. So some of that is accessible through our online learning platform in our Workday system. We've listed those classes for you. There's 7 strategies to tame stress, guide to empathy at work, coping with workplace change, dealing with stress, pressure, and burnout. We make available as well. I will say what was not listed in the memo, but I have to absolutely give credit to our employee health services area and our wellness folks in the risk management department. They work tirelessly throughout the year to tend to our employees' wellness, which includes not just physical wellness, but mental wellness as well. So throughout the year, they may provide various classes or seminars or lunch sessions, depending on what the needs are. So I wanted to make sure that I outlined that as well. In addition, obviously we have first responders, which I think you all were talking a little bit about earlier today. So with Gainesville Fire Rescue and GPD, we offer unlimited free EAP visits as well. But you'll see there's an extensive description of additional resources that are available to them. With GFR, they follow and have adopted the National Fallen Firefighters 16 Life Safety Initiatives. There's a specific initiative within that that calls for firefighters, EMS professionals, and their families to have resources available to help them deal with various complications with their jobs that come along with the line of work that they're in. Obviously, they deal with very stressful situations, and so they make sure that that's available to them. You'll see additionally in that memo, there is a variety of support available. As I mentioned, the EAP program, I believe it was mentioned earlier today. There are local clergy and chaplains that are available to both our GFR and GPD employees. There is also several resources for firefighters available through the International Association of Firefighters, or IAFF, including a peer support training program and some other support services as well. With GPD, they have a crisis intervention stress management team. It's trained officers who act as peer support for both their sworn and civilian staff and have experience handling crisis events. And they have another support team as well that actually is comprised of members of a variety of agencies from around the area, including the University of Florida Police Department, Alachua Police Department, High Springs Police Department, Santa Fe College Police Department, and of course GPD. So obviously they work together as well. For their staff members, as I've alluded to, civilian staff are entitled to the 3 free EAP visits. Sworn staff have unlimited visits. Sworn spouse and children get 5 free visits, and they're working on developing additional support for them as well. And they also have a chaplain program available at GPD comprised of 3 local pastors who can work with their folks. They also provide an app that's called Cortico app. It's a wellness app, and it puts all of the resources for mental health in one app for them, along with suicide helplines and other resources. All members of GPD and their families have access to this information as well. The other thing that GPD provides is time off. Obviously, when they deal with traumatic situations, and that would apply really to anybody, also at GFR or across the organization, if that were to happen, that we would work with them to make sure that they have the time that they need to recuperate from such an instance. I did want to make a note also about the EAP provider. Unfortunately, over the years since I've been here, we have had occasions where we have lost fellow employees for a variety of reasons. And our EAP provider has always been outstanding at being responsive and coming on site to be available for the coworkers that are left to grieve that loss. And we're very appreciative of that. So I'm representing everybody. I'll be happy to answer questions as best I can if you have any.
Commissioner Declan-Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Gretz, for
Yes.
this. Thank you, Manager Curry, for pulling this together so quickly. This is something that is very, very important to me. I am curious because it does sound like there is a really robust suite of services that we provide. What is staff saying? How do we evaluate this? Is there room for expansion? Can you tell me a little bit about what the evaluation process of these services is and what staff is saying? Are we
Sure.
feeling the need? Do we need to do more?
Sure. So I'll be happy to speak to what I'm aware of and then what I know is coming, but certainly there's always room for improvement. So my understanding is our EAP provider does provide an opportunity for patients, those that they serve, to provide feedback on that. How that's communicated back to the city, I'm not aware. The risk management department works with that, but I can find that information out for you and share that back with you.
Please.
Absolutely. The other thing that we are working on organization-wide, now it deals more with the overall health of our organization and employee satisfaction. But there's a survey that we'll be launching to all of our employees actually within the next couple of weeks. And some of the responses that we get to those questions may give us some insight into where there might be some gaps that we can possibly address. So we'll certainly look to that data to try to help inform possible additional solutions that we could offer.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gretz. I'm really looking forward to getting that information. How we interact with staff to hear from them in terms of what we're doing, where the gaps are, really, really important. Thank you for this, and thank you for looking into that. I look forward to receiving it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, just to add just a little bit more granularity to what Ms. Gretz has said. What I've started to do in the last couple of months is have one-on-one meetings with any employee who wants to meet. And so I've started to do that. I've started to hear, input. Some of it has to do with issues that are stressful. It's not necessarily traumatic in terms of a shooting or whatever, but it is something that impacts the productivity of our employees. And so what I do in order to maintain confidentiality is, as opposed to addressing the issue head on with the directors, what I'm doing is I'm looking for themes that I'm getting from the employees, and I'm meeting with Ms. Gretz, the HR director, and dealing with those themes, and we're trying to incorporate them into training and other areas of support for our employees. But I have started to do that, and it is very interesting and very worthwhile. And we've started to have those meetings. And where I obviously do need to meet with the director to address things, I've started to do that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Willetts?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Along that line, and I don't want to get deep into union business, but have the unions for either GFR or GPD, have they given us feedback demands? Has any of that been part of discussions and contract, either past, recent, past, in this realm?
Sure, Mayor and Commissioners, so I have been in this role for just over a year and have limited negotiations so far with them just because of the timing of when their contracts open and end. We're currently in negotiations with IAFF with the DCs. That's considered as part of the whole package. My personal experience, I've not heard a whole lot about that. I think both departments, both GPD and GFR, work really hard. They recognize the struggle that's out there for our folks, and I think work real hard with that. But in my experience, I have not heard a lot of feedback about that currently.
Okay, because I know sometimes a lot of stuff gets stuck on wages and health benefits,
Yes.
direct healthcare benefits.
Yes.
More dollar per dollar healthcare benefits is what I'll say. Insurance, I mean. But then some of this perhaps may not always be first and foremost in people's minds, but we're here to hear that as well. If that's the case of things that need to be done.
Sure, absolutely. And I will say, right, it can show up in a variety of ways, whether it's directly mental health support, if it's hours worked and things of that nature. So that certainly is part of that conversation as we talk about the hours of work. We, across the board there with both police and fire agencies, this is not unique to the city of Gainesville. Those agencies struggle with keeping positions filled. And so what that means is there's additional overtime, additional stress that's placed on, our employees who are trying to fill those voids. So that part is part of the discussion, is hours of work and how does that factor in? How does that get compensated? Those certainly are parts of the discussion as well.
Yeah, I thought about that as well. Overtime is both expensive for the city as an employer, but it can also take a toll on the employees who, it sounds good for a little while, but it quickly puts them at a disadvantage in their own personal lives.
Correct. And it really, I find balance is a word I use a lot lately. It's about striking a balance with all of that for sure.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gretz. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gretz.
Sure.
Really, and thank you, Madam Manager, for letting us know what's available. So things being available, resources being available, and resources being used to the fullest are not always the same thing. I will say that the first conversations that I had with our police officers and our firefighters a few years ago, and the ones that I'm able to have now, there's a marked difference in how folks are willing to talk about using mental health resources. And I'm really pleased to see that, but that doesn't mean we've gotten as far as we need to go with it. And again, for the other, the other 17 or 1,800 people in the larger organization, we need to make sure that folks feel comfortable using resources and overusing those resources. I mean, let's make it so that what we're hearing is, I can't get an appointment because there's so many people using it. That's a sign of success. As frustrating as that might be, that's where we want to get to, so that we have to talk about adding more resources. At any rate, it's an important conversation to have, and I'm glad that we're having it. If you see a further need, certainly don't hesitate to talk to us at all about it. And we want to provide whatever resources we possibly can. So,
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I do, if I may, I've been getting some texts. I'm going to add some additional information for you, and then just a closing comment. So on the GPD side, there are a number of ways that they're gathering feedback from their folks. They do multiple surveys on the Cortico app that I discussed earlier to see how that's going. They also do go to quarterly briefings and ask about the EAP services to see how that's going with their folks. And they also have an hour of mandatory training. I'm sorry, my phone keeps going off, about mental health resources at GPD and self-care as well. And I will, just so my closing statement would just be, I am very glad that you all are attentive to this need that is out there for all of our employees. I can tell you from a human resources perspective, especially in the precarious situation we find our organization in right now and the future budget situation that we're looking at, we recognize our employees are going to be doing a lot more than what they typically have done. And so keeping an eye on stress and burnout and things of that nature is going to be critically important for us. So we do appreciate your support in that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Madam Manager, for putting that together quickly for us. All right. Any other commission comment? All righty. I look forward to seeing as many of you as possible on Sunday, if not before, and again on Monday. And be safe until then. Thank you. We are adjourned.